Hello and welcome to the FTR Esports Sportscar series. Great way to start out. Today we are going to be at Long Beach. We are home to sunny California today. You got myself in the booth, Daniel Zippy Salmon, and we also have, sadly, David Christie was unavailable. I asked David Coulthard, he was unavailable. Billy Connolly would not return my calls, and the Loch Ness Monster, nobody's been able to find him. So I have managed to acquire for you Mr. John Monroe. He is going to be joining us in the booth today. Nice to have you on board, John. Are you looking forward to the race here at Long Beach?
I am indeed. Thank you so much for having us, the last Scottish person on your very long list, unfortunately. But I do know a lot about carnage at Long Beach, and I think that is probably what we're going to see today, with multi-class racing action across 3 different classes around a track that's so tight and twisty and very, very difficult to overtake on anyway. I honestly just I can't imagine how much carnage we might be up for tonight, but I'm really, really looking forward to it.
Well, let's take a quick look at the standings. Obviously, we've been doing this for a little bit of time now, and we're getting nearer the end of the series. I wouldn't say we're quite there yet. A couple of rounds left to go, but let's have a quick look. We've got the 4 different classes. We've got the LMP3, GT3 Pro, GT3 Amateur, and the GT4. So we're gonna have a quick catch up there. See where we're at for the points. So here we have the LMP3's championship. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, they are getting a little bit of a lead right now, 20 points ahead with 115 points. Goyo Autosport definitely keeping them honest, giving them a bit of challenge as well, 95 points there. But if we look between the battle between 3rd and 4th, Longshot Racing and Huge Ass White, only 2 points between them with 75 and 73. Then we got a dead heat on 5th and 6th with Eagle Speed Academy Esports and Stage 1 Racing number 83, tied with 58 points. 7th place, we got Stage 1 Racing number 72 with the 44, and Longshot Racing UK sadly trailing at the back with 26 points. Let's have a quick look as well at the GT3 Pros. Now, GT3 Pro and a GT3 Amateur, they do kind of interlap a little bit, but there's certainly an iRacing cap. But in the first place, we have RPM Racing with 187 points. Brabham Esports GT3. Now, I don't think they were here for the earlier rounds, but they've certainly made a big entrance since they've arrived with 158 points there in 2nd. Rosado Motorsports, they got several cars within the field. Their GT3 car, 96 points, tied with Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle, one of my favourite names in the series, 96 points in 3rd and 4th. FTR Esports Black, and then Art Sim Racing 2, only a point between them with 87 and 86, with 11 Temps Racing Team and Art Sim Racing 1 coming up close behind them. You look at 9th place there, you got RPM Racing Blue with 75 points, Prismatic Motorsports Athena there with 69 points. Now, we've not seen them for a little bit. I'm hoping they're going to be here today. I believe they are a all-female iRacing team, and it would be great to see them back. Squadron Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport there with 62 points. And as we make our way down, you can see there quite a close battle here between 12th and all the way down to about 16th, even 17th. Only a couple of points between them. You got Digitrack Sim Racing Team, Arctic Sim Racing, Fastlane Motorsport, Sim Racing Grid Phantom, RPM Racing Black, Eagle Speed Academy B, and FTR Esports White down there in 18th. Then we got the GT3 Amateurs as well. Not quite as big a field, only 9 cars in there, but you can see there what a close fight for the first 2 positions on the championships. 11 Temps Racing Team there with 115 points, with Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsports, 110 points there. The most Gucci sounding name, I'll give you that. It just sounds exotic. I feel classier for saying it. So then we've got Digitrack Sim Racing Team there with 71 points in 3rd. Again, we've got a little bit of a battle going on there. Not quite as close as some of the others elsewhere in the series, but Arctic Sim Racing there in 4th with FTR Esports White in 5th. Equipment Geek Racing behind them with Backmarker Racing Orange, Track Limit Racing, and Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. There were just 10 points. And the final standings as well, we have the GT4 class. Let's take a quick peek there. Again, not the most popular class, but still some good battles going on. We just give it a quick second there. Enjoying the fine views of Long Beach. Here we go. Huge Ass Gold absolutely dominating right now with 130 points in the 337 car. Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab, 92 points there in second. It's looking pretty steady for them right now. I mean, you got a good gap ahead to try and catch up, and then not only that, a good gap behind with Huge Ass Blue there taking the third step with 68 points. And then we got another close battle here. I'd say about 4 cars in it. You got Samsung GT4 with 55, Sapphire Simsport Alpha with 53, DX Droids Sim Racing by Let Room, 52 points, tied with Huge Ass Black. So again, attrition is going to be the key. Certainly a track like this, you want to try and keep it off the wall. Eagle Speed Academy Esports there with 42 points. And then another tight battle there for 9th and 10th. We've got FTR Esports GT4 with 30 points for Frisado. Motorsports Apex right behind them with 29 points. And then we've got WBM Racing with 17 points. And then Vermilion Motorsports with 6 points. And then Cabot Motorsport having the same kind of success rate as I would with 0 points. But that's the standings, and we're going to bounce next into the end of qualifying, see where we're at. Certainly, especially a track like Long Beach, it's going to be tough, to try and make some passes and to try and get ahead and where you want to do. I mean, obviously you got that big start-finish straight, but we're going to see it as well with the multi-class racing. John, perhaps as well, you'd like to tell us a little bit more. I know you're familiar with Long Beach, but if you're like in a multi-class race here, what's going to be like? Are you going to try and have like particular areas on the track you're going to pass? And tell us a little bit about that.
It's a really, really tricky place to race. I mean, there are a couple of key overtaking spots. Into turn 1, obviously, being a big one. You've got the slipstream all the way down Shoreline Drive, and you can really send one down the inside. But it's so risky as well. If you get it wrong, you're offline. Very, very tricky to spot the braking point because you're so used to coming in there on the right-hand side. You see exactly where on the fence you're going to be stopping. Obviously, you're not going to have that reference if you're on the inside. So it's going to create some carnage for sure. And we've seen so many bottlenecks. If someone does actually get to the barrier on the exit there, it's just going to cause carnage. I think you have to definitely bide your time at Long Beach, which means qualifying, of course, is going to be absolutely crucial. Even though it's a 4-hour race, you could very, very easily spend an entire stint stuck behind someone who's maybe a second a lap slower, So it's going to be a really high-pressure qualifying situation for these guys. Obviously, we've still got the LMP3s to come, but yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting indeed. I think the other overtaking spots, you've obviously got at the end of the back straight, the right-hander, not quite as easy as the first corner. And then the hairpin at the end, you might think, oh, hairpin, great overtaking spot. But, we've seen what can happen if cars try to go 2 or 3 wide through there. So there's definitely a lot of jeopardy. And I think at this late stage of the championship, round 5 out of round 6, the drivers that are really fighting out for victory and for the title are going to need to really think fast around here. There's a couple of teams that are sitting maybe second in the standings, quite far off the top, both in the likes of GT4 and the likes of the GT3 Pro class, where drop scores, you do correct me if I'm wrong, but drop scores could come into play as well. They've each had 1 bad round, so they really need to nail every single round. And I think the key around Long Beach is going to be safety, consistency, and just staying out of trouble.
I'm completely inclined to agree with you. I think keeping the car clean is definitely going to be the best approach. Myself, I'm actually quite a defensive driver. I've never had one for the best pace, but now it's something that you do see some drivers do it, but not too often. I like to use the other traffic to my advantage. So if I'm in a GT3 car and I know that I've got a field of GT4s coming up, they're behind me and stuff, I'm gonna use that to try and calculate, okay, am I gonna try and force the pass, or am I gonna sit back and wait for it? Because say you're going down Shoreline Drive, round Bridgestone, and you're heading down towards turn 1 of turn 2 of Toyota, I'm definitely going to try and be a little bit more forceful there to try and put some slower class traffic behind me, because then my competitor is then going to be stuck basically behind them for the next, half of the track almost. The next opportunity could be, as they head into the Tech 8 turn. It's all about managing traffic and, managing the risk versus reward as well. That's certainly what my iRacing mentor taught me. Risk versus reward is the name of the game. And sometimes, to be on that top step, you do have to take high risk, but you've got to weigh up the pros and cons. And myself, I'm really looking forward to it. I do think there are going to be a couple of accident hotspots, though. I can see where we have the pit exit here. I'm hoping we don't, but I can see there being a little bit of carnage there, and also that hairpin you said at the end. But that brings another interesting dynamic to this, and obviously we have the race director software in this series as well. But full course yellows, John, is it? I know that you've not been here with us on this season yet, and this is going to be potentially a whole other dynamic for you. Are you looking forward to it? Tell us a little bit, about how you feel about it.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. I mean, it looks like an interesting system they've got. It's obviously fairly innovative for iRacing, and it's nice to be seeing it in action. I'm looking forward to seeing how it affects the race. I do think we are going to see the full course yellow during this event because, as we've spoken about, Long Beach track is so difficult. Even just hot lapping to try and keep it out of the walls, you've got to be concentrating so much. And every time you go offline, there are those tricky bumps. There's always the difficulty of the traffic and the different speeds. So, and also the blind corners. You know, if a car spins in front of you, there's a good chance you're not going to know about it until you get there. If your spotter's not quite paying enough attention. So I can almost guarantee that we will see Race Director used on the full course yellows. But yeah, how have you found it so far played out this season? Because obviously I'm new to this and I'm looking forward to seeing it. But from what I've seen by reading up about it, it looks like it's really good for bunching up the pack, and then you basically get a lot of really exciting restarts. And you know, that's for me a massive part of multi-class racing I enjoy, the restarts, and then that first lap when the faster cars catch the back of the slower traffic. Have you found that it's been benefiting the racing so far?
Oh, absolutely. Myself, even though the yellow flag initially can be a little bit irritating, but I've got some good news. I'm hearing from our director, they are up on the grid. So let's take a little bit of a quick look here. David Johansson, yet again, putting that LMP3 car on the pole for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. I got to say, top work there. So the two-man team, him and Daniel McFarlane, and there we go, come back. Mark Day, Daniel there for Goyo Autosport. Again, keeping Sim Racing Grid Phoenix honest. They are in the second spot. Hans Blanker, another consistent performance. And I love the fact I get to commentate on this series. Stage 1 Racing 83 there in third, with Antonio Alvarez alongside him in fourth for Hugh Jaswhite. In fifth, we have Ivo van den Linden with Stage 1 Racing 72, and Alex Bayens for Eagle Speed Academy in sixth. And that is your LMP3 grid. And then we have a quick look here. We've got the GT3 Pros, I believe. That is Brabham Esports. Not really any surprises there from where I'm sat. James Armstrong putting it on the pole there. Chris Tapeo with RPM Racing there in 8th. You can see Richard Corfor, one of the league organisers there. FTR Esports Black in 9th. Raf Reinders in RTM Racing 2 in 10th. Yashao Yunus there in 11th with Stephen Le Guin, the Belgian driver for Squadron Veloce, alongside him in 12th. Ryan Chevalier, FTR Esports Gold, 13th. Miguel Torres, Rosado Motorsports. I'm hoping we get a chance to catch up with Rosado Motorsports later in the stream. 14th there. Justin Clerk for Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, 15th. Ives Van Sander with Digitrack Racing in 16th, with Ilias De Vries in 17th. And the grid is a little bit funky today. I think there was a little bit of a technical issue going on inside the server, but Gorfia AMPE. Yeah. So as you're looking at the grid, you can see there's a multiple colors. The AMs and Pros have actually been mixed together, so it's going to be an interesting dynamic for us. But David Flanagan there with RPM Racing Blue in 19th, with Brian Crawford in 20th, Christian Zoffer with FTR Esports White 21st, and Steve Clahays with Eagle Speed Academy in 22nd. Now, John, please carry on, sir.
Yeah, so 23rd, we've got David Barraclough ahead of Greg Hubler for Samsung GT4. Then you've got Lorenz de Vlieger and Albert Parrish in 26th, ahead of Austin Tucker and Justin Makaila. Tyler Agostino in 29th, ahead of Ron Wolf, with Morgan Smith and Martin Pearson, 31 and 32. And then Andre Ruiz in 33rd for Rosado Motorsports.
All right, you can see here we're getting ready with the lights. The pace car just doing its little rounds. Beautiful view of what I'm guessing is a hotel right there. Yeah, there we go. I got to admit, street circuits, you know, it almost feels like they shouldn't be allowed. You know, you're just absolutely pounding it, you know, where you're told all of your driving life, you know, you got to behave on the street. As you can see here, pace car getting near the end of the... Nope, that's the start. That's turn 1. That's turn 2, sorry. That's going through Toyota, I believe, yeah. Beautiful water fountain there. I don't know if I'd want to be a gardener at this point, standing there when they go around for the first time. I'd be a little bit nervous, but a great view to have if you were. You can see the field is actually spread out a little bit there as well. They're trying to give us a good bit of a gap between the classes. You know, obviously things do happen, and it gives you a little bit more time to react and have a plan. And another dynamic as well to think about is a lot of these teams do actually have people there spotting for them. They will have like the iRacing spotter turned off, and their teammates will be doing the work, which is absolutely fantastic. You know, it's a really professional level of competitiveness here in this series.
It's tough on a track like this as well to be able to see clearly. So, I mean, these spotters are really going to earn their money if they're getting any. Wouldn't you just like to knock over that fountain, by the way, and get a bit of water on the track? Add a little bit of excitement. Turn 2 swimming pool. nice and slippy. I think that would be fantastic. But unfortunately, even with iRacing, we can't quite simulate that yet. I was just going to say as well, a couple of talking points from my point of view as well. I think the ones to watch, you know, the Brad Me Sports and GT3 Pro are obviously on the comeback now. With the not getting the good result in round 1, obviously for them it's going to be crucial. If they get a good result now, they're going to throw themselves back into the championship fight with RPM Racing. So they really need a good one. And the other key one for me as well is Torque Freak Racing and GT4. They've obviously secured the pole position, Daniel, and they're second in the championship with quite a big gap. But again, it's because of one bad result. So if, you know, with the drop scores coming into account, you replace that bad result with a good result, and suddenly they're going to be right in the championship fight for GT4 as well. So I think those are probably the two cars, the 381 and the 162, that it's absolutely imperative that they can turn these pole positions into race wins today.
Absolutely, and again, consistency is going to be key. Certainly this chicane, we can see the chicane. Sorry, my fault. Well, it's chicane and a hairpin. I wasn't completely wrong on that one, but I can see that being a little bit of an accident hotspot. But the pace car is in. You can see David Johansson there on the line. Come on. I thought he was going to go for it. I can hear sound. There we go, and they're off. A little bit of a delayed start for us, you can see there. Definitely you want to time it as they go there into Toyota, taking that. That's absolutely fantastic. They managed to get it single file pretty quickly, which is definitely a good relief. All clean so far. You can see here we're back with the GT3 field. Mixed together this time round. We've got the amateurs and the pros together, but for me, I think that's going to make even better racing. You can see 2 wide, 3 wide, potentially further in the back of the field. Rosado Motorsports there, absolutely hugging that wall. You can see they're going to be right on the inside here. A little bit of contact perhaps. You can see there the grass getting mowed as we look at the GT4 field as well. David Barakoff for Torque Freak Racing, as John was just saying, he gets to take the start for the GT4 field. Mainly single file there as well. Remember as well, these guys have just done qualifying. The car would have had warm tyres. Now, not so much. Those tyres are going to be a little bit cooler. It is not going to be quite as grippy as it once was as we go back here with Ivo van den Linden for the LMP3 field.
Yeah, so nice and clean start there. We did see a couple of big moves heading into turn 2, especially down in the GT pack. But yeah, these guys just need to take a breather, settle into their rhythm. Be interesting to see if we see any big moves going early on. I mean, you're seeing one right now in GT3 AM. It looks like this for the lead, is it? Between Squadra Veloce, although this, of course, this could be an AM versus a pro. I can't quite tell at this moment. But they're coming around towards the final corner for the first time. Let's see if they go through their single file just about. And everyone's getting through the hairpin cleanly. Just as I say that, one of the Porsches ends up sideways, but just about manages to collect it. That's the 246 car of Squadra Veloce. So that was your GT3 AM leader that was sideways out of the hairpin there. So that's not a good start for them.
It definitely wasn't what they had in mind, but it did look like they managed to keep it off the wall. Perhaps we'll get another look at that very shortly as we go back with Hans Blanca for Stage 1 Racing 83. Now, he's had a couple of unlucky moments throughout the season, and I'm really hoping they have a little bit of better luck this time with that huge lion there on the right by the rear fender, I guess you could say, of the LMP3. But you can see here he's got the nose in and he's made a move. Yeah, that's the guy behind him who's made a move. Absolutely phenomenal. You see the huge ass cars as well. Beautiful thing. You can always tell one of the huge ass teams because they are yellow and blue and they got huge ass written right on the side of them.
Just missing the Wrangler sticker, that's all.
I get it, yeah. Definitely, hopefully they have a really good year in the season. But you see here with Lorenz de Vliega for the 384 Eagle Speed Academy Esports. Now, you can see here, generally the GT4s have gone mainly single file. A lot of Mercedes in that field as well. Now, John, I don't know too much. What do you tend to drive when you're in the sim? Like, what kind of cars take your fancy?
Well, I think the main thing, I noticed this as well, the Mercedes seem to be pretty competitive, and there's a lot of them picked for this series, but they're also particularly doing well here at Long Beach. You see a lot of them leading the field. Yeah, you'll find that the Mercedes tend to ride bumps really well. They deal with curves. They're quite bouncy cars, but when you have a bumpy circuit like Long Beach, that's actually what you need. You need a car that can ride those bumps and curves. As we see a very late move under braking. I don't think that was a deliberate move, by the way. I think that was oops, I've just outbraked myself there from the 321, but got away with it, did the FTR esports car. But yeah, the Mercedes always rides the bumps well. It's nice and a smooth ride. It's kind of a cumbersome car to drive, and that's both the GT4 and the GT3 variant. So around here, the drivers, I think they'll be getting a bit dizzy. There's a lot of bumps going on, but I think it's always a safe option, and you can see why a lot of teams would go with a car like a Mercedes over the course of a season, because it's the kind of car that's never going to be terrible at certain tracks, but it's really going to give you an upper hand over the more stiffly sprung cars at other circuits. So for me, I'm not a massive fan of it, but as a team car, it's not a bad shot at all.
Myself, I was actually lucky enough to see a AMG GT3 in person this week, but I'm understanding we got a quick replay. Let's have a look, see who was going on. And this is Stefan Le Guin. This is the incident we saw a little bit earlier. So you can see there, he's on the inside. I'm wondering if he's just got a little bit too much power as he stepped on it. Yep. Didn't quite hook up traction on that rear axle. Obviously, you know, that engine being nearer the rear of the car on that, was just not quite enough weight on the front. And I'd say actually a lucky recovery. You know, that could have gone a lot worse, but he realised it was going and he was able to save from that little unforced error there. So, but definitely not the end of the race for him, certainly not at this point. And I will say as well, it's been a really clean start. You know, I'm actually really impressed with some of the driving here in the Sim3D Sports Car Series.
Yeah, it's been really good, hasn't it? I mean, that we were assuming contact there in the Porsche, but as you say, it just lit up the rears, cold tyres, and obviously with the Porsche, you get that pendulum effect more than any other car. It almost looked as if he was holding on the lock a little bit more than you might expect out of the corner. So it's almost as if he thought there was someone on his outside, and then just gave it a little bit too much throttle at the same time. But with no fast repairs, the main thing was he kept out at the wall, and they're still sitting up there in P2. So absolutely no issues whatsoever. Get out of your system and get back into the rhythm. But we now look at the GT3 Pro Fields. This is your 8th place car, the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle FTR. Lovely pink and black livery in the Ferrari 296. And they're behind another one of the Ferraris up there in 7, the FTR Esports driver. But it's yeah, nice to see some stunning liveries, and nice to see a little bit of unity as well between the team cars.
Well, it's definitely one of the nice features, and some of these teams actually have cars throughout multiple classes. So like Rosado Motorsports has a GT3 and a GT4 entry. You can see there the GT3 in the front of your shot there. I do really hope we get to catch up with them a bit later. They're a very like patriotic team, you know, and it's good to see, you know, somebody like a group of people come together and work, you know, like in that aspect. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm in Canada, and every now and again, you know, we do come together to form like a Canadian team and enter stuff, but usually, you know, it's not as like prevalent. You know, it's this whole series, for example, that could be like a Canadian series. So, you know, everybody else is going like, well, who's Canada? Oh, that was a little ambitious. That was way too late on the brakes there from Stefan Le Guin. Oh, that was a little bit naughty, I gotta admit. I think he was a little bit too keen there, but this is another thing that's going to get interesting about this series. The Sim3D Sports Car Series does actually have live stewards, and I've got to say as well, recognise them where they do. They are absolutely fantastic at what they do. So we'll see. I'll keep an eye on the contact stewards area and see if we get a little bit of a flagging there. I'm hoping not. I mean, these guys are actually very respectful. You know, they appreciate, okay, these things happen, but definitely not what you had in mind, and it was a oh yeah, that's already been looked at, I believe. You can see oh dear.
I mean, that one was one of those where it clearly wasn't an overtaking opportunity, so it was clearly a mistake, you know, out braking himself, and thankfully they both pretty much got away with it. Maybe a little bit of damage, which will be a shame, but there was no one in the wall hard, so you know, just one of those things. Definitely the driver at fault behind, but at the same time, definitely wasn't an attempted manoeuvre or anything. Just a bit of early race cold brain, I would call that. But we're already now seeing the LMP3s surging their way through the back of the GT4s. I was about to ask how quickly you thought this would happen, and before I got to it, here we are. This is where endurance racing is at its best for me. It's so exciting watching these prototypes fire through the slower GT cars and the way they have to dance their way around the outside, inside, picking a side. And as we were talking about before the race there, Zippy, you know, around Long Beach, you really have to pick your spot wisely. You have to pick your side and commit to it, and this race can be easily won or lost, as that was a bit of wall contact, wasn't it, there from our leader. Got away with it though.
Oh, we're going to have a look on the outside in just a short moment, but you can see there, as you were saying, you've got to choose your passing opportunities, and I definitely wouldn't want to do it in that last turn. Certainly, you know, when I get a chance to blast down the straight, but ideally he wants to put as many of these GT4 cars between him and Goyo Autosport as he can, because you can see now he's stuck as he goes around the bound, and he is stuck right behind another GT4. And don't get me wrong, his Goyo Autosport is right behind him as well, but ideally, ooh, that's brave. He's going for it. Whew, that GT4 probably needs to change his shreddies after that. I don't think he was quite ready for it. I know I wasn't.
That is Long Beach to a T, though. You have to be bold to make those moves. And, you know, let's remember, this is LMP3 cars. This is not LMP1s or hyper cars, you know. these are cars that absolutely, the speed difference is not as massive, as we're seeing a 30-second time penalty for the 211 car for an unsafe rejoin. So that's a nightmare for the 211. That's going to basically take them out of the running very early on. They're going to have a long way back from there. I didn't see that one. But yeah, clearly the stewards believing that there was a big mistake made there, and that's a costly penalty.
Definitely, the race stewards, they're very fair. I have to say, I've not seen a call yet that I really disagree with. They're pretty much on point. But, if you upset them to the point that you've got a 30-second penalty, and if you rejoin it right in front of the GT4 field, yeah, I think 30 seconds is very reasonable. I think that could have been a lot worse. So, definitely don't want to upset the stewards. You can see here Dan McFarlane absolutely trying to pass as many of these GT4s as he can. I do want to get a little bit of a shot at that left front wheel, that area. Maybe we get a little bit closer. We thought he had a little bit of a wall nudge on the last lap. I don't know if maybe it was a view that we got. It did seem like there was a little bit of contact there. I'm trying to have a really good look. He may have gotten away with it.
It was close. I mean, I think the 23 could be taking a few less risks here, could Dan, because at the end of the day, the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, there's only been one race this season they haven't won, so if they can pick up a good result here, they're in a very, very strong position to win this championship heading into the finale. So I was expecting them to go a little bit softer in the opening laps, but clearly wanting to get the job done, wanting to make those moves, because that Goryeo car is right on the back of them, and of course that is their big championship rival. It's nice to see, though, the two contenders fighting it out at the front of the field. Always like to see that heading towards the end of the season when the cream rises to the top, and obviously with such a long way to go, we're going to see a lot of close moments, and we're still seeing them now as we see more traffic. This is the stage 1 car, and that is contact, and off comes the front bit of bodywork there, and that's big damage, and this is what we're talking about. You have to be careful, and that's the third place car going to be in a lot of trouble now.
I'm looking forward to seeing how that thing handles now, because I imagine that is definitely going to be an aerodynamic disadvantage. It is now a open concept LMP3. Myself, I think it'd be great to work on. I mean, the accessibility is fantastic, but maybe not the most aerodynamic package available. And I love the way it just basically pinged off. I mean, that was awesome. I mean, it sucked for him, but a great entertainment for us here in the booth, and for any of you guys watching at home. Absolutely fantastic. You can see here, I will say this as well, the LMP3s, I do find that these cars actually repair quite well. So, and I'm also hearing as well, there's another incident under investigation, and it's 111 RPM Racing Blue and 246 Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport. That's incident number 3. Now, to put it in context, we've got 3 incidents already being investigated and so on and so forth, or resolved. We're not even 15 minutes yet into this race, so I'm getting the vibe that race control is going to be a very, very busy department this afternoon.
100%. I hope they've got the coffee machines ready to go. It's going to be a long one. I mean, think about it. We're only 11 minutes and 50 seconds in, and we're already seeing absolute carnage through the traffic. We're seeing contact, we're seeing close moments, and I've not seen too much bad driving, to be honest. It's so tight around here. It's very, very easy to make a mistake. I mean, if you lock one wheel, you're in a lot of trouble. And this looks like, actually, the GT4s are side by side. So that's the Samsoid car that made contact with the LMP earlier, now making way for the Sapphire SimSport Alpha Mercedes to go through, or that's the Porsche Cayman, sorry. But he's coming back on the straight, so they're going to go side by side as we head down Shoreline Drive towards the right-hand kink. So this car's been in the wars already. And yeah, they're going to continue side by side, so this means, of course, that the Samsoid car is going to have the inside line for turn 1, so should be able to make that move stick. Got to keep an eye as well for the Mercedes in the mirror, and this is what we're talking about earlier with the braking zone. Very, very tricky to get that spot right on the inside line, but it's signed, sealed and delivered for Samsoid in the 399, and they are up to 8th place as we're about to see a replay, I believe.
Yeah, let's take a quick look here. Looks like the GT4 field. We've got Greg Hoover in the 399 AMG. It's a good view. There's a lot of the paint on it, and you can see there the LMP3 in the background.
Oh.
And oh dear,
that's why. That's why. Yeah, because I was wondering what the line was heading into the hairpin there, and why the positions had dropped. So that explains everything for us. Good recovery though. Did well to keep out the barriers, and yeah, again, long race. So he'll just need to take a breather and get himself going. And we already saw that into turn 1 with that defensive move, hanging on to the position. But obviously, if he was up there in qualifying, we'll see Greg make some more moves later on.
You can see there, Dan McFarlane has just done the fastest lap for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix with 1:16.8. Now, this is going to be one of the things as well. It looks like GT4's having a little bit of battle there as well. But it's going to be one of the things as well that if you're looking at like pace and stuff like that, with so much traffic and being quite a short lap as well, it's going to be really hard to certainly to not only judge your own pace, but to judge your competition, because the traffic will play such a huge key. I mean, it could be seconds after seconds per lap. You can get caught behind a slower class car. Now, even for the GT4s, if they're trying to let the LMP3s through cleanly, you see Hans Blankenship right behind Ivo van der Linden there with the open concept LMP3. You know, it's one of the things you've got to really, you know, plan the pass. You know, whenever I've been in a slower class car, if I'm at a section like this, I'm actually going to lift on the straight just to make sure the LMP3 is then ahead of me, so I can go and keep my line through the corner. But I'm interested to see how this is going to go, because, you know, that car has no face right now. There's no aerodynamics, and I imagine that's going to be quite a detriment to performance. But, you know, he's still got Hans Blankenship behind him. He's still managing to hold on to that position at this point.
And I was going to say that the lap times really haven't been bad from Van der Linden. I mean, he did a 1:17.0 in the last lap. The best lap of the race is a 16.8, and the leader's doing a 17.1 now. We've just seen a 16.8 actually from second place car. Look, the 16.9. So pace is absolutely fine for the 72. That's not a concern. I just wonder, obviously, with the traffic, if that's going to make a difference there. But also, you know, is it going to affect tyre wear? I'm not sure what tyre strategies these guys are going to be on. I have to say, with this being my first race watching this category, I'm really intrigued to see, you know, how tyre life affects things, and you might be able to tell me something about that, Daniel. But obviously, having less aero in the front, you're going to be getting less air over the front of the car, which means your front tyres are going to have to work that bit harder. They get hotter, they wear quicker, and obviously, being hotter, it's a slippery slope. They're going to wear quicker again, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So I think that damage may come to affect them later on a little bit more. But I have to say, right now, absolutely no problem at all, and actually holding on to position ahead of his teammate as well in the 72. So yeah, good effort so far, but let's see how that affects things later on in the stint.
Now we're seeing some things in race control as well. Let's have a look at Seward's announcement. So decision number 3, it is a 5-second time penalty to Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport for unnecessary contact. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that is our Belgian driver.
Yeah, I believe that is Stefan Le Guin.
Yeah.
And it was I think 5-second penalties, the right decision. That was a really close call for the GT4, scraping the wall there, the 356. But yeah, we saw that incident earlier, and it, you know, clearly no intention there, just a mistake and a bit of a lack of concentration by Stefan. So yeah, 5-second penalty sounds about right. Everyone got away with it, just with a little bit of time loss.
Yeah, definitely. If anything, I'd say, you know what, I think it could have been a lot worse if more damage had occurred, you know, more reaction. I think the penalty would have been harsher, but certainly, you know, it's something to keep in your mind. 5 seconds in a 4-hour race isn't, you know, it's not going to cost you a race potentially, but certainly the 30-second penalty we saw earlier, you know, you've already gone off the track and had to rejoin, and now, you know, you've got 30 seconds on top of that. But we see here, Ivo van der Linden still managing to hold off Hans Blankenship. You know, sending it right up the inside of the GT3 there. He is keen to stay with him. You see there another LMP3 ahead of them. I believe that's Goyo Autosport, the number 39 car. So at the minute, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix has managed to pull away about 2.5, 2.6 second gap to the rest of the LMP3. Huge Ash White falling off the tail end a little bit in fifth, but certainly second, third, and fourth still quite close together at this point. I imagine the traffic is definitely going to spread them out a little bit, but we'll certainly see as the race goes on.
You'll definitely see, you know, toing and froing the gaps for sure. You just see it there, you know, an 18.6 for Goryeo Autosport there, and suddenly, you know, the guys in third and fourth are right there. But it's gonna happen throughout the race, undoubtedly. I think that the main takeaway is when you look at the fast laps, when they do get clean running, the lap times are so similar. It's incredible. You know, we're talking 1 or 2 tenths separating the 4 cars every single time, and you know, for a 4-hour race, that's just exactly what we want, because we want the cars to be close in pace. You're going to see those gaps change and diminish and come back again, and everyone's going to get a bit of good luck, everyone's going to get a bit of bad luck, but it's all about staying calm and staying consistent. And I think this race is set up so nicely. It's amazing, actually, considering how close the pace is, that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix have done so well so far this season overall anyway. I mean, they've won, other than one race, they've won every single race, and to be doing that at such a consistent level when the pace is this close, it's really impressive from them. And it'll be interesting to see how this race develops, and whether they can stretch that gap later on when we see some driver changes. Of course, this track is going to tire out every single driver during the stint. It's emotionally and mentally draining, trying to concentrate around Long Beach for extended periods of time. So it'll be interesting to see if fatigue comes into play later, as that's a move, and just running wide there. That's one of the huge ass cars, I believe. Managed to keep out the wall in the Mercedes, but that's going to be a couple of drop spots. Looked like they tried to go into turn 1 side by side, and didn't quite get away with it, but then at the same time sort of did get away with it.
Yeah, I was wondering where it disappeared to then. It went a little bit out of the shot there, but I think, potentially it wasn't what they had in mind. But now we're just getting like a huge ass, almost like a parade lap. You can see the BMW ahead with the AMG right behind and another GT4 behind. But the GT3s are certainly making their way through the GT4 field now. A little bit of a tongue twister there, but let's have a look quickly on board with Rosado Motorsports. We've got the 156 car under heavy attack from FTR Esports Gold. Ryan Chevrolet at the wheel. Now, if I remember rightly, he did not have the best luck at the last race. If I'm not mistaken, he actually spent a lot of time touring as a particular corner at Fuji that was definitely not his best friend. But doing a better performance today, he is almost on the rear bumper of that BMW. Absolutely just, you could point out a finger and just poke it at this point, but a whole train of GT3 cars there, 4 cars in a nice tight pack as they go heading down into the Toyota corner. You can see there the Rosado Motorsports taking a defensive live, the GT4 there as well.
Sorry to interrupt there. We're just seeing Richard Cothrod dropping down the field. He's lost 6 positions there, so something's clearly happened to the 121 car. He's out of the race. That's it. So, unfortunately, that's going to be retirement for the Ferrari, for Richard and the team at FTR Esports, and they were having a really good run. They were up in the top 3. I was actually saying I wasn't convinced that the Ferrari would be the best choice around here based on the characteristics of the car, but there was actually a couple of them doing really well up in 3rd and 4th in the GT Pro class. But just as I was about to say that, it comes to an end. So real shame for Richard, and that's an early retirement 20 minutes into the race. That's painful for those guys.
Now myself, I've only driven the Ferrari a couple of times. I found it was very twitchy. Myself, for a GT3, I generally actually prefer the Beamer. That's my go-to, but not the most represented here in this series at the minute. There is a couple, Rosado Motorsports being one of them. I think there's only 2, maybe 3 BMWs. We'll have a quick look more at that later when our director pops up this beautiful graphic that shows us the manufacturers and stuff like that. We'll get more into that later, but I gotta say, at the minute, like, my driver of the day so far is Ivo van der Linden, and not because, oh my gosh, he's setting a blistering pace or not like that, but because he's driving this car still without a face on it, and he's still in 3rd, and it makes me smile every time I see it, but I am hearing that Richard Crawford, it was actually a disconnect from the server, so potentially a hardware issue. I'm hoping that they can get back in it a bit later on. I'm hoping, I never like to finish an endurance race early. Sometimes I keep driving the car even when it's only got 3 wheels. I'm a bit stubborn like that, but Ivo van der Linden, yeah, still in 3rd place. And here's that graphic as well, the director was telling us about. So, John, perhaps you'd like to go over a little bit about how the manufacturers are performing right now.
Yeah, I mean, on there we're getting our first driver change already. Of course, because of that disconnect, so that will be them coming back in with a new driver. So not completely out of the race, which is good to see, but definitely going to be hampered in their pursuit of the podium. Yeah, I mean, Mercedes definitely dominating in terms of the GTs. We've got 4 of them in the top 4 in the GT4 class. That was a lot of 4s, I've just said there. We're doing well in GT3 Pro as well, a couple of Mercedes at the front, and then it's a lot of Ferraris kind of further back. So generally speaking, it looks like the Mercs are good around here, and that doesn't surprise me with all the bumps. I think a car that's twitchy like the Ferrari around here, okay, there are some medium speed corners where you can carry that momentum, and the Ferrari would be quite good for it, but the bumps and the uncertainty there are going to be a bit tricky. It's more of a kind of point and squirt circuit, I would describe it as, where the BMWs do well. Obviously Porsches as well with their traction tend to come off the corners really well, and here you do need a lot of traction off of the corners. Porsches, I mean, none of them are doing amazingly, to be honest. In GT3 AM, we've got a couple of Porsches in the top 3, but that's because 3 of the 5 cars are Porsches, so it's not really a surprise. But I mean, I would have to say, best performing manufacturer by far, doing an incredible job, Ligier. Superb.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to think like that, and I'm like, oh yeah. I was going to say Mercedes, obviously very dominant in this, but I know there are some Formula 1 fans around, and myself, obviously you guys have heard the news where Hamilton's going to Ferrari for 2025, and I can't say that I'm a fan. I thought he was great. He's a little bit biased as well, but obviously, Mr. Hamilton, if you're watching, Mercedes is clearly the dominant car here. You can see Mercedes above Ferrari pretty much consistently in the field. So, my professional review there, Sir Lewis Hamilton.
Excellent. We're seeing what looked like a close battle for position, but I believe that's two different classes. It's actually the Ferrari at the back of the pack there that's going to be chasing the backmarker racing razzle dazzle car we're looking at. So it's the ART car that you can see now passing the orange Mercedes. You've got a GT3 AM in the middle there, which I'm going to presume is actually the leader of GT3 AM, or is it the FTR white car? I think it'll be the leader. It is the leader. There you go. So that's the Digitrax sim racing team. Ferrari leading the way, Ives van Sande, and he is just behind. The guys are pretty high up in the GT3 Pro field, so having a great race so far, nice and competitive. Obviously, as I say, this is going to change a lot as we go through this. We see driver changes and things like that. I'm also just keeping one eye on that battle for third place. I was really surprised, it has to be said, that the 83 wasn't allowed past the 72 when that happened, because obviously the two Stage 1 teammates, I would have thought with a damaged car you'd let your teammate go, but clearly the pace is not a problem, and that's why they've decided to hold position, because clearly Van der Linden feels like he can hold position, and now it's getting very, very close at the front. It wasn't just the gap between third and fourth there, it was also the gap for second place too that was closed right up there, but clearly, as you can see, traffic having a massive impact, and unfortunately we don't have eyes everywhere because we can't. But I mean, look at this is probably the best place to be looking right now. We're almost 4 wide on the backstretch, just seeing those LMPs dancing between the GT cars, and of course it does make a difference whether it's a GT3 or 4 that you're passing, because the closing speed's different, the braking performance is different, so there's so many things for the drivers to be thinking about at once here. And we see a bit of a lock-up, almost contact, and that would have been teammate on teammate there, which wouldn't have been good, but thankfully they managed to avoid it. I'm not sure the front tyres will be too happy though.
I had a feeling we were going to get a musical instrument just then, and it would have been the accordion. That was what I was certainly starting to fear. But the damage on the car could be a netcode issue, you know, on their screen. It could be, you know, could be still on the vehicle. You know, it's hard to say. I mean, I've seen it before as well. I actually did a race this week, and I had a pretty bad netcode hit. Like, I will admit, I was sending it pretty hard, you know, Laguna Seca as you go over the hill at the start finish. You got the cones on the left. I was grazing those cones on the left and trying lap 1, turn 1, main race. A little bit of a drift there from Ryan in the Ferrari.
This is all for position as well. 3 of them, so this is a fantastic battle. And yeah, the Ferrari looked to get the up and under on the BMW, but just lit up the rears a little bit, and now it's side by side as they head in to the right-hander, and it looks like it's the backmarker racing car that's come out just in front of the FTR esports car. But yeah, that was a close call. Really, really exciting stuff. You can see how close they get into the hairpin. A little bit of a nudge there from the car behind as well. And we were also hearing from some of the drivers that the GT4s are actually quicker than the GT3s through the hairpin, just because of the fact they're more nimble, and obviously there's no aero at play. So we're expecting a bit of confusion at the hairpin at some points with GT4s being held up or by GT3s. But yeah, some great racing action going on in the background there. Exactly what we want to see. Close stuff, cars going sideways, but getting away with it is superb.
Oh, definitely, and certainly, you know, that's the thing as well. So when you get multi-class racing, obviously everybody's got their own priorities and stuff like that. It's even more confusing if you've got like a teammate who's in a different class of car. You know, everybody wants to, you know, the LMP3s are not really interested in the GT3 races, and the GT3s aren't really interested in the GT4. And at times, say you're in a slower class car, you just wish that they would have hold on a little bit, you know, just, you finally managed to catch up to the guy ahead of you, you got him, so you know, the next lap or so, you're going to be able to make a move, and all of a sudden, like, a bit of faster traffic comes through, and then you've lost that gap, you know. It's just another interesting dynamic as well. But I gotta say, we're nearly half an hour in, and it's been very clean so far. We get to see a yellow flag. I'm pleasantly surprised,
no.
but also a little disappointed.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. We're not going to get any more green flag for the rest of this race. I just wanted to give a shout out actually to the leaders in GT4. Torque Freak Racing, they've opened up the gap to 7.4 seconds. That's David Barraclough in the Mercedes, flying along, just at the fastest lap of the race as well, just a couple of laps ago, a 1:24.5. But clearly very comfortable out in front. And these are the guys we were talking about earlier. They need to get the result, second in the championship, but with one bad score to drop, it's going to be crucial for them. If they can pick up a win here, they're going to be right back in the hunt, and it looks like that's going to be happening. And I have to say, it's a carbon copy of what's going on in GT3 Pro, because Brabham are currently ahead of RPM, and again, Brabham with one bad result, they're going to be jumping up the points table with this result, and you could see them leading the championship heading into the final round. So these two teams we spoke about earlier being crucial for them, they're both having a superb race so far, but let's bear in mind we're less than 1/8 of the way through this race, so there's a heck of a lot of action still to come.
Yeah, we're going to soon get into the pit stop windows. The LMP3s will be the first ones to go, with the GT3s and GT4s following a little bit after that. And We were talking about it a little bit before we went on stream as well, and you know, in terms of pit. Wait a minute, is that
That's
missing the
damage.
wing?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, no, that's pooched.
And with no fast
dear.
repairs, that's going to be a lengthy stop for the FTR Esports white car. So a disaster for FTR Esports in this race, has to be said. Absolute disaster. We've still got the gold car up in 7th place in GT3 Pro, but it's not been good. They've definitely found themselves in the wars, whether it's through the disconnects or through contact.
Yeah, well, perhaps we'll find out a little bit more about that later. But let's have a little bit of a check-in. Oh, am I hearing? Maybe not. We're here with Ryan Chevrolet, the FTR Esports dog. LMP3 right behind him. I'm hoping he's going to let him pass before he gets to that corner. I know I would want him ahead, but let's have a quick look at the replay. I'm wondering if it is what I think it is. Let's have a quick look here. That's the car. There we go. All right. All seems well. Oh dear. Oops. Ah. A little bit too much power on the corner exit.
Oh no.
Oh, nearly unsafe rejoin there. Oh, there goes the wing. Oh dear.
Yeah, I was thinking, so that was obviously a front left contact as well, and then 3 contacts on the rear of the car. So Chris clearly not caring much for the rear wing, and that's a terrible rejoin and a double hit. So yeah, that's not good driving from Chris. I mean, it's very difficult. It's hard to see out of these cars in a sim. You know, you're using a monitor. It's tricky, but you have to be careful. You have to do everything very slowly. And yeah, that was just, I think, under a lot of pressure trying to get out of the way. Unfortunately, Chris has caused more problems than he's prevented there, and I can see a penalty coming to add insult to injury.
Yeah, I got a feeling that's going to be in the higher ticket incident. I'm feeling there's probably going to be at least 30 seconds for that, if not more. We have seen the
pits for 3rd place car. That is Van der Linden.
I'm wondering if when he rejoins the race, if he actually has face.
Well, I think
not the driver. If he's driving without a face, power to him. As you can see there, the battered Bruce Ferrari strictly cuts. I mean, that one was rough going, John. Like, it was just, I feel bad for the guy, but I was just cringe after cringe, and it's like, no, please don't. Just, I get why he didn't want to tow, but at that point, you either tow or you need to stay very still because you cannot go onto the racing line. You see there 2 GT4s getting absolutely murdered in an attempt for this guy to get the car back to the pits.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, at the end of the day, I have a lot of sympathy because it's very difficult to see. There's a lot going on. If you don't have your relative timer up, it is difficult, and I can see exactly why it happens. But at the same time, if you're rejoining that position, as you say, you've got to try and keep yourself within a small area. Even if you're gonna do a 10-point turn, that's fine. Just don't make any big movements from one side to the other, because that's when the other drivers are going to be caught out by it. And unfortunately, Chris did 2 in a row trying to get out the way and made the situation worse. So I don't want to slam too hard because he will be punished for the incident, I'm sure, and that's fine. It happens in racing, and I'm sure he'll want to apologise to the innocent parties later on. But yeah, just unfortunate. To any driver in that situation, I always recommend just stay still, hold your foot on the brake until you see a big gap on that relative, maybe 4 or 5 seconds, and you can get turned in a way, because even though your race might lose another 5-10 seconds, it's not going to ruin anyone else's. So I'm sure he'll learn from it. Just a shame. And I was just seeing the Van der Linden car in the pits. I was also going to mention, as you see now, it does have a front clip on, so that's good. And I actually think it could well be a netcode issue. We were seeing it without the clip, because I've never raced these LMP3 cars myself, so I can't say how much the performance would be affected. But surely, in my opinion, not having that front clip would massively affect your downforce. And the fact that he was doing such good times, in line with the fastest laps of the race, if we're being sensible and realistic, it's probably likely that he didn't have that issue on his side. Maybe this is just something that we're seeing, and that is a netcode issue with contact there. That's the race leader as well. That's the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car hitting the GT4 BMW. Now, I have to say, it looked like there was a bit of a gap when the contact was made, so I'm not 100% sure that was full legitimate contact. But either way, it definitely got too close for comfort on the server, and that is a big moment for our race leader and potential champions-elect in LMP3. That could really hamper their race, and obviously it's massively hampered the BMW in GT4.
Definitely not how you want it to go, but I mean, Goyo Autosport at this point, maybe, thinking, okay, this is our opportunity, because with the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix LMP3 car, if that is having a penalty for such an incident, it's just going to open up the lead for Goyo Autosport to give them a chance to stand on that top step. But I seen it just a few short moments ago, where we had that absolutely colossal incident where the one of the Ferraris was trying to get into the pits there after the spin. The Cayman GT4 appeared to have damage on the right front corner, which makes sense because it did collide. And you know, I'm keeping an eye on the steward's announcement, and it does appear that Rosado Motorsports, the 156, and the FTR Esports Gold, the 122 car, that's the one we're looking at here now. These guys have been getting into it pretty hard. But we've got a quick replay here. Let's have a quick look. Okay, so this is the Andre Ruiz Rosado Motorsports Apex. This is the GT4. You can see there, that's Dan McFarlane.
Oh, there was.
Oh, a little bit of a nudge there. Oh,
yeah.
That's very damaged as well. See, the trunk is caved in a little bit there. So definitely going to be some repairs for them. But just very quickly, so Rosado Motorsports 156 and the 122 FTR Esports Gold, they've definitely been getting into the battles. And, you know, the stewards have been contacted a few times there, and there's been a final warning given to the FTR Esports Gold. So obviously a little bit too much door banging on that aspect, with another incident being investigated as well. Number 6, 339, Huge Ass Blue, and 223 FTR Esports White. Now I'm trying to remember which number car it was that had the little bit of a colossal incident going into the pits, but again, we're 35 minutes in and we're 6 incidents for race control.
Yeah, it's getting busy. Just spotted on the corner of my eye as well, wanted to flag. The 83, which was Hans Blackert. Now, we were saying he didn't seem to be getting held up too much by his teammate earlier with that potential damage. He's just set a 1:15.9, which is the fastest lap of the race by a good half a second. So maybe the pace was being held up a little bit, and now that Hans has been unleashed, he's able to do that incredible lap time, or it's a coincidence. But either way, regardless of the reason, that's a phenomenal pace by the 83, and it will see him catch the Goryeo car if he can continue that kind of momentum. But obviously with this traffic, I don't expect 2 fast laps in a row, let's put it that way.
Yeah, we can just see there's that Cayman I was mentioning. That's the one that got caught in the incident. You can see there damage on that right front corner to the body. I do wonder if it's potentially damaged the suspension as well. You know, where you've got the front suspension, you've obviously got the tie rods, you've got the struts and all the stuff like that. And I believe he nicked it to the strut. Race control is lighting up as well. John, tell us what's happening over there.
So that is a 30-second stop and go penalty to 223, which is the FTR car for the multiple car contact. So that is the one we saw, of course, with Chris earlier. Yeah, it's a big penalty, but I think it's due because it was a big mistake from Chris. And as we said earlier, we've already covered the incident a lot. But yeah, he'll learn from that hopefully and can rectify that in the future. But for now, it's just going to add insult to injury because there was big damage in that Ferrari, and this just puts the race out of their hands. But again, a long way to go. You just got to slowly pick away, and there will be action to come. There will be crashes in front of you and big drama. So you can still get a good result in this race. Just don't expect a podium if you're going to have a big incident like that. As we see more cars weaving in and out of traffic, we're getting right into the pit stop phase now as well. So it'll be interesting to see how everything comes out of the wash. As the FTR car in 5th in GT3 AM is also in the pits. That is the 223.
Oh, not again.
And yeah, coming into the pits. No, it's coming out of the pit lane, so that will be serving the penalty, presumably.
I'm
72's back in.
And I'm like, oh no, not again. Please, not again.
The 72's back in though, and that is definitely a second stop in short time, and that's Roy Mast behind the wheel now. So I wonder what's gone on there.
Definitely unplanned. I mean, you know, he's not been in the car that long either, but it looks like Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, I've not seen them mentioned in a penalty yet. And don't get me wrong, I'm not encouraging the stewards by any means to give them a penalty. I think Sim Racing Grid Phoenix is probably one of my favourite teams here. It's always great to talk to them as well, the two-man team of Dan McFarlane. Oh, that's nudge again!
That's a big hit, that one. That's going to surely have damaged the car. That was a big hit off the tire wall, and we know that the tire walls aren't exactly forgiving on iRacing's Long Beach. That was a big hit.
We're going to have to get a little bit of a closer view of that left rear corner, but I feel that the commentator's curse is more prevalent recently. I was literally doing a race earlier this week, and as soon as they go on to me, they got my camera going, they put me on a rear gearbox cam, and as they did, I had a certain race car basically enter my gearbox at high speed, spinning me out in the corkscrew. And you know, I feel bad, like, you know, I'm wondering if our director has something against Dan McFarlane at this point. There you go, attaboy. Because you know, every time we look at him, he's having a little bit of a nudge. You know, I mean, it could be netcode we're seeing on our end. I'm hoping not. Generally, it's pretty good. I mean, some tracks have areas a little bit hotter than others, but we're on board with Hans Blanker, and I mean, I would love to do this. You know, it would be absolutely insane to throw like such a race car through a street circuit like this. I mean, so much point and shoot, as you said earlier. You can see here, he is hot on the heels of Goyo Autosport. These guys are going at it, second and third. Car 39, 30, and 83. You see there, Hans Blanker's got it on the inside. He's got the GT4 ahead of him, but he's just managed to sneak by. I think the Goyo is on the inside.
He's done it.
Not quite.
Oh,
Praise of the wall as well.
What a move. That's superb from Hans Blanker. Took the opportunity. There was only going to be one opportunity. We talked about it earlier. The closing speed, the pace that Hans had behind the wheel of that Ligier was phenomenal. And I said he might catch the Goyo car, but I didn't expect him to do it that quickly. And that was just beautiful traffic management. I didn't expect the two of them to fit on the right-hand side of that GT4 there. Hans kind of forced the issue, and I thought, ooh, that could get a bit nasty. But clearly the room was left from the Goyo car, which kind of backed out of it in credit to the 39. That's Mark Daniels at the wheel. Did kind of lift a little bit, left the space for Hans to go for it, and you have to just credit both drivers. Just superb racing, and that's what we want to see around here. That's exactly the kind of multi-class things that gets the heart rate up, as we're going to see a rejoin now from the pits for the 72 car after that second stop, and of course that drops it down to last in LMP3. Now I do wonder if that car came in with damage or what the situation was there, but whatever it was, it's really ruined their race, which is a real shame because it was a fantastic opening stint from Van der Linden.
I do wonder, you know, it could be something simple as well. We forgot to tick the fuel. You know, it could have
looked like it, yeah.
Got some tyres, but you see there as he was leaving the pits, the pit exit and both the pit entrance on this, as we saw earlier with the FTR esports car, you know, they are quite a dangerous place to be. You know, as you're trying to enter the pits, or if you had a little bit of a whoops in that final hairpin, you know, it's not very much room for forgiveness. Certainly, if you're coming out the pits, if somebody just happens to be a bit too late on the brakes, I mean, you could get absolutely mullered into that turn 2 Toyota corner. But Roy Mass is out and he's back on the running again. You know, we'll keep an eye on him, see what else happens, but I'm seeing Hans Blanker, you know, that superstar we just saw very shortly ago. He's just set the fastest lap a little while ago with a 1:15.9.
Yeah, it's phenomenal pace, absolutely phenomenal. Clearly, you know, got a nice clean lap, but sure made the most of it. I mean, we were talking about how close the lap times were before, and you look at the other cars in the class, you know, fastest lap 16.4 for the leader, 16.6 for the Goryeo car, but 15.9. It's phenomenal pace, and yeah, obviously we don't know what the stint lengths are going to be for each of these drivers, but Hans has clearly got the bit between his teeth, so making the most of it now that he's found some clean air. But the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, despite numerous close shaves, bits of contact, you know, we've seen the front end contact into the GT4, we've seen the rear left contact into the tyre wall, they're still lapping quickly, so clearly getting away with it, getting away with the hits, the Ligier being very, very strong. And I mean, I would say, although they're doing well to be leading the race as they are, I feel like there's quite a lot of luck involved in this from Dan McFarlane. It's certainly been a brave stint and it's been excellent, but taking a lot of risks, and I think he's got away with one or two.
I definitely think he's at the point, you know, he should buy a lottery ticket, because some of the stuff he's got away with so far, I'm just not that lucky. To see here Roy Mars going on the inside of one of the AMG GT3s. Well, I say on the inside, he's actually having a hard time getting past him. And yeah, it's actually for position as well at this point, I believe. So, you know, always awkward if you're in the faster class car and you actually find a position against somebody in the slower class. Definitely one of them awkward conversations, you know, people just try and look away a little bit there. But you know, it is sometimes it's the way she goes, and it's a 4-hour race as well. You know, there's still a lot of time to try and make up some ground, and certainly I just did the Daytona 24-hour just a couple of weeks ago, and you know, I was in a Stratford field with my team where we really didn't expect anything glorious, and you know, purely by oh no, carnage! Justin Clerk, the 124 backmarker race, razzle dazzle. I wouldn't move if I was you. He's managing it very well. Everybody is obviously screaming as they come around that corner, and I'd say he's just about got away with that.
Yeah, Justin did a great job there. I mean, he had to reverse to be able to get out of that spot, and he, as I was saying earlier, he reversed a little bit, but not too much to go over to the other side, so it allowed the drivers to get through. It was a bit close, but that's how you need to do it. You need to be very, you know, slow and methodical with your movements, and make sure you hit that brake pedal as soon as the cars move more than a few meters, and he's done exactly that. So well done to Justin. Obviously not well done for the spin, but you know, well done for the recovery. And just as that was happening, we were seeing a move down the inside from the Mercedes in GT4. I think it was Greg Hubler making the move. move on, was it Justin Michaela in the FTR car? But either way, they were side by side into turn 1, and we just missed what happened there to cut away to the Ferrari, but it was looking very juicy. As we're seeing a replay now of what's happened to the Ferrari, and it's going to be, just lit up the rears once again. A Ferrari spinning out the last corner, and it's all about the recovery from that point. But as you say, got away with it, nicely done. And no damage from that at all, so we'll continue the race okay. As we're now seeing, that's a retirement for sorry, I'm talking about the 223, which of course had the issues earlier, but it looks like they've actually retired now from the race. So yeah, compound their horrendous race, and unfortunately they've found an issue and had to pull out early.
Yeah, definitely know what they had in mind, but the more I'm thinking about, if you spin out in that final corner, you know, if you've got the car facing the opposite way, I think I'd almost want to reverse back up the track, because then you still wouldn't get a black flag, and then try and turn it around when you're a little bit further away from the corner. I'm not saying drive the whole straight down there. I mean, I'm a pretty interesting individual, but I don't know if I'd try and push my luck with that. But certainly then if I was contested, it'd be like, look, I got to a wider part of the track, I'm away from the corner exit, you know, I could justify in doing that, okay, I'm just trying to make it somebody doesn't come around the corner and see me, and I've got a little bit more time to react. But then saying that the car's going to be going a bit faster as well. So I mean, it really is one of them. It's almost like you've entered the Bermuda Triangle of chaos at that point.
This is a battle for position, by the way, for 9th and 10th, the two GT4s. So you've got the huge-ass blue car in P10, which is Ron Wolf, chasing down Martin Pearson in the Sapphire Simsport Porsche Cayman. The only Porsche Cayman in the GT4 field for this round, but it's a couple of tenths between them. Nice to see some action a bit further down the field. Of course, with the GT4s being the slowest class, and these guys fighting for that top 10 spot, but always a competitive class. And of course, it doesn't matter how slow the cars are relative to the others, the slower classes are equally as difficult and competitive to be fast in. We're also seeing a battle for second in GT4 as well, so we'll try and keep one eye across everything. But right now, our director is focusing on this battle for GT3 AM's podium spot. So it's Arctic Racing versus Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport. And yeah, battles in every class, which is good to see. This one's a bit of Porsche on Porsche action. That's a lot of Porsche. And yeah, let's just see if the Squadra Veloce car can continue to put the Arctic race car under pressure. We haven't seen much of the Arctic car this race, has to be said. The 220 been fairly quiet so far, but doing a great job in second place. Big gap for leaders, but it's been steady. They're gonna have their work out there now, though, defending from the 246.
Well, sometimes not seeing yourself on stream is probably a good thing, because it means you've managed to avoid our eye. And like Justin Clerk, who we saw a few moments ago having a little bit of a demonstration of power on an oversteer. You can see here he's going side by side, and I think he's got it. RPM Racing Blue now being pushed back into ninth place. He's got it. He's managed to scooch that Ferrari around the Porsche, and you know, maybe heating them tyres a little bit, give them a little bit of extra traction there, got a little bit of extra temperature. But I don't think this battle is over yet. RPM Racing Blue in that 111 car, still hot on the heels of the Ferrari. And myself, whenever I've driven the Porsche, I've always found that you very much got to be very late on the brakes, you know, to try and get the most out of the car. It is definitely encourage you to almost dive bomb a little bit, as we saw with Sardo Motorsports entering the pits. Another battle here going on. Am I right? That's the Digitrax Racing team.
That's they're leading by a long way, I think. Yeah, so it's battle for position Pro v Am. So it's the leader in GT3 Am, Digitrax car, but doing well to be sticking with the pros, following them along. So you'll be happy with how this race is going. Will Yves Van Sander in the 233 that we're looking at there. Just one more thing to note as well, keeping an eye on that lead battle, because look at the pace from the 83 car. 2.4 seconds now. When I say lead battle, of course, I'm referring to overall, so it's LMP3, and it's now down to 2.5 seconds for the lead. So the 83 is absolutely coming at the 23 car right now. It's getting closer and closer. The Goryeo car hasn't been able to stay with them, so it's been very exciting.
Oh, it's definitely been a hot one. Certainly, you know, as we're getting nearer the hour mark as well, I'm going to start seeing, and potentially we can interview some people who are, you know, either getting out the car or something like that a little bit later. You know, there's a few people I wouldn't mind talking to. Certainly, if Dan McFarlane, when he gets out the car, and David steps in, I'd definitely like to catch up with him. Sardo Motorsports as well, potentially. And then even FTR Esports as well. Richard Corfor having that connection issue, but I believe they've still got the car going. That was the 121, I believe. Was Trevor Anderson took over the I'd say the reins, but I mean, it's not a horse. Took over the wheel, you could say.
They're quite a long way off the back of the Rosado BMW, but still in the mix, and with a long way to go, that gap can definitely be closed down a little bit. As we see our race leader into the pits, by the way, that's the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car into the pits. An exciting first stint from Dan McFarlane, successful in terms of pace, little bit close on a couple of occasions, but he's got the 23 car back safely into the pit lane in that glorious purple and white livery. So yeah, job well done. Let's see if there's a driver change in that car as well as they pull in, but we're going to have a look now as well at some GT4. So this is your third place car in GT4, chasing down the second place Mercedes. It's still a Mercedes show up at the front of GT4s at the moment. So this is DX Droids versus Eagle Speed Academy.
And you can see there the GT3 is trying to get by as well. And certainly if you're Albert Barish, you're probably cursing almost at the point. You can see Alex Baines, he's coming in for Eagle Speed Academy as well. Okay, we've got two Eagle Speed cars going. We've got GT4 and an LMP3. Here we've got Ron Wolf with a huge ass blue as well. Now, he is hot on the tail of Sapphire Simsport Alpha. That came in potentially running damage on the right front corner. And I believe this huge ass car got caught a little bit in there as well. You can see here, Yeshua Yunus, the 112 going in the pits. Ryan Chevalier, the 122 FTR Esports Gold, he's going in the pits as well. And Dan McFarlane continues to be in the car, I believe. He's now dropped back to 4th as the standing show, but believe me, that's just going to be temporary for the minute. So David Johansson not yet getting in the car, and you can see there, I'm sure without a doubt, he's very happy to be ahead of the GT3 there. Hans Blanket, he's now coming in the pits. It's all going to get shuffled around a little bit with the pit stops. You know, it's going to be a little bit of a plus for the standings. That Porsche that's just gone in, that actually looked like that had a little bit of damage on the rear bumper as well. The black and green Porsche.
Yeah, so we're also now seeing the variety, of course, in strategy, because these are the guys that have stretched the fuel all the way. We're seeing a huge amount of pit stops now. The drivers that were pitting about 20 minutes ago, they're looking to do a shorter first stint, and then they're running off strategy, of course. So for the rest of the race, they'll be pitting. It'll all work out to the same. Everyone will make the same amount of stops unless anyone has major incidents or damage. But you're seeing the two different alternative strategies, either a short first stint, or of course a short stint later on. So this is now the limit of the tank of fuel for many of these cars, around about the 50-minute mark. And it's worth reminding you guys as well who are watching that the cars are running a 75% fuel tank essentially. So the stints won't be quite as long in these races as you might see in some other official iRacing series, and that just keeps everything close and exciting, and brings the strategy and the fuel into play as well. So yeah, we'll see how it all unfolds, but now you're going to see that kind of confusion, I guess, as people's stint strategies begin to differ from each other, and we see the chaos unfold. But it's been a successful first stint overall, I'd say. A couple of incidents, but generally speaking, I mean, no full course yellow. I mean, can you believe it, Daniel? I've cursed it again, but can you believe it?
I was actually wondering, you know, where we had, I think when we had one of them incidents in that final hairpin, I seem to be convinced it's a chicane today, that final hairpin, I think if we'd had multiple cars end up stop, it would have triggered race director. Actually, I'm checking with one of the stewards as well. The program actually outputs almost like a log, and it can trigger, you know, like based on certain criteria. And I remember he showed us one round how it got so incredibly close to triggering, like so close, we're like, oof, that was close. You can see here Dan McFarlane absolutely steaming through the field again. And this is one of the reasons I actually really enjoy multi-class, because, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a terrible driver by any means, but I'm definitely not one of the... I couldn't compete with these guys. These have me absolutely game, set, and match. I tried driving the LMP3 at Bathurst here, and I was getting pretty much beaten by the GT3s here. But we got a quick replay. I'm hoping it's nothing too crazy. Let's have a quick look here. And that is Hans Blanker in the 83 car for Stage 1 Racing. And what's going on? Did he graze the wall there? Oh no! Too much power! And I got a feeling he's going to nudge the wall. Yeah, right in the left rear corner.
Ooh, brave on the recovery as well. Just got away with it. This is the man who was really chasing down the leader as well. So, you know, all that hard pushing has just been thrown in the bin essentially. But that's the risk you take. You push a bit harder, you set the pace, and of course it's great if you don't make a mistake. But that is the consequence, unfortunately for him. And now you can see it's a 15-second gap to the SRG Phoenix car out in front. So he's going to have a long way back from there, you know, and now he's going to have to do the whole stint, of course, on those tyres. They're going to be overheating. It's going to be difficult for him, and I'm sure he's going to be ruining that mistake.
Yeah, Race Control actually sending me a picture of this, of the log. I don't quite fully understand it. He's going to explain that to me. We'll get back into that in a little bit as we see Martin Pearson here for the Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha. That Porsche still having a little bit of a damage, but you can see the huge ash blue right behind him, giving us some great action. Then there's a GT3 behind them as well. 2 GT3s, in fact. There's an AMG, and then there's a can't even say now, Rosado Motorsports BMW GT3 as well. My director mocking my lack of math skills, and that's fine. I don't blame him. It's fair game. Miguel Torres currently in the Rosado Motorsports. Now, if I understand correctly, yeah, that is another battle going on. So Rosado Motorsports is chasing the RPM Racing Black. We have 2 battles going on here, GT3 and GT4, and they're actually intertwined together. So it definitely adds an interesting dynamic. You know, whenever you got other traffic going by, like, okay, if these guys are fighting, they're going to be a little bit more involved. But
that's we're seeing an issue there with the sorry, just to interrupt there. We've got second place in GT3 AM, Arctic racing cars blinking in and out. So hopefully that can settle down and the team can continue. But clearly some internet issues there, and we really hope that they can get that sorted. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it, of course. We're still going to follow this battle right now in GT3, and we're seeing that's one of the GT4's WBM pulling into the pits. You can see a whole host of GT4 machinery pulling in. I think one other interesting element I wanted to touch on here, Daniel, as well, for this round. Obviously, the GT3 cars have had a bit of a BOP penalty thrown on them, so they're 95% performance essentially. And I'm going to say that's probably down to the fact that the LMP3 cars are not actually that much quicker than the GT3s around here. I mean, we look at the lap times, and even with the BOP adjustment, you're probably looking at around about a 3-second difference between the top LMP3s and the top GT3s, and that's really not much, you know. It means that some of the slower LMP cars are really not much quicker at all than the top GT3 cars, and that can cause some issues. You know, every car's got different characteristics. Some will be quicker in the corners with the downforce. The GT3s are obviously very beefy on the straights, and you can see that the LMP3 earlier trying to pass a GT3 on the straight, it's actually struggling to pull alongside and get ahead. So an interesting decision by the stewards there to try and keep that gap split between the two of them, but I think it makes a lot of sense. I don't know if that's something that you've noticed throughout the season, just a kind of parity of pace between the two classes.
Yeah, there's definitely been some times where you're thinking, I'm in the faster class car, why isn't this easy? Certainly it's you know, it's another interesting dynamic. But you can see here Stefan Jones, he is right on the back of that car ahead of him. Not quite sure which, but it's a 911. It's probably a pro versus amateur fight at this point. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm actually right. Wow, happens every now and again. You keep swinging, one of them's going to actually make contact. Stefan Jones having a good fight there.
Yeah, that's the Arctic car that he's battling with, the 220. So that's your leader in GT3 AM. So obviously sitting inside the top 10 in GT3 Pro overall, and that is the car that, of course, we were concerned about was blinking earlier. But if they actually jumped the 233 then, the Digitrax car, because that was leading earlier, I'm pretty sure, in GT3 AM, and I wonder if they've just dropped back a bit there. Yeah, that is the car that was leading earlier. So I don't know what's happened there, if I missed something, but 4.6 seconds between the two of them. And that means that, of course, Arctic Racing take the lead in GT3 AM. Both cars, though, running well inside the top 10 overall in GT3. But yeah, must have missed something there. Apologies.
Oh, well, there's so much happening. I mean, we've got like 4 different classes in the field. We've got 4 hours. You know, there's definitely a lot going on. And obviously all the pit stops as well. You know, it could just be something. You know, maybe one of them didn't take tires. That looked like that Beamer was striking the wall just then. I don't know what you got out of that, but it did look a little tight.
Certainly a lot of drivers running it very, very close. You sometimes see some dust thrown up, and it's tricky to judge whether they've actually made contact or not. But as long as you only graze it, you should be getting away with it, generally speaking. But yeah, we're now looking at that Digitrax car, of course, running second in GT3 AM. I'm noticing on my timing screen, unless this is maybe a pit stop, but Ron Wolf in the 339 Mercedes, who's been in the wars a little bit so far in this race, has been dropping back. That's the huge ass blue car. I'm not sure if they're in the pits or whether they're actually having a problem, but they've dropped all the way back to the rear of the GT4 field. So, and it's coming out of the pit. Okay, so maybe it's just a pit stop. So, false alarm perhaps on my end for Ron Wolf there, but dropping down to about 10th position in the class, ahead only of the 310 BMW Jonathan Olsner in the Rosado Motorsports car. But they're going to be back on, so hopefully nothing too dramatic there. I'm just not sure if it was a scheduled stop or an issue.
For sure, and you know, it's one of those things where sometimes, you know, you just got to pit, you got to like reevaluate. And you know, myself, whenever I've tried to do pit strategy, fuel saving has never really worked for me. I it's not that I have an excessively heavy foot or anything. I've just not quite mastered the art. I say some of these guys have it a little bit of a slide from the Ferrari there. But myself, I've always tried to pit as late as possible. But there is another thing to think about with that. So say you're doing that strategy and then a yellow flag comes out, they can actually close the pits, and they have. And if you pit when you're not allowed to, you end up in the sin bin. You know, the penalty box does occur, and you know, it's almost like, you know, do you start pitting a little bit early just to make sure you're in that safety buffer?
It's tricky because you are allowed to take on emergency fuel if you're running out. That is something the regulations do allow in a closed pit lane, but you can only take a small amount. So you essentially, whatever you do, you're still going to have to come in again as soon as it goes green. And of course, you've still had to make the extra emergency stop. So even if you don't get penalised for it, you're still losing out because of it. As we're now seeing another front clip missing, and this is the huge-ass white car, which has actually had a great kind of under-the-radar race, picking up 2 positions from the Stage 1 cars and up in 4th place. Right on the back as well of the 84, but clearly carrying similar damage to what we've seen earlier. But with this pace, it doesn't seem to be affecting them too much either. And this is actually the closest battle we've got in the LMP3s right now. But yeah, clearly a few more cars have been in the wars than we've realised. You can see there's the other one, another car missing a front clip. So some member of the crowd is gonna have a nice little collection of Ligier parts. I think they're going to be able to make many front ends of a Ligier, just not many rears.
Oh, I'm sure give it a bit of time, then you know, maybe they can expand the collection as well. Now, myself, you know, I personally, if I got to drive any of these cars on the grid, you know what? Like the Ligier is quite a high downforce car, quite technical car. But I don't know if I'd want that, or if I'd probably get more enjoyment out of, say, like the GT3. You know, it's hard to say. You know, like certainly to work on the LMP3 would be more my thing, because I mean it'd be so accessible. I've actually been fortunate enough to be very up close to like a radical SR3, and like while that thing, you know, it's intricate in its own right, once you get the body panels off and stuff, you know, everything's accessible. You know, being a guy who works on the tools every day, I kind of look at it and think, damn, you know, I wish more cars had that kind of freedom. But that's not something that we really have to worry about too much in the sim at this point. You know, is working on the car. But certainly, if you were in the stands and you've seen that front clip go, you know, you can fit it on the plane, power to you, take it home.
One thing I would say about the LMP3s, I don't know if you've ever been, you know, at the side of a circuit when the LMP3s have been competing, but the sound is absolutely breathtaking. It's like a thunderstorm going off around you. Just incredible machines, and that doesn't necessarily come across as strongly in a sim. You still hear the sound, of course, but you don't really feel the level of sound, because at the end of the day you can control your volume on a sim, but when you're actually at a race circuit and you can hear something that's miles away at the other side of the circuit booming, and you can feel the ground shaking underneath you, it's something absolutely spectacular. So the LMP3 cars, even though, you know, a lot of people associate the class with being fairly, I guess, dull, because all the cars look the same and they kind of don't have the personality of like an LMP1 or hypercar, for example, at the same time they just have so much character in reality. So yeah, it's certainly something special.
Yeah, I can definitely like extend on your point about the sound and how it is to be there and to feel it. And I remember, I don't live in the UK anymore, but I can remember I had to go do a training course in Leicester, which for me was about, I don't know, 2-hour drive away, and I had this absolutely terrible, well, it wasn't terrible, it was very basic Volkswagen Polo. It had a 1-litre engine, would have been 43 horsepower from new. It had power, nothing. No power steering, no power windows, no power locks, no air conditioning. Literally nothing. It didn't even have a stereo when we got this car. And I can remember, as I'm just going from Melton Mowbray, I seen this bright yellow Ferrari F355, and me in my youth had a motorbike exhaust fitted to said Polo, which obviously made all the horsepower. This thing had more horsepower than a NASCAR, like, you know. I'm just kidding. But so I see this Ferrari and I like give it a little bit of rev, and I roll my window down. Any of the younger people in the audience, yeah, they didn't always have a button. They do roll down. And I said to this Ferrari, like, please, you know, make my day, rev this car for me. And like he teased a little bit, and as he pulled away from the lights, he revved it so much. And this is something that if they can get this to come from a sim or from a sound system, I want to experience it. Because you felt the sound resonate in your chest, and it just gives you the no.
Yeah, that's been an accident. There's definitely been an accident on circuit, and that's another LMP3 with a missing front clip, and it's our race leader, the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, because that is an unscheduled stop, and that is going to kill their race and potentially grab the championship away from their hands because they were looking so good.
Damn. Oh my god. I feel so bad for him. Like, we've got to speak to Dan McFarlane and David Johansson multiple times throughout the series. See a little bit of lockup there from the LMP3. And I just feel so bad for him. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we know Dan was kind of, pushing the envelope a little bit for a while. And, maybe his luck has indeed run out. But he is currently in the pits. I don't think he's quite on the way out yet. You can see here.
This is the battle for. Sorry, just to catch this one while it's happening. The battle for the lead in GT3 AM. Of course, Digitrax have caught back up with Arctic. We've been told as well from our producer that it was actually a drive-through penalty for the Digitrax car straight after the pits because they obviously they returned to the pit lane 1 lap after their stop. So that's why that position changed without anything too dramatic happening, no incident or anything like that. But as you can see, the bit between the teeth for the Digitrax car of Ives Van Sande, who did an incredible job in the first stint and is looking now to reclaim the lead that he will feel is definitely his. And Jasper Schoenakers in the Arctic Racing Porsche is going to have his eyes secured firmly on the little screen in the middle of the dashboard that we used to call a mirror.
Oh, there was that. We got a quick replay here. I think this is what I think it is. And it's going to be, it's Dan McFarlane, the 23 car. You see here flashing to go by. He's going in hot. A little bit of spin and a hard into the wall there. You can see the another spectator going to be very pleased with the souvenir there, and definitely a little bit too hard a hit to just brush that one off. He has had to pit the car. Oh, you see, that's the thing, risk versus reward. Obviously, he was keen to get past this lower class car, didn't want to be stuck behind him for a good half a lap, and it's just, he's not managed to get away with it, and it's really gone and basically, bit him in the front end on that one, I guess,
It's what we... I'll let you recover from that one. That's two things that we mentioned earlier, though. We've got to be honest. I mean, one, the fact that he was pushing so hard, taking risks. We saw it in the first stint. He didn't need to do that. He had the pace. He was comfortable. He was leading, but he was just making a few little mistakes here and there. And you know what can happen in iRacing? It can bite you so hard when it goes wrong. And it was a combination of that and that turn 1 offline bumpy braking zone. If you're trying to overtake someone into turn 1 and you're not on that racing line, your perspective of the braking point is different. It just is. And that is so easy to misjudge it. And it looks like he's just gone in a little bit too hot, not quite on the right line, getting the marbles, and that's going to be it.
Okay, so are we just having a collection of LMP3s with races up now? Antonio Elba racing, see here in the bottom right of the screen. He's not had his face missing. His car has had its front clamshell missing for a little while. But as I look further in the background, there is a second LMP3 that's missing its face. Now, which one's that now?
To be fair, that one has been missing its face for a long time as well. I think it's the 83 car because it's a lap behind the 37 car. I might be wrong on that one, but looks like the interval's just over a lap's worth. No, that's the. So what's that car behind? Sorry, we just want to get this right before we get there. So it's actually it's the. We're seeing the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car back in the pits again, or is that just a long repair? That same pit, so the same pit stop, just a longer repair in it. And it is the 72 car that's missing that front clip. So yes, it is the Stage 1 Racing 72. So half of the LMP3 field, let's be honest, are missing their faces at the moment.
Literally
so it's kind of
half the field.
Literally half the field. So yeah, it just shows you, we talked about at the start, it's a race of attrition. You got to keep it clean. But just because you're missing a front clip doesn't mean you're out of this race. And Huge Ass have worked their way up and suddenly are looking at fighting for P2. But this battle right now between Arctic and Digitrax is very much for P1 in GT3 AM, so this is the one we've got to keep a focus on at the moment.
Oh, for sure. And, it's one of them things, street circuits, if you want forgiveness, this isn't the place where you're going to get it. There is, the runoff is a concrete wall. It's certainly, it's not a forgiving opportunity. As you see here, who we got there? Austin Diltz, WBM Racing, on the AMG versus Porsche battle here. Now we know that came and has had a little bit of a battle so far, the 392 car, and perhaps this is giving Austin Diltz a little bit of extra confidence. You see there, almost cutting the grass. And the thing is with the street circuits as well, I mean, you have to be almost like so aggressive. You see there, he almost looks like he's grazing the wall, grazing the wall, hopping the curb. Just try and get the perfect line. You see that Antonio Alvarez, they're actually a couple of corners behind them. You can see there's a battle going on for the LMP3s. And if I'm not mistaken, he's chasing Alex Byens, that's the Eagle Speed Academy Esports. they really moved through the field. I think they started at the back of the pack, and they're now up into second place. Now, that is an absolutely phenomenal result. And certainly, I've got to say, being on board with Alvarez, it is quite an interesting view to see them huge meets at the front of the car.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we were saying earlier, these guys have shown what consistency is all about, because the guys now in second and third on the bottom right of your screen, we're at the back, and the three cars that are leading, the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car and the two Stage 1 cars are last, second last, and third last. So it just shows you how quickly things can change and how the consistency is going to pay off for these guys. But obviously, it's still a long way to go, so we could see some mistakes out here as well. And I think we're actually going to see this LMP3 battle catch the GT4 battle that you can see on the top left of your screen. So this could be a fascinating side-by-side in about a lap's time as this gap continues to shrink. We're still on board with the WBM racing car and P9 in the GT4s. That is Austin Diltz chasing down Isaac Barkley, the Scottish driver, in the Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha. Just thought I'd squeeze that one in there in the 392. But it's Antonio Alvarez, I have to say, that's looking the most racy of these two onboards. He's driving the car on the limit. You can see fighting with it, wrestling it over the curbs, gets a great run out of there, touches the wall though, where Alex a little bit slower in front, but keeping it nice and clean in the Eagle Speed car, which is going to pay off in the long run. But let's see if Antonio can make this move stick at the moment. There seems to be some handling issues, and this is the battle, catching the battle, as we've said. Diving to the inside goes Alex, and he does get past the Mercedes that we're on board with there, and Antonio's held up a little bit, but he's not lost much ground, and actually they're going to get through them no problem at all. You've even got a third car in the mix as well, just behind, although that's not for position, that's actually for the 72 to unlap itself, or 2 laps down it is actually on this battle. So that could be interesting. We could have 3 LMPs in a battle in just a second.
Oh, that was definitely colourful. We've got to give a shout out to our director as well. Phenomenal to see 2 battles catching each other and then getting involved in the whole mix. But the straight's certainly going to be able to spread them out a little bit. You see there's 4 LMP cars, 4 LMP3 cars in your shot there, and they'll be keen to get the GT4s behind him. But Austin Diltz, he's seen an opportunity there. Honestly, the AMG looking absolutely massive compared to the Cayman at this point. Now, he's going to be getting a good draft down there. I don't think it's quite going to be enough as they head into turn 2, that Toyota corner, then up around the fountain. I'm not sure if that's the actual corner name, but certainly it's what I'm going to name it for this instance. The Cayman able to pull away a little bit there. Now, it's one of them things you got to try and carry as much momentum as you can, and that is damage at the left rear corner of the Mercedes. That wasn't there earlier.
Yeah, so clearly some incidents happening as well off screen, but we did see the Mercedes just touch the wall a bit earlier when we were in the onboard, so it might have been from that. As we now cut back to this incredible P2 battle in LMP3, and the 72 car is going to be desperate to unlap itself here, because even though it's the 2-lap deficit, there's still 3 hours to go, and clearly the 72 has good pace, so they'll be desperate to make that move. This is Roy Mass, of course, but as we speak about desperate moves, round the outside, he's not going to make it work as Antonio, but he keeps it out of the wall. Has to give up the position to the 72, but I think at the moment he's just happy to still be in the race. That was incredibly close, and fair play, an ambitious attempt, and almost pulled it off, but yeah, took a lot of risk there.
This is where I'm glad that we only have cameras on at the beginning and the end. I'm sure our director definitely got a kick out of my reaction to that one, but pure squeeze, that's the best way I can phrase it, pure squeeze. As Dan McFarlane, he is back out of the pits, probably had a little bit of adjustment from his racing colleague David Johansson there. Maybe Dan, tone it down a little bit for me, please, sir. We got to finish the race. We can't just go send it as aggressively as he has been doing. But Lorenzo de Vliga, he there in the 384 Eagle Speed Academy. We're seeing a lot of them today. They're having a really, really strong time here at Long Beach. I said that now, please forgive me if it goes pear-shaped. Pears, apples, oranges, you pick the fruit. Almost grazing the wall there, but they are hot under the fence from DX Droid Sim Racing 326 guys. You see Dan McFarlane just going blast past the pair of them, and I don't blame them. I'd want to get away from the battle. If you've got 2 cars battling, you don't want to be getting involved. Just try and basically, run away as fast as you can. Now, last time I seen a shot like this, I got rear-ended. I'm hoping it doesn't happen there to Lorenz. It's hard, to try and get a passing opportunity here. You're certainly going into the fountain's probably not the best spot, but as we head around the course here, he's just not quite close enough to make the move.
Yeah, I mean, heading into Acura, it's tricky because you need to be almost fully alongside on the way in if you're going to make a move. You know, you cannot try and outbrake someone into turn 1 from behind, because the closing distance is just not big enough, but you get to the corner, you're on the wrong line, it's just not going to happen. It really isn't. You need to be on the right line, as we've seen multiple times. We saw it from our race leader earlier, Dan McFarlane. So what you will see is, you know, drivers get very, very close at this point of the circuit here, but if you're not actually fully alongside, by the time you hit the brakes, you're just not going to be able to make a move. So yeah, clearly drivers just taking a breather and being sensible. What it does mean, of course, if you don't have the grunt in your car, if your car's maybe more suited to the corners than the straights, it's so hard to pass around here, because even despite the issue into turn 1, it's probably still the best overtaking spot on the circuit. So yeah, it's just a challenge that all the drivers are having to get used to, but to be fair, they're on the most part doing a pretty good job with it. And we, you know, it's just great to see so many battles across all of the classes. I mean, right now in the top 5 in every single class, we've got a gap that's less than a second. Like, that's just incredible. We can't look in 4 places at once, unfortunately, but we'll do our best to keep across it all. But I mean, look at those gaps right now. It's just fantastic to look at.
Definitely some really good racing, but let's have a little bit of a quick check-in with the standings here. So LMP3, we've got Goyo Autosport currently in first. They're having a really, really solid race. Eagle Speed Academy, again, Eagle Speed really having good success here at Long Beach so far. They're in second, and okay, that's a pit. We're all right, unfortunately. Because of the pit here. Yeah, that's exactly. I'm like, oh dear. We've got Hugh Gas White, the 37 car, in third. You can see there the Bradley Sports ahead of him. Stage 1 Racing in 4th for the 83, and Stage 1 Racing 72 in 5th, with Dan McFarlane, sadly, Hero 2-0 at this point. He is there in 6th. GT3 Pro, we've got Brabham Esports yet again sat on that top step. My favourite paint job in here, I'm sorry, the British Racing Green with the gold. I would love it if my car was that colour, very much so. RPM Racing and RPM Racing Black, 2nd and 3rd respectively in GT3 Pro. Arts and Racing 2 in 4th with Versado Motorsports there in 5th. FTR Esports Gold in 6th. They've had a little bit of a colourful race so far, doing quite well. Arts and Racing 1 there in 7th. Backmarket Racing Razzle Dazzle in 8th with Brett Crouch driving for RPM Racing Blue in 9th. And then it gets a little bit sadly. FTR Esports Black, I believe they have retired. They are... No, actually, they might still be going. They're only a lap down.
They're still going, yeah.
Yeah, no, top stuff. Rich has obviously managed to fix his connection. Attaboy. I hate retirements. I don't believe in it. You know, in saying that, I would love to retire. But that's a different retirement. He's earned 11. And then in 11th, we've got Eagle Speed Academy Esports. Now, this one, out of the Eagle Speed, not having the most luck, he is there in 11th. John, could you take us through Amateur and GT4?
Yes, GT3 AM currently being led still by this battle you're seeing on screen now. This is the 220, the Arctic racing car, Jasper Schoonakers, and he's doing a great job holding on from Ives van Sande, who led the early doors until a pit stop infringement, we're presuming, led to a drive-through penalty, which dropped the Ferrari back to 2nd place. But that Digitrax car looking very racy, looking very pacey as well. So we will likely see a change of position for the lead. Having said that, they've been very, very close for a while now. Is this going to be the move? No, it's not. But I mean, they've been this close for about 5 or 6 laps minimums. I think probably closer to 10 laps. So yeah, let's wait and see on that one. But they will continue to battle for the lead. You've got the Squadra Veloce Fastlane Motorsport car in 3rd, ahead of 11 Pence Racing, and then our retirement 5th place in GT3 AM, which is of course the FTR Sports white car. Chris Sofer with his incident out of the last corner earlier on. Then you've got the GT4s, of course, another fantastic class for battles throughout the field, and it's being Mercedes dominated at the moment. You've got Torque Freak Racing leading the way. That's our 2nd place in the championship team that could be looking to become title favourites from this race, has to be said. It's George Gruber behind the wheel, ahead of Lorenz de Vlieger in 2nd place in the Eagle Speed Academy Esports car, with Miguel Gutierrez 3rd, Greg Hubler 4th for Sampsoid, and then we are the first of our BMWs in 5th position, which is Austin Tucker in the Huge Ass Gold car. That's the 4th place Greg Hubler, and the Sampsoid car there. I love that livery, I have to say. Really simple, green and blue stripe, offset down the middle. My old MX-5 I used to race had offset stripes, and I'm a big fan, so I've got a soft spot for that 399 car, it has to be said. Then you've got, as I say, Austin Tucker 5th in the BMW, and then in 6th place we've got Garrett Lahr in the FTR Mercedes, with Judge Dredd in 7th in the BMW for Huge Ass Black. Then you've got the Porsche of Isaac Barkley for Sapphire Simsport, Austin Dilts for WBM, Ron Wolf in the Mercedes for Hugh Jass, and we're seeing the leading car, that's George Gruber for Torque Freak Racing, dropping down the order to 4th. So what has happened to the 4th place GT4 car that was leading, now down in 5th? This is big drama. It doesn't look like a pit stop either. It's a spin in the last corner, so that's our race leader. We just caught that on the corner of my eyes with the timing screen. Big moment for who were the race leaders in GT4, Torque Freak Racing, and I just said they'd be looking at taking the championship lead now, and I don't think that's going to be happening anymore.
Definitely making a lot of friends here. John Monroe, ladies and gentlemen, you know, if you would like to be commentator, Kirsty seems to be providing. I'm sorry, John.
I must be doing a good job then if I'm getting the curses right. You know, you're commentating properly, right?
I will say this: he did at least have the space and the time to, you know, regather without causing chaos, which definitely hasn't been as fortunate for some of the other competitors today. But you know, it just goes to show, you know, you got to stay on it. You got to stay almost humble. You know, like when you race, replay. See what's happening here.
So this will be the mistake.
Okay. Yeah, George Gruber here. Torque Freak Racing, as you can see there, he goes into the final chicane. I'm guessing a little bit too much power. That was a good guess. Keeps it off the wall though, and frankly, as I said, there's no traffic around him. He's able to move it.
That's how you do it.
Yeah. Oh, that Ferrari looked a little closer.
No, but I think we saw that instead. I mean, he could have gone for it there. He could have gone for the spin turn, but he saw the relative. He saw the Ferrari not too far behind. He stopped and hit the brakes, and we did see. You know, I caught the car was stationary for about at least 16.5 seconds, because that's how much they are behind the lead now. So I think it was about 20 seconds they were stationary for, and that just tells you that they were waiting to not wipe out anyone else, and that's exactly what we need to be seeing. So this is an onboard, the same incident, George Gruber, so he loses the back end, makes the mistake, he thinks, right, I've got some space, I'm going to spin it round, and I'm going to get it done, and it's fine, and he's seen someone on his relative timer, and he's stopped, and that's exactly how it should be done. The Ferrari can get around him, he's just going to wait patiently for everyone to go by, not moving, and we actually saw an accident in sympathy there, but just as he gets the chance to pull it over to the left, he does so safely, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is it's how not to do the hairpin, let's be honest, but it's how to recover from it, and that is fantastic driving from George to recover safely from the mistake. And they've clearly had amazing pace throughout today's race. They were leading GT4s throughout, so I can see them getting back to the front. He's just going to have to reset his mind and go again.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it was making, like, it was almost like a silver lining, you know, out of a bad situation. But if I'm not mistaken, it looks like there's a bit of a battle going on in the GT3 Pros. I see Rosado Motorsports are under attack from Art Sim Racing 2.
For P4, so the 156 versus the 198, and that's our closest battle at the moment in GT3 Pro. But they've been close for a few laps now, so it'll be interesting to see if Art Sim Racing can eventually make the move. That is Kevin Tierens in the Ferrari that we're now looking at.
Definitely. Now myself again, I'm going to choose the Beamer in this battle. It's a car I've driven a lot on in the sim. Generally stuff like Daytona. I think I drove the Ferrari, the Beamer 2, if not 3 years in a row. Certainly, if it wasn't the GT3, it was the GTE back when that still. But I did read that correctly. That is Judge Dredd. Okay. Interesting. But Dan McFarlane there, he is still currently in 6th place, and as I look at the gap, it's not looking good. It's showing me here he's about 8 minutes behind, so that is multiple laps at this point.
Well, the thing is as well, so we've just had the Gorio car with Matthias Kunzer behind the wheel set the fastest lap of the race at 1:15.941, and honestly, this is turning the championship on its head. We saw earlier on the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, you know, such good results this year, but one bad result so far, so all they needed was a clean run, and they'd be looking really, really good heading into the finale. But in this run, you know, they're now looking at 6th position. If no one else has any major issues in front of them, they're probably going to stay in 6th, let's be honest. Meanwhile, the Gorio Autosport car, second in the championship, I mean, they've been so consistent this year, racking up so many second places. They haven't won a race yet, surprisingly, but that consistency with no bad races is going to really, really pay off. And if they can win this race at Long Beach with the Sim Racing Grid car, down in 6th position, that's going to potentially turn the championship entirely on its head, because those second places that Gorio have been picking up, those big points, will come in handy. And it just shows you, like, if the drivers can just be a bit patient and bide your time, it's going to work out. Because there was one point not that long ago where we were, criticizing, or not criticizing Goryeo, but we were seeing them, dropping off the back of P2 a little bit, just not really making a massive impact in the race. And then all of a sudden, they're nearly a full minute in the lead. So it just shows you what can be done with a bit of guile and a bit of patience.
See, patience is one of the things I've never really excelled at, and anybody who knows me, would probably vouch for that. I do have a certain amount of patience within reason. I've still got limits. It depends. That's another thing to think about for endurance racing. You got to be in the right state of mind, and I don't mean like get more and more aggressive, but certainly if I'm Miguel Gutierrez right now in the 326 car, there is another aspect of this as well, and we've not really talked about it in any great detail. Obviously fuel saving. Do you actually want to pass this guy, or do you want to sit, there's so many different ways you could approach this. Now you could pass him, as you see in the LMP3 going high, he's going to pass, but you could pass the guy ahead of you, but then as soon as you do that, you're enabling them to save fuel. You can have that aspect, or my personal preference is I want to try and keep applying pressure and almost force them into a mistake. My personal greatest races are when I'm about 3 inches off your rear bumper for 45 minutes to an hour at a time, because not only that, if you can handle that, I'm exercising and I'm using your mental strength, and it's a much more demanding aspect for you, and you're not going to be as quick as you could potentially be if you're having to watch the mirror the whole time. I mean, John, what about yourself? What would be your play in such a scenario?
No, you're absolutely right. I think most drivers would probably argue they prefer being the hunter rather than the hunted, because you can essentially just brake that a little bit earlier than them every single corner. You can take a little bit of liberty on the way in and make sure you get a good exit every single time, because you don't need to defend anything going in. You're not having to think, is there a car behind me going to make a move? Do I need to nail my braking point? You can just do everything a little bit safe on the way in, which leads to a good exit. And actually, for a lot of people that tend to overdrive, that leads to better driving and faster lap times anyway. And then you can stay in the slipstream on the straight. So a lot of people prefer doing the following. I think the car in front, as you say, you're using so much of your mental energy just trying to make sure that you hit all your marks and stay consistent. So certainly a preferred thing. I know that from racing endurance stuff in real life as well, it's pretty mentally draining when you've got a car behind you that's just sapping away at you, whether it's lap time or just on your bumper. You're constantly have to look behind you, and it's just not as fun, to be quite honest. I love the feeling of just closing in on someone and just sitting there, as you say, waiting for a mistake or waiting for your moment to pounce. It's just more enjoyable. It makes you smile, whereas when you're in front, you're I'd say more sweating than smiling.
Hold up a second. You say in endurance in real life, is there something that you failed to mention there, Mr. Monroe?
I've raced club endurance in the UK for a good number of seasons, so racing like MX-5s, and I've done the odd racing in a Lotus Elise as well. And it's good because you get used to the multi-class, and you get a bit of fast versus slow and David versus Goliath stuff going on. It's a bit different to this because obviously with GT3 and GT4, even though there are subtle characteristic differences with the cars, it's all everyone's roughly got the same amount of power and roughly got the same amount of downforce and grip. Whereas what we were doing, even though it was also multi-class, even within each class, it was power to weight ratio based. So you would have a very powerful BMW that was heavy versus a light nimble Mazda with no power but lots of cornering ability and grip. So it means that you've got multi-class within multi-class. Speaking of multi-class, look at this excitement that's happening right now. We've got GT3s making their way through the GT4 field, and this is a 3-car battle for P2. So this is RPM versus FTR Gold and the Art Sim Racing car we're on board with, and this is just awesome to watch.
Absolutely fantastic as well. Uh-oh, I see smoke, lots of smoke. That was a dead car on the right-hand side. I say dead, I mean that's a 911. I believe that's Arctic Sim Racing back there. I was going to say, when you say David versus Goliath, I'm remembering Mr. David Chris, a regular commentator here, and he's an honest man. He's not the best driver, so I'm guessing he would be David and you'd be Goliath, and absolutely nailing the guy on performance. I mean, just absolutely. Sorry, I just had to put that burn in there. Christy, if you're listening, you just got to get that little bit of a burn. Anyway, we'll get back to the racing here. Art Sim Racing won the 144, FTR Esports Gold the 122. And not only that, we got another car in the battle as well. We got a whole stream of GT3s here, and a GT4 that looks like it wants to dive out of the way potentially. LMP3 coming through as well. Absolute chaos. I'm hoping we get a replay soon. I want to know what happened to that 911. Caused a little bit of smoke, but you see here, Sim Racing trying to make a move, not quite being able to get back in there. Quick replay here. Let's have a look.
I don't think it was the Arctic car because they seem to hold a good gap in the lead. And you can see there, no, it's the RPM car, the 111, and it's contact with the BMW. No, it's not contact. Yes, it is contact. Yep, yeah, definitely is contact. And round goes the pendulum Porsche, and I'm believing this car is going to now reverse out of the way, or is it going to accelerate? No, it's going to find reverse gear and drive the way that the Porsche was intended to, back towards the wall. And yeah, time lost, but no harm done, and they'll get away with that one. So yeah, could have been worse.
Yeah, I think the stewards have actually...
There's a car facing the wrong way, and it's the BMW that we just saw, I believe, the 156. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. Take your time, wait for the cars to go past, and then cross over. Oh, it's going to be so close, but this is now the point where you have to be very, very careful.
No.
Yeah, it's okay. Half. I think you're half the width of the circuit's fine. I think we'll get away with it, and that's a bit of a sketchy moment for the 156. And they were doing a really good job as well. So that's going to drop Miguel Torres and that BMW way down. They were obviously battling for fourth earlier with the Sim Racing 2 car, but they are now going to have to repass about 4 Ferraris. So a bit of a nightmare for the Beamer, but again did well to avoid any further damage.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of heat there for Rosado Motorsports. Someone's basically got them stood on the stove, and it's a little bit hot as well. Definitely a little bit of hot potato, and we've got another replay gearing up. Let's have a quick look. This is Rosado Motorsports, Miguel Torres, and you see here he's going into the hairpin. There we go. And looked like the Eagle Speed Academy had a little bit of a whoops there.
Oh,
and then,
that's
contact.
shocking.
Oh.
It looks to me that on first glance, I don't want to just assume, because I don't know Miguel, I don't know the character, but that looks a bit intentional there. There's a bit of contact with the Lamborghini on exit, and that was more innocent. It was just oversteer. But then that second hit, I don't want to, as I say, I don't want to assume any intention, but it didn't look good. Let me put it that way.
I'm reserving judgment on that. From what I saw, it looked like the Lamborghini caught the wall a little bit, had a little bit of a shake, nudged the Beamer, and then I think, as we carried on, I want to see another replay of that. Let's have a quick look here.
Come down to steering angle, I think, which we'll see here.
Motorsports. The Lamborghini's nudged the wall, and that's bumped them into the Beamer. And then I think they nudged the wall again.
I don't think that was intentional, because Miguel wasn't turning left into him. I think it looked like he was maybe damaged and then lost the back end almost. You know, when the car's not quite straight and you're sawing with a wheel, it didn't look intentional. So I'm glad we saw that replay. I think it was just an innocent one for Miguel. But at the end of the day, it was a big shunt that came after it. And obviously, it looks like it could have been avoided. But again, we'll reverse that statement, because it didn't look like Miguel decided to turn all the way into the BMW, or the Lamborghini, I should say, like it did at first.
Yeah, no, it didn't look intentional to me, certainly, Oh, no. Oh, what just happened there? That looked like they almost crossed over. What did you get out of that, John?
I got a bit of an exclamation, that was about it. I don't know what quite happened there on the exit there, but it got a bit messy for sure. Everyone seemed to get away with it, though. This is the pack of Ferraris, so this is the group from, I think, 3rd or 4th down to about 8th. And actually, Richard Cofferall is actually right on the back of this lot in the 121, so he's recovered brilliantly by the looks of it, unless I am mistaken. But I think, maybe no, actually, sorry, I may be talking rubbish. Maybe he's 2 laps down, but he's definitely up there in terms of position. But this is a great battle between a bunch of Ferraris, all clearly very similarly matched in terms of pace, and they've been pretty much like this for the whole race, to be honest.
Team Rosado Motorsports actually got a warning for a previous incident as well. There's a little bit of a move made on lap 53 going into turn 5. So a little bit of heat from the stewards, and then they've had a little bit of a contact there, which I'll be honest, I don't think it was really, I don't think it was intentional by any means. I think it was just like, wrong pace, wrong time. But, definitely things not looking so good for Rosado Motorsports at that point. But we've got Ivo van den Linden. He's trying to make a pass past these slower class cars going down the main straight as he heads into Toyota. He's going to clip the tyres, and that was close. And That's the thing with these street circuits as well. You know, you've got to try and get close to the wall, but if you go too close, and you end up a bit like that Mercedes. He's got a little bit of damage on the left rear. He's finally getting to make a move on the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car, and he's got past. This has been a long time coming, and he is through. But will the 392 of the Sapphire SimSport Alpha, will they be able to answer back?
I think, to be honest, that the 392 overheated the rears there because it got properly sideways out of the right-hander, and that's what gave the WBM car the run. It goes a little bit deep into the hairpin. Maybe that's just the line. Slightly late exit. Got a bit close to the wall, though, and the 392 is close, but I think the Mercedes has the grunt here. Even though the Cayman will have the slipstream, the Merc is pretty strong in a straight, as far as I'm aware. So, yeah, you can see the gaps just nice and big. And Austin Diltz gets away with it up into P8. Nice move, took advantage of the mistake, and will now chase down the top 7.
Definitely been a colourful race so far, as we're an hour and a half into this 4-hour endurance race. We've seen some highs, we've seen some lows, certainly a little bit of 0 to 0, but some people really able to capitalise on being able to drive clean at this point. And this is, again, this is one of the tracks where the more I see it, the more I kind of wish I was out on the field, you know, having a little bit of fun driving it. And like, most street circuits aren't really, you know, straight up my forte, but Long Beach is actually one that I really enjoy. I love, you know, how tight it is, and then that nice big long straight. It really adds an element of draft to the field. But we've got a battle going on for the lead of GT4. I understand, John, you've been catching up with that. Tell us what's going on.
Just keeping an eye on the timings, because they're under a second now apart, the Eagle Speed Academy car. Obviously been close throughout, but it's the DX Droid Sim Racing by Let Room. That's a mouthful. Miguel Gutierrez at the wheel, the Spaniard in the Mercedes, has been closing the gap. I mean, on the last lap, to be fair, the gap actually went up by a few tenths. But it's Lorenz de Vlieger in the Eagle Speed car that's leading at the moment. You can see the two Mercedes obviously evenly matched in terms of car performance. So it's down to the setup, it's down to the drivers, and it's down to the traffic situation. But definitely one to be keeping an eye on, as it's nice and close. I've also noticed that the huge-ass white car in P2 has properly gapped the Eagle Speed Academy car after making that move. So that gap's now 16 seconds. And Goryeo have pulled their lead out to a full minute in LMP3. So gap's starting to extend a little bit, and you can see that in all the classes. We've still got battles in every class for position, but you're also seeing some bigger gaps out there as well. This gap, probably the smallest of the really important battles on at the moment. We do have a battle for P4 in GT3 Pro, but yeah, GT4 seems to be where it's at the moment, and you can see the Sapsoid car just in the distance, that beautiful Greg Hubler car with the offset stripes, 3 seconds back, and keeping a close eye on this one. The gap's now down to 6 tenths.
Yeah, definitely a good close battle going on as well, and I find that makes the stints even better, you know. If it just comes to just doing lap after lap, I mean, don't get wrong, it's fun, but it gets a little bit, you know, cumbersome almost, you know. It depends, because in an endurance, you don't want to be trying to set the fastest lap. You've got to keep the car intact, and especially at a street circuit where there isn't that runoff, there isn't that forgiveness, it's not that safety kind of net. You know, you can't be starting to, you know, graze walls and stuff like that. You just so damn tight going through there. But you know, these guys are obviously braver than I am, and like they're likely getting to the point where, you know, as you're feeling so close to the wall, as you're feeling like the weight move around the car and grip applying more in different corners, you know, they'll be calculating that slide. You can see there the GT3 just getting up on the inside of the GT4. You know, it's not that big a speed difference there. There is a little bit of a wiggle there from the GT3. That Ferrari getting a little bit loose now. Justin's going to have to make sure he doesn't power on too much. You can see, oh no, in the background, 10-pin bowling.
You know what? A great save from both cars, to be fair. The BMW got clipped by the 296 there on the exit and just managed to hold on. So yeah, good driving from all to avoid any major issues. But it was certainly a close call. I tell you what, I had a massive intake of breath heading in the back straight there as the Ferrari dived down the inside. I didn't think it was going to end well, but well, it didn't actually. It didn't end well, but it was good. They got through at least 2 more corners than I expected anyway. But yes, I was just going to say, honestly, the traffic and the traffic management by the drivers in today's race has been really positive. I think we've obviously seen a few incidents here and there, but generally speaking, the majority of what I've seen has been really, really good, clean racing. Obviously, it's close, and you have to go for the odd bold move if you're in the faster car, like what's happening right now with the LMP3. I should stop talking. I should definitely stop talking. That was a very close call, and of course that was the second place car in GT4 that got the brunt of that and is not happy. But what I was saying before we saw a perfect demonstration of what I wasn't saying is that yeah, generally speaking, it's been pretty good.
That did look like contact from the GT4. I do believe he kind of wiggled in that left rear corner into the wall. You see there, that's actually dust that they're picking up there. A little bit of dust that they're picking up. But
leftover Ligier debris.
It's a very, very finely ground nose cone.
So that's
he hit pretty steady out on track at the minute. I don't think this battle is over yet. Obviously, you can tell Miguel. The DXtrude Sim Racing by Lightroom was not very happy with the pass there. But certainly, as you were saying about the traffic management, now if anybody who's ever competed in the iRacing endurance special events, multi-class racing there, I know Bathurst is coming up. That's purely GT3, but what can often happen, depending on the split that you're in, not every driver is as courteous as the ones we are getting to see today, and some of them not necessarily quite have the skill level to be driving the car they are actually, chosen to drive. It's be a little bit alarming if you see, say, a 500 IR and an LMP3 and you're there in a GT4. Definitely feels like you're, about to get brutally abused. But these guys keeping it very clean for the majority, as you said, and it's just one of the things you get with this series, the Sim 3D Sports Car Series. Everybody's very professional about how they approach. Don't get me wrong, they're still out to race, but they're not going to sacrifice your race in the process. Certainly not intentional.
Yeah, for sure. And as my first experience of seeing a race in the series, I'd have to agree with that. I think people have been really courteous. There's been a lot of respect out there. And then, to be honest, the majority of the incidents, if not all of the incidents I've seen where a driver's been at fault, it's been an honest mistake, outbraking or, just a loss of the back end or whatever it might be. We've seen errors in judgment in certain situations, but nothing malicious. And yeah, you can tell that there's a good community here and some nice friendly racers out there, not looking to compromise each other's races, because at the end of the day, with 4 hours at Long Beach, you can never ever win this race in a couple of corners. You've got to do it over a longer stint, because whatever you gain, you will lose somewhere else, and whatever you lose, you'll gain elsewhere. As we see the 220 car, that's the Arctic Racing car, of course, that was leading GT3 AM into the pits, and it's 1 hour 40 minutes. I'm going to guess that's a scheduled stop.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with that, and generally that's what you want to have. As soon as you, if we do have the mysterious yellow flag come out, that pit strategy, certainly if you were fuel saving, that basically all goes out the window, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, how quickly can we learn? How quickly can we adapt? How much data have you managed to gather at this track? You obviously, roughly what the car's going to do for economy, roughly how much time you've got, between pits, but then all of a sudden, if you end up where you've got like a 5-minute window at the end, okay, can I fuel save this? Is there enough margin? And you can see here, Nick DeBoo pulling in for Arctic Racing, Finland driver as well. Now, we know people from Finland, generally very, very good drivers. I'm just thinking some of the series I've seen would be the Camel GT series and the Lotus 79 series. Specifically, I will say that some Finnish drivers in that. Absolutely phenomenal talent. Phenomenal.
There's a lot of good Finnish drivers and sim racers out there. It's just that something about Finland just breeds so many talented racers. I just wanted to check in if anyone spotted what happened to the 384, because obviously they're in the pits now, but before they pulled into the pits, that was of course the car that was leading GT4. We saw a couple of close calls with this DXtrude's car, but they were down in third, 5 seconds off the lead. And I don't know if we caught that, and I'm already forgetting it, or if we missed something there, but the former leader of GT4, now in the pit lane of course, but before the pits, did drop down to third place. So yes, clearly some action there.
There's definitely a lot going on, and I do believe that Mercedes we just saw there, we saw them when the LMP3 passed them. I reckon they got a little bit of damage at the left rear. That shot just a moment ago, I think I just confirmed my suspicions. You can see a little bit of damage and a little bit of closeness in the pit lane as well as our race leader. He is on the way out of the pits, I believe. Nope, he's on the way in. My apologies.
This car is on the way out. That's the Ferrari of 124's Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle FTR. Lovely name, lovely looking car. And that is Justin Nye, I believe, behind the wheel. No, it's not. Ignore me. It's Dietrich. No, it's yeah. We'll get there in the third attempt. Stephen Jones. There we go. Stephen Jones, behind the wheel of the Ferrari. coming out, and it's a cracking looking car, that one. It really, really is. I do think the Ferrari 296 is a stunning piece of GT3 machinery, and I'm not a big fan of. Oh, that's sorry, just gonna interrupt. I'm going to interrupt myself there because huge ass have come out of the pits and they're still missing their front clip. So I do wonder what's going on there. They obviously were missing it earlier. Are they choosing not to repair that car? Is it some sort of visual issue? I'm not sure, but interesting thing to know anyway. As we now see the Goryeo car coming out of the pits, and is that actually that far ahead of the huge ass white? Yeah, of course it is. Yes, because it was over a minute in the lead. So that was visually your lead in LMP3. You see the distance between those two cars coming out of the pits. This car, the 39, is almost a lap ahead of P2, which is the 37 car you're looking at now, and that is your first and second place in LMP3.
Yeah, definitely it's a good position to be in if you've got a lap on the rest of the field. I mean, pit strategy may be potentially involved in that as well. Sometimes you can see a little bit of variation, but you see here people flooding to the pits now. Miguel Torres, he is still in the pits. I saw that incident earlier where he had a bit of a collision with the Eagle Speed Academy. I believe he's probably been in the pits now for, it was 9 minutes at 3:46, so he's going to be approaching, excuse me, do math, probably about 14 minutes, I guess. Roughly about 14 minutes in the pits. Now that is definitely not what you want to do, and that has bumped him down to 11th place, currently 10 laps behind. Not good. Definitely not what they were hoping for.
That's essentially race over, isn't it, for Rosado, and it might actually be race over. We'll hopefully see them back out again. We've got our leader in GT3 Pro also in the pit lane for Brabham Esports, and why are Goryeo back in the pit lane? Our race leaders,
a little bit quick,
because they just pitted on the last lap, and that's damage. So we've had an incident for our race leader, Goryeo Autosport. That is, the drivers just jumped in as well, Akram Zanui, in that car. And he's obviously had an accident on the opening few laps of the stint. Now, thank goodness for them, they've got a minute lead. But we don't know how long this stop's going to be, Daniel. And this is major drama.
Yeah, definitely not what I had in mind. I mean, don't get me wrong, if you're Sim Racing Grid Phoenix at this point, you're probably thinking, like, yes! I mean, a little bit unsportsmanlike in some ways, but you're thinking, yes! You know, this is our chance to, you know, keep hold of that race lead. But you see here, Brabham Esports coming out the pits. This is what I was saying about that pit exit. You know, definitely a bit scary, but I believe we've got a replay coming up. Let's have a quick look. That's Eagle Speed Academy. I think
it's our third place car. Oh, that was a close call, and to tell you what, it got very, very close with one of the GT cars as well, which has then hit the wall afterwards. So lots of chaos happening there. That was, yeah, not great, and one of the most chaotic moments we've seen down there on the exit of turn 1.
I thought the GT3 had just about gotten away with it, but I think they managed to dodge the car, but then obviously shifting the weight like that, and you know, it just got the car loose, and the walls did not move to accommodate him.
Goryeo's back out the pits, by the way.
Let's have another quick look. So here we've got Yishao Yunus for RPM Racing Black. He's coming out. This is on board with him. You can see here the LMP3 getting it very wrong. Excellent dodge by the guy, but then no, it must have just caught his front bumper. Yeah, because then he's just straight in the wall. He's got no front end grip, and I think he's going to have to tow.
That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate because he didn't know the splitter was under the front wheels. Nothing the driver can do there, and he's ended up with major damage over a fairly innocuous incident that was nothing to do with him in the first place. So, heartbreak hotel for those guys. And I just wanted to note as well, so Goryeo have come out the pits already. They're down to 3rd place, but they're still in the running here. They're 30 seconds off the lead. Huge ass white now lead from, they were basically at the back of the LMP3 field earlier on, or definitely near the back. But they've now moved into the lead. Stage 1, the 83 car back up into P2. The to and fro in this class is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a shuffle around, and you know, it's the risk versus reward, right? You know, and sometimes, you know, to be the top step, you've got to push the car and really push. But you know, there's only so much you can get away with, and a little bit of a little fraction of concentration or a little bit too much, and you know, it can the forgiveness just isn't there. You know, it's kind of like dancing on a tightrope. You know, can't say that I've done it personally. I don't have the balance, the physique, or the poise for it, but certainly these guys have been doing it with the track limits there, just absolutely grazing the wall at times. I mean, we've seen a multiple amount of cars where, you know, you just got a little scuff here, dent there, you know, and I think honestly keeping the car clean is going to be the way to do it. As we look at the Brabham Esports car there, I mean, I don't see a scratch on it.
I'll take down my excitement a little bit for the Stage 1 Racing 83 because, of course, they were still to make their pit stops. So they're back in now, but they're still obviously gaining from that, and the Eagle Speed car with damage may still come out the pits behind the 83 car. Just a couple of things I've spotted. GT4, we've had Torque Freak Racing in the pits, Sampsoid now leading, they've also been in the pits, so a big shuffle up of the order. We've got a replay coming up though, so we'll keep an eye on what that's going to be. Now, is this our race leader? This is our race leader. It looks like a different driver to who I actually called earlier. It's Abdul Kariman in the... Oh, and he's locked up under braking. It's almost as if he's hit a bump and locked the rears, or maybe it's a downshift and he's locked up the rears, but either way, really unfortunate. Just a subtle mistake. Thankfully, it was no big incident with a back mark or anything. It was just an error or a problem under braking. And it could have been worse, but definitely not what they wanted. It's obviously cost them an entire lap's worth of lead and an extra 30 seconds on top of that.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, it's really shook up the order. And I've just seen Eagle Speed Academy. They're shown in the pits there as well. Interesting indeed. Oh yeah, I'm getting mixed up.
No, but Torque Freak are back in the pits in GT4, so a bit of a nightmare for them. I'm struggling to keep up with GT4. It's changing so many times. I'm starting to forget who it actually was that was in the. But basically, we've had a massive change in order. Sampsoid were third not that long ago, and all of a sudden they find themselves leading by 12 seconds. So the pit stops really shuffling things up in GT4. And also on the subject of pit stop shuffling things up, Arctic Racing have now been passed in the pits by Digitrack Sim Racing, who have taken the lead of GT3 AM. And that battle continues as it has been for the entire race.
There's definitely been a few battles going on as well. I mean, it's good to see here. It looks like probably the GT3 Pro is probably the best battle that's going to be happening at the minute. Just 8/10 of a second, FTR Esports Gold behind the Art Sim Racing on the 144 versus the 122. Now, Antonio Alvarez, I've got to say, it's not too often that you see a LMP3 car leading a race with no face. Yeah, you know, it's definitely an unusual situation. You see here some of the GT4s filing into the pits as well. Certainly a little bit more robust than some of the other cars. You know, we've been seeing them with the odd dent and stuff like that. Now, this one I do want to have a good look at. So I'm pretty convinced that this left rear corner has been pushed in a little bit there.
Yeah,
you can see that the bumper is hanging off slightly. I don't think there's suspension damage. Maybe a little bit on the alignment. You can see there's a GT3 behind, bigger rear wing on that. And oh, look, we've got a little bit of a scuff on the right side as well.
But this was the car, of course. This was the car that had the contact with the lapping LMP3 earlier. They were running second at the time in GT4, so have obviously been in the wars. But I think around here, yeah, you're going to have your battle scars as you continue through this race. But just to note as well, so Sampsoid were still to make their pit stop, which is also what's confusing, of course, the GT4 order. It's hard to keep track of who's been in and out, but things will begin to become clear in the next few laps. Sampsoid now leaving the pit lane, and it all comes down to where they are relative to DX Droids, who are also in the fight. We were just seeing them a second ago on screen, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top on the pit lane exit, as he's about to hit the button, get back on the power, and there's the DX Droids car still on Shoreline Drive before the kink. So it's going to be Sampsoid out ahead, comfortably ahead of DX Droids Sim Racing by Letroom. And yeah, they will now finally begin to settle down into an order. I think Huge Ass Black are still to pit, based on what I remember in the order earlier. So we will see them drop down, and we'll see Sampsoid retake the lead in GT4.
You can see as well where the drivers keep like grazing the grass in that corner. It's starting to create like a little bit of a thin spot almost as well. You can see here Stefan Jones in the 124, the back marker racing Razzle Dazzle. Now he's in a pretty comfortable position. You know, he's got a little bit of space ahead of him, a little bit of space behind him. You know, nothing too crazy there, but generally, you know, he's having a pretty clean race, but I've got a feeling somebody else isn't, and I'm seeing who's in the pits right now.
There's a couple of GT4s that are dropping back, so I don't know if there's been an incident in GT4. This is the GT3 Ferrari.
That looks like it's already been in the battle. Look at the right front corner. Ferrari ahead of him. Raph Reinders, Art Sim Racing 2. Quite a wide line through there. Maybe a little bit too wide. He's sideways. And I'm wondering if he ended up with other GT3s absolutely mullering him. Sutton did, because he has no front clip on that car. Now the question is, does he send it straight in the pits? Nope, he keeps going.
Yeah, and it was obviously a close call with the Brabham as well, so I'm not sure if it was the Brabham that made the contact, but that's our race leader in GT3 Pro, so potentially a bit of drama there, but the Brabham car looks fine, so we obviously didn't see where that damage exactly came from. But yeah, close call.
Oh dear. So it seems to be that today's theme, I mean, it's almost like it's a costume party, you know, let's rip the front clip off. Like I said, so as you can see there as well. Oh, here we go, Rash Grinders. I think he's still going. Yeah, he's gone past the pits again. There is damage on the left rear of that car, obviously on the front as well. I do wonder if we could get a cockpit shot as well. I do wonder if he's got alignment damage as well, if we're going to see that wheel as he goes down the straight, if it's got like a 30-40 degree angle, because that certainly as a driver that can make things even more challenging. And then not just that, the psychological aspect of knowing a little bit of a wiggle there from the Justin McCallan GT4. Yeah, a little bit of damage as well. But I do wonder, like, you think about as well when you're driving, if you know your car is damaged, it's just an instant shake to the commentators. Actually, every car I've seen in the shop there had damage.
Yeah, that sums it up, doesn't it? It sums up Long Beach, and it sums up how this race has been going. It's been a bit of a race of attrition, lots of little mistakes creeping in, but yeah, I mean, to be honest, the fact that the Ferrari didn't pull straight into the pits after the incident, they had one corner and a bit of a straight to work out if there was some serious damage. So the fact they didn't pull straight into the pit lane would suggest to me that the car must have felt reasonably okay straight off the bat as soon as they recovered. Because, you know, as a driver, you know, if you've got damage on your car, you know about it very, very quickly. As that is almost a bit of a bold move from the FTR car, but decides to back out in the 3-2-1, sensible option. It got very, very close to the huge ass black car in front. Only 4 tenths between these two, but this is a battle for P6 in GT4, and I have credit to both drivers there for keeping it clean, because that could have gotten a bit messy, but yeah, they'll keep on going. And this is the teammate car, of course, the P2, was P3, now P2 car. This is the huge ass gold car, the 337, which is Sven Demel behind the wheel, and he's just going to make that move stick on DX Droids. And it's going to be P2 for the BMW to finally break up that Mercedes dominance at the front.
Yeah, they're absolutely fantastic pass, real clean as well. You can see the GT3 there, the Eagle Speed Academy ahead of them. You know, he was keen to get out the way and get down the road. And I got to say as well, you know, like the sheer amount of damaged vehicles in this is pretty wild. And it's not really from cars hitting each other. It's just, you know, really pushing them track limits. You know, you see it in Formula 1 as well, where you'll see them literally like dragging the tyre against the wall. And some of these guys have been trying it as well. And frankly, it's not like a open-wheeled car. Well, I say that Raph Reinders, he's heading in that direction there with the front clip missing, you know, no front bumper, a little bit the nose code's gone as well. But I do wonder as well, can you imagine when rain comes to iRacing if we had this same race?
No. Let's just go with that. let's put it this way: his brakes will be nice and cool in the 118. Don't think he'll be needing to do a pad change before the end of this race. But yeah, you know, we spoke about this earlier. When you miss a bit of front downforce, it really, really does affect your tyre wear on the fronts. So this Ferrari will be having to use more rubber and generating more heat, just trying to produce the same amount of steering lock, and through the corners it just begins to eat away at your confidence, eat away at your lap time, and can lead to more mistakes down the line. So he'll just be hoping to make it safely to the end of the stint. But I mean, right now he's right on the back of the 124, so seems to be doing okay.
Yeah, that's just reminded me, I think it was at Le Mans. So I'm trying to remember, they weren't, I can't remember what the rules were, but you weren't allowed to do like a pad change or something like that, or something to do with the brakes. And instead what they did is they go, well, would you change the whole caliper? And I'm just trying to find like the review or the rule or something. Maybe you could expand on this, but it's for the like Le Mans. Okay, so here we go. I'll read up about that in a few minutes, but as you're saying about the... Oh, that was close. So we'll get back to that point in a minute. George Gruber in the 381 Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab, he is absolutely riding the bumper of the Eagle Speed Academy esports car. The 384 versus the 381. Under a tenth of a second now, and he is going to try and make this move into Toyota, and I think Eagle Speed Academy, he has backed out of it, and I gotta say, that's probably the best technique to do. I don't know if I'd want to be going side by side with that. George Gruber comes away with the success, and he takes that fourth position.
Yeah, if you're on the outside line on the way in there, your life is in the other driver's hands, because if they get it wrong, you're just going straight into the scene of the crime. So A great move though from George, doing a good recovery run after obviously that spin out in the last corner earlier. This was the car that was leading the 381 until that moment. Nice and patient with the rejoin, and he's just slowly working his way back up. He's back up to 4th now. He managed to, as you could see, pull at least half of his car alongside the other car heading into the braking zone, which then allowed him to make that late braking move, and there was no big fight put up by the following Eagle Speed Academy Mercedes of Kurt Verstraeten either. So yeah, really nice move, nice and composed, and showing the class as he continues to move through the field. Now this is Antonio Alvarez. Now this is the race leader overall, and that's a big moment, almost. I tell you what, that could have ended in an absolute disaster for Antonio Alvarez. I don't know how he's pulled that off. Almost reversed into the wall as well. But that was your race leader, guys, having a crazy close moment through the traffic. And, I mean, credit where credit's due. Obviously took a bit too much of a risk, I would say, on the way in, but did well to keep that car out of the barrier.
Yeah, definitely could have gone a little bit more sideways there, as we see car after car where we just go and we get a camera shot, and it looks like his steering wheel is straight, actually. Having a quick peek there. I don't think he's bent the suspension, which is actually, that's very good news. You can see there just clipping the grass as well. Let's see when he's on the straight. Yeah, that wheel looks pretty straight to me, John. I'd say he's going to be all right. That looked like he was grazing the wall, though. So close. So close. Yeah. These guys a lot braver than me.
On the limit. And, you know, it's a competitive field. These guys are split by just a couple of tenths, and the competitive fast drivers behind these wheels, they know what they're doing. They practice these tracks over and over again, and yeah, the talent is on display. And this is getting very, very close through the right-hander as the number 6 pulls out. I say number 6, it's the 198 in 6th position, which is of course Raf Reinders, with the car with the damaged front clip, the missing front bumper. But yeah, doesn't seem to be affecting his confidence behind the wheel. Nice and measured, heading towards, I'm going to call it the chicane now as well, because I like that you've renamed it.
That's fair. I'm still trying to find out, I'm sure it was a rule, but basically, back at Le Mans, they managed to change the whole brake system in 2 minutes apiece. Now, I felt sure that they changed the calipers pads, right, so they took the calipers off for 2 bolts, which, you know, is pretty straightforward. I mean, I'm a mechanic, I do brakes, basically, you know, 2 bolts takes the caliper, swings it off, and then there were 2 bolts for the carrier. But I felt sure that there was something they weren't allowed to do. And this is where you know, we need somebody who's a little bit more in tune with the history of like racing and stuff like that, or somebody who's watched Ford versus Ferrari on a more recent endeavour. As we see Stephen Jones, he is absolutely going for it. They're almost grinding the wall. Ferrari versus Ferrari in this instance. No Fords involved. And just 0.4 of a second there. Excellent camera shot. You can see the other Ferrari pushing a wider line. Stephen Jones is going to be there on the outside. Is he side by side? Not quite. He's going to try to go for a little bit of an over-under. But he is basically the meat in the middle of that sandwich right now. You know, he's got Artson Racing 2 behind him. FTR Esports Gold ahead of him. You know, he is keen to try and get ahead, but he's also got to try and defend as well. Alex Marsh King in the 122 car. See hot on the rear bumper, that Ferrari getting closer still as they're going to go down into the hairpin, well, through the chicane and then into the hairpin. I got it right finally. It only took 2 hours on the nose, and oh, carnage, almost carnage anyway.
Alex actually ran very wide as well in the exit of the right-hander before, so got away with one, I would say, pushing the limits. But of course you can run it all the way up to the wall there. We're seeing a good slipstream now from the 124. Is he going to go for a late move? Nope, looked like he was having to think about it for sure, and that's another close call to the barrier on board with Alex Marsh King. This camera's hanging on for dear life. I'm hanging on for dear life as we head now into the twisty section in the middle. And of course, Stefan has to be looking in his mirror as well, because he's got Raf right behind him. So this is 3 drivers that are having to very heavily concentrate right now. I tell you which car I'd rather be in. I'd rather be in the 198, because it's always fun being at the back of a train like this when everyone's under lots of pressure, because you can only go up. And that was what Raf Reinders would be hoping to do as they settle down into the rhythm towards the back end of the circuit now. And Alex is, we're talking about pushing the limits. That's another wall scrape, and this is going to be a good opportunity now for Stephen Jones. In the 1-2-4, he's got the slipstream, he's going to pull to the inside, but he's not quite close enough unless he goes for a late move. He is going to be late on the brakes, they're going to run side by side, almost a bit of contact, a little bit of leaning, and that's going to open the door slightly for Raf Reinders, but he's not quite going to have enough, or is he? He puts his nose down the inside, but this is not an overtaking spot, of course. It ends up holding up the two of them, and ultimately, it's a bit of breathing space on the exit of the final hairpin for Alex Marsh King as they head back down shoreline.
I thought there was going to be huge action at that point now. That LMP3 Antonio Alvarez is going to be keen to get out of the way of that battle. You can see there the DX Droids GT4 car. He's stuck in the middle of this as well. Three classes of car, all trying to take the same corner. Sight Alvarez able to get by the Ferrari, managing to hold on Stephen Jones. Now, as we look at the freeway battle we've got in the GT3s here, he's probably the only car that doesn't actually have pieces missing at this point. You see Raf Reinders there missing that front clip, which as we saw earlier, and then further up the field as well, the other Ferrari had a little bit of damage on the right front, the FTR esports car. So, you know, it's a case of, you know, Stephen Jones, he's keeping it clean, but, you know, again, he's keeping an eye on that risk versus reward. You know, he wants the position, but he doesn't want to do it at the cost of damaging the car, and I think that's a smart move. You see LMP3 there just absolutely squeezing into the middle of that pack.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you look at the top two with Brabham and RPM, they're kind of away in a league of their own. But then after that, it's all to play for, and you're going to have a good shot at this, even on getting on the back of the podium, if your car's in good nick come the final few stints, and that's exactly what the Art Sim Racing guys are doing, which is great to see, and I'm sure that'll pay off for them in the. I say the Art Racing guys. We're talking about Stefan, of course, which is the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car, just ahead. That's looking pristine, beautiful and pristine, unlike the 196 that we're looking at, or the 198 that we're looking at now. I just wanted to also mention, you know, the huge ass car out in front, Antonio Alvarez, since that incident where he got very, very close to a monumental crash, as to be said, heading through the traffic. He's done really well to steady the ship since then, because his tyres would have been overheating, you know, he would have had a bit extra wear on there, and he's actually pretty much maintained the gap since that mistake. So it's been around about 16 to 18 seconds to the Goryo car, and the Goryo car probably had more pace earlier on in the day. So I just wanted to give credit to Antonio for, you know, composing himself, getting back in the rhythm, and you know, finding his way through the traffic.
Well, speaking of giving credit, we should give credit where due here to James Armstrong in the 162 Brabham esports car. Now, these guys have been consistently, you know, strong finishers, certainly throughout the series, and the more I look at the car as well, the more spotless it seems. I mean, he's not only rocking that Mercedes in first, but he appears to do it completely unscathed as well. He's got a nice tidy lead over the RPM racing car in second place, about, if I'm looking at that correctly, 2-minute gap. I think I'm misreading that, but certainly he's got a lap ahead. So, you know, Brabham Esports really, there we go, 38-second gap, my apologies, 38-second gap between him and RPM Racing. Trying to read too many screens and not fully understanding them necessarily at every opportune moment, but 38-second gap, 38-second gap. Good position to be in, you know, at this point, you know, you got that kind of gap, you just want to keep the car clean, keep it, you know, out of the wall, and just, you know, even if he goes sandbags the pace like a half a second a lap, you know, he's got the means to do it. You've got the time frame, you know, just keep things on the more, you know, reserved side, as it were.
Yeah, we've barely seen anything of Brabham in this race. It's because they've just been so steady and so impressive. I mean, it's a very professional esports outfit. Brabham's a famous name, and they've got a great driver roster. So to, you know, just, I guess they're showing their class at the moment. RPM have been the biggest challenger to Brabham throughout the season, and are currently leading the championship, of course, after winning a couple of races this season. I think they won the opener at Daytona, as well as the previous round that's just passed at Fuji. But Brabham they're just so efficient, and that gap has been very, very steady, but it's just been creeping up by, you know, a second every 20 minutes or so, it feels like, just edging further and further away, as we see a 30-second time penalty for the 198, which is the Ferrari that we've been looking at. It doesn't remain on the brakes after spinning out and pulls into the path of a competitor. So that's a big costly penalty for the 198, and it adds a bit more injury to their injury.
Yeah, definitely. You know, obviously we're keen to get going. If you have a little bit of a whoops, and you know, you've got to make sure that you rejoin safely. Certainly, you know, I've been in races before where somebody's made an unsafe rejoin, and it can literally end your race. And then, especially in an endurance race, you know, all of a sudden all that work you've done previously is then gone and destroyed. But as I'm looking in the LMP3 field, I see David Johansson. He has took the wheel of the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car. So Dan McFarlane has been, he's done his share. David Johansson's now behind the wheel. Now, having spoke to this guy a few times before, David Johansson just tends to set up the car as well. So, I'm sure he's really, glad to be back behind the wheel and, see if he can potentially recover a little bit as well for the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix team.
We're also keeping an eye on, all the different classes. You've only got one really close battle at the moment happening in the top 5 of each given class, and that is your battle for P4 in GT3 Pro, which is the one we've been focusing a lot on, and we're now looking back at. That's the Stefan Jones. But so things are definitely beginning to settle that a little bit. The gaps are beginning to edge out, and obviously we're right in the middle of a stint at the moment, so the drivers are fully in the zone. I'm sure we'll see a bit more carnage later on, but we now go on board with the 1-2-4. It's a fantastic camera shot. As you see how close they get to that barrier on the inside, he's going to have to run on the GT4 to put a lap on him, and he keeps that gap down to the 1-2-2 just ahead. So they're just dancing through the GT4 traffic at the moment. But this is going to be tight into turn 1. They're going to run side by side. That's contact. That's surely going to put the GT4 in the wall, and it has done. It's caused a big crash behind him, and that was, we talked about it so often. And it's a yellow flag. It's the first full course yellow of the day. You sounded far too excited about that, I have to say. But that will definitely close things up. But that was a really unfortunate incident, and it was side by side through turn 1, and we called it. It wasn't going to work, and unfortunately, a lot of cars have paid the price there.
Oh, I'm looking forward to the replay of that one, and that yellow flag is definitely going to mix it up just over the halfway mark. Now, some people will try and dive in the pits. I'm sure other people, this is the point where, do you sacrifice track position to try and, get cars repaired, refuel? There's so many different tactics. For myself, it's been where I would probably struggle at this point, Track position is very valuable, especially at Long Beach, where it's not the easiest, make a move. And the reality is, you got to weigh up the pros and cons. But here we go, let's have a look. This is Isaac Barkley. He's not long been in the 392, the Sapphire Sport Alpha. You see the GT3 trying to make a move on the inside, and just pushes a bit wide, catches the GT4. GT4 get absolutely mullered by the Mercedes. Not the Mercedes' fault, nowhere they can go.
And that was Greg Hubler as well. That was Greg Hubler, the Samsung car that's been doing so well in this race, having a great run, and got completely destroyed in that incident. And interesting move from the safety car, going straight through the LMP3. But we now pick up our leader. And this is, of course, the first full course yellow of the day. So, do you want to talk us a little bit through this yellow procedure? Because it's not quite what people are used to if you're used to just the regular iRacing system.
So it is a little bit more involved. Now, I'm not entirely sure how they're going to reorganize the grid and stuff like that. It does organize it. Certainly, there is some logic involved. I know our race stewards are a lot more in tune with that, but I know they do sometimes give a little bit of a point by, say, okay, you can go, you can go, you can go, and it depends on the incident itself. But race control is definitely going to be tied up for a little bit. Now, I'm more interested in how it's going to affect the grid, because it's not like they go and sort it by classes. You can have a mixed field. Then all of a sudden you can have, say, like an LMP3. I remember we saw it at Fuji. We had like an LMP3 at the front, a couple of the GT3s and an LMP3 at the back. So that restart can end up being an absolute mixture of cars put together, and all of a sudden when you can pit, it does become almost a little bit more better value. But again, you're sacrificing track position, and if the grid's bunched up like that and you pitted, you could lose so many spots at once. And I'm not too sure if the pits are open right now. I have to have a look.
We have to wait for the pits to open before the drivers are allowed to go in and make their stops. Now, you can pit if you are almost out of fuel. So if any of these drivers, to be honest, given where we were in the stints, I don't think drivers were going to be running close on fuel, other than the ones who were fully off strategy. So what we'll tend to see, I think, is when the pit lane does open, we'll see the cars that are at the back anyway with nothing to lose. Fantastic flag wave in there. Take a bit of fuel and some new tyres. As we see a replay of Trevor Anderson in the FTR Ferrari. Now, what's going to happen here? He's already in the pit lane, which is a bit concerned. This is actually going to be is this a pit lane exit problem? No, he's going to pull over, and is that going to be a retirement? I'm not. No, it's a car, of course, pitting when the pit lane was closed, I'm going to presume, which is why we're seeing that. So, and then the car disappeared. So Not quite sure what's gone on there, but whatever it was is not ideal for the 1-2-1, because whether it was a mistaken pit stop or a retirement or an exit, then it's negative either way. So a real shame for those guys. But yes, if you're running out of fuel, you can pit for an emergency top-up, but only for a little bit of fuel to keep you going in the queue, and then you're going to have to come back in very soon after for more fuel anyway. So it's it kind of keeps it closed off tactically in a sense. You can't really do massive amounts until the pits open, but when they do open, then that's when you really need to be on the ball, ready to make a good decision. Do you want to, as you say, fix your car and lose track position, or just go off strategy, try something a bit different, or do you just try and maintain it?
Myself, you know what? I think I would be trying to keep the track position. You know, it's one of them things you got to keep an eye on your competition as well. You know, do they pit? Do you pit? It's all about who you're racing. The problem is, the field's all going to get bunched up again. So at this point, you know what? I think I'm going to stay out. I'm going to try and keep that track position and just basically roll with the punches and see where I can go from there. Brabham Esports obviously probably losing out pretty hard in this. You know, they had that beautiful 37-second lead, and you can see there that's dropped down to 15 seconds. So, you know, it's a big chunk taken. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's still a comfy space to be in, but for the LMP3 field, it'll be even more interesting again. But as I look, you know, there's only 2 cars on the lead lap. Goyo Autosport, they're showing, if I look at the timing screen, they're about 7.5 seconds back. So that's kind of put them back in the run, and they had a little bit of a couple of whoops moments earlier. So Huge Ass White having really good success, but, you know, perhaps this safety car is going to potentially throw a spanner in the works for them. You know, Goyo Autosport may get another chance to stand on that top step.
Absolutely. There's still such a long way to go. I mean, we're only just past the halfway mark. The Stage 1 cars sitting okay 3rd and 4th. They are, you know, at the end of the day, even if you're a lap down at Long Beach, it's not really that long. And there's so many incidents, you know, where drivers might lose a lap, for example. So, yeah, it's tricky. We're now seeing the leader of the race, Huge Ass White, pitting. So the pit lane is obviously open because we're seeing all the leaders come in. Something I wanted to note earlier, Arctic Racing did pull into the pits from 2nd place in GT3 AM, and then come back out still in 2nd place. And I believe the pits were closed when Arctic Racing were in. So maybe it was an emergency splash and dash. But either way, they will continue on, and we're seeing the majority of the field now pulling into the pit lane. And we're also getting a lovely view of some of the stunning rooftops above Long Beach. But yeah, lots of action in the pits, and there we go. So now coming out the pit lane, RPM Racing in the 110. Just a sea of beautiful endurance racing machinery. I have to say, I'm a little bit in love with the Porsche GT3. I didn't used to be a Porsche person, but over the years, they've definitely grown on me. I love the way they drive, such unique handling characteristics. A big fan. But yeah, we can see the whole grid pretty much in the pits, and now heading back out. So Gorio have taken the lead. Now I'm going to guess then that Gorio have stayed out, Huge Ass White have pitted and lost the lead. But that's pretty much it for LMP3, because the rest of the field are, of course, a lap or 2 down. Now, RPM Racing are leaving the pit still in 2nd, but Brabham Esports, now, did they pit? I think they did as well. So they kind of still have that 15-second lead over RPM, but obviously that's going to get wiped a little bit. So pit stops for both of our leaders in GT3 Pro. And yeah, it doesn't really surprise me that Brabham and RPM are out front. They've been out front all season, but also, you know, the guys behind the wheel, James Armstrong, we've got Charlie Lynn Nielsen behind the wheel of RPM. These 2 guys are both over 7,000 I rating. So these are very, very, you know, talented individuals running at a very high level in iRacing, and I guess they're showing their class throughout the whole season, but in particular in this race as well, just dominating the field, whilst everyone else still hugely talented and hugely fast, but they just can't quite get on that same level as the 162 and the 110, who we're looking forward to seeing for the rest of the race battle it out, because I do think those 2 have been very, very closely matched. And then GT3 AM, you've got Digitrax in the lead from Arctic Racing in the 220, who did pit, I believe, when the pits were closed, but I don't want to say anything officially because we're obviously still trying to work it all out. And that's Huge Ass White back in the pits, I believe. They were just in the pits in the last lap, so they've come back in, and I wonder if that's to do more damage repairs. Be interesting to find out what's happening on that one.
Definitely a lot going on. Safety car does make it very interesting for us indeed. Myself, I am absolutely squirming in my seat, looking forward to that restart. We had an excellent shot of it earlier before the pit lane opened, and you could see all of the, well, I'll say all of the cars, a huge portion of the cars. I mean, if I try and count up just how many cars we have on the grid right now, we've got 6 LMP3s, 11 GT3 Pros, so that's 17. 5 amateurs, 22, and then GT4 has 11. So that'd be 33 cars. We're going to see, hopefully, see it once, all trying to, get back in the race and get going again. And, it looks like the huge ass white. We've been in the pits for about 3 minutes now. They're taking the yellow, try and fix the damage. And, I can't say that I fault them for that. I don't know if I would have given it up. It's one of them things, it's risk versus reward, If you end up too far behind your competition, you're not going to be able to recover the positions. I remember doing a race at Daytona myself, and we got nudged from another classic car, and it was like 15 minutes of repairs. We still had 18 hours to go, and realistically the car was down a second a lap, and I did the math, and it was better not to take the damage. I mean, that's with 18 hours to go, so if you're taking the damage repairs at this point, like, it must be influential. But that looks like it's back out on the road again. It is. It's still half naked at this point. It is, you could say that the front of the car is topless, I guess, and open concept is another way of looking at it. But yeah, no, he still managed to hold on at that second place, and I can't say I fault him for that. He's still in second. He's got a good gap between third. Keep it on the second step is not a bad place to be. A couple of cars, you see, they all look so aligned. The FTR Esports GT4 there, having a little bit of a trundle around. Damage on that car as well. See the sign postage for Bubba Burger. That's kind of making me fancy a nice juicy burger. Again, another car here with damage. FTR Esports Gold. Had a little bit of attention that they maybe didn't want today. Some damage on the right front, but all things considered, they're doing quite well. Sat in third for GT3 Qualifying.
Did someone say burger?
Yes, please.
We're now looking at the 83 Stage 1 racing up in P3. Now this, of course, will help them get back into it to a degree. Still a lap down on the lead 2, as far as I can work out. But obviously this just helps concertina things up. I say they're a lap down. They're a minute and 6 behind on the timer, and that's getting lower. So I think they've actually been able to unlap themselves and are now charging towards the back of the safety car queue. So this could be a massive break for the 83 car, who could be right back in the mix here.
Potentially, like I'm really hoping that we get some more cars coming together. And you can see here, as I look at the time, you can see the GT4 field. I think that is going to be a little bit extra spicy on the restart. You can see cars are getting close together, and it's one of those things where, okay, if you're like a lap down to somebody, do you want to race them or not? I mean, if you have a collision with them, you kind of got no leg to stand on at that point. But just look at the sheer huge, absolutely humongous field of cars there. And I will say as well, Long Beach, and you do get this with street circuits, and certainly not all tracks are quite as accommodating, but being a street circuit, we've got such absolutely fantastic, albeit urban scenery at this point. There's that Bubba Burger sign. Can't say I've ever had a Bubba Burger, but at this point, I'm kind of peckish. I don't mind. If there's food, I'm down for it. And, beautiful, beautiful scenery. And it's something that is often overlooked at a racetrack. Usually they tend to be built out and away from everybody. And, just because of the sheer financial commitment involved with a racetrack, if you have land that's such a high premium, it's unattainable. But being a street circuit, they kind of said, well, we'll just make one. And I've got to say myself, I do enjoy a good bit of architecture, but that bridge we saw just a moment ago, that for me was just engineering masterpiece.
So we're gonna, who do you think are the big winners then here? I think 83 in the LMP3 class, for sure, because they've just gained a lap back, so they've jumped all the way back onto this lead battle, and they clearly have pace, so this is a real game changer for them. I'd also say that the 122, the FTR Esports Gold car, definitely a big winner, because obviously they're not going to have, from what we've seen, the pace to really stick with Brabham and RPM, but what they do now have is a massive gap back to P4. So that 122 cars put themselves in a really, really good position. And obviously if there's an incident for the front two, then maybe they could be right in the mix for a win still. I'd say they're probably the two biggest gainers at the high end of the field of this full course yellow. Would you say that I'm on the right path there?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the timing, and I'm completely inclined to agree with you. Like, I'm keeping an eye on the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix team, and the reality is, so if you go from third to fourth, there's a 2-lap gap. if you then go from 4th to 5th, so like stage 1 racing 72 down to Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, there's a 5-lap gap there. And then, you know, between 5th and 6th, there's a 6-lap gap. Like, it's just, assuming I've understood this correctly, you know, it's good. Well, we're going for it. Green, green, green as Akram Zanoon in the 39 of Goyam Autosport goes absolutely pedal to the metal through turn 2 through Toyota and heads round the fountain. That was all a little bit quicker than I was expecting, but, you know, it's a good clean start. You can see there, that looks like the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix behind them, actually, albeit not for position. Another LMP3 there. That's the Brabham Esports car, actually giving the LMP3 a little bit of a shove to kind of get a move on and get going. See there, that would be Eva Brandon Linden in the LMP3. And yeah, keeping it clean, keeping a good clean start. You see here, there's Stephen Jones. He's still there in the back marker, racing Razzle Dazzle, but it looks like a good clean restart so far. And you know, I'm pretty impressed. Obviously, the tyres be not completely cold after doing them you know, pace laps, warm-up laps. I'm not seeing anybody falling through the timing screen either. You can see there, you know, LMP3 is just trying to absolutely dart through the grid, but clean restart so far.
Yeah, the 198 is in the pit lane. That's the only thing. So they're still stationary, which is a real shame. But yeah, really good clean start. Everyone's away. You can see the experience there of the Brabham car with James Armstrong. You know, he was right on the back of those LMP3s. Despite the cold tyres, he knew exactly where the grip was, and he was really able to push them until they managed to get their tyres up to speed. But we're obviously getting there now. As we continue to watch the 124 in P5, less than a second now off of P4. I mean, these guys have no chance of catching P3 unless something crazy happens towards the end of this race. But I'm sure they're going to have a great scrap for the remainder, like they have done so far. But yeah, good start for Gorio as well. Away 12 seconds ahead of Huge Ass White. And it's actually the 83 that I think is the one to watch now, because that was a car that was competitive early on. They don't seem to have as much damage as the 37, so they're definitely going to be the ones to keep an eye on.
For sure, and I'm hoping it's going to open up like more battles, as you said. As we see here, one of the battles we do have going on track is Stephen Jones in the 124 back marker racing Razzle Dazzle. He is hot, chasing the bumper of the Art Sim Racing on the 144 car. You can see him just ahead there. Ferrari versus Ferrari, but they've got another AMG behind them as well. You know, it's just one of them things. Oh, and we're hearing something from race control. Oh dear. 74-second stop and a hold to the 220 for pitting under closed pit and taking more than 6 seconds of emergency fuel. That's gotta hurt. That is a huge. You see that the 220 was in second place. They're not going to be after that. 74 seconds. That is about a lap, roughly. Yeah,
I mean, we said it at the time. Arctic Racing were the only ones to come in. Didn't seem to be a short stop. I'd kind of assumed it was an emergency stop, but clearly not. Someone's made a mistake somewhere, and it's going to cost them hugely, because they were only 1.8 seconds off the lead in GT3 AM, and all of a sudden they're going to be right down in the clutches of the P3 and P4 scrap. To be fair, they'll probably still be quite a long way ahead of P4, but they'll be right in the mix with the 211, 1110s car. So yeah, it's really killed their fight for the win, but Digitrax will be laughing. You know, they've now got a massive lead, or will have a massive lead very soon when that penalty's served, with an hour and 35 minutes to go, and all of a sudden the race will be firmly in their hands.
Well, you say that now, anything can happen, but just to try and explain, because it seemed like quite an unusual, you know, specific penalty, you know, 74 seconds, and it's explained to me that it's basically a 60-second base for the action, and then 14 seconds of time added because they were beyond the 6-second fuel window. So, you know, there is logic in the ruling there. It's just it has like a set code, set procedure kind of deal. And wow, you know, I mean, okay, if you're going to pit and take the emergency fuel, you know, do that, but you've only got the 6 seconds to do it. And it just goes to show as well. Now, we see this quite a lot in racing. You know, it doesn't happen in sim quite as much, but in this, it's definitely, you know, something to keep in mind. Understanding the rule book can be the difference, you know, and between like success and well, I guess less success in this rate. You know, they're still going to be in a pretty good position, but a little bit of a wiggle there from Justin Michaela. But you know, if he'd only took the 6 seconds, you know, he would have potentially been all right. You could have been able to recover, but straight out the bat, the 60-second penalty on top, that's got to hurt. And you see here, they must be coming in to serve that penalty now.
Yep, absolutely. And this will be the most infuriating 74 seconds of the race for the Finn Nick de Boot in that Porsche. I mean, it's just painful. And you know, these guys, oh sorry, very very close. We had an AMG cutting the grass there. That was almost an illegal tire dipping move. He was so far up the verge. But yeah, there's, they know the rules. A lot of these teams, whether they have a manager or not, you should be onto those kind of things. And we said at the time, they're the only ones doing it. So if you're in that early, you've just got to take a small amount of fuel, and it's just not been done. And it's not as if they misjudged it by 1 second. This is 14 seconds, so this is a clear error from somebody, and it's just a real shame because nothing to do with the driving. They've been flawless all day. They've been battling out for the lead, and the race is essentially ruined by an admin error. But I say ruined. They're still going to be in the mix for the podium for sure, and hopefully they'll be able to battle away with 11 tenths once they get out of the pits. But speaking of battling away, this is superb now. We've got at least the top 6 in GT4 all on the same lap, all within a handful of seconds in this particular scrap. It's Mercedes on Mercedes on Mercedes. It's actually, interestingly, just to point this out while I'm spotting it, the BMWs have kind of come good in GT4, because you've got the 2 huge ass cars, gold and black, first and third now, with all of these Mercedes behind them. So yeah, BMW are coming into the race a little bit now.
Something as a BMW owner I'm definitely glad to hear, albeit mine is nowhere near the league of these. Certainly a lot more expensive to repair, and that's not me bragging, that's me complaining at that point. Certainly, as you can see there, that Mercedes couldn't have been any closer to the rear bumper of that. And again, we got somebody who's stuck in the middle of a fight, and I think the huge ass car is kind of, just going to let these 2 guys get on with it, because it's one of them things. If you start putting the nose in there, start pushing 3 wide, it starts becoming a higher risk maneuver now. You're almost better off let the 2 guys ahead of you fight and see, if they slow each other down enough, maybe you can just kind of sneak by, but you don't really want to be kind of...
Sorry, just to interrupt there. That was that was inevitable.
What I'm on about. That is exactly what I'm on about. You see the huge ass car there going nope and staying well out the way. He's managed to get 1, and he's probably going to be able to get the 2nd as well. The Eagle Speed Academy having a bit of a contact there, definitely. Oh, there's a slide, and he just manages to hold on. Kurt Verstappen frustrating now. Frustrating yet for the Eagle Speed Academy, just managing to hold on, but it's the AMG behind him that was giving us a side reaction as he starts to give it a little bit of wiggle as well. And I've got to say there, Justin Michaela, FTR Esports GT4, really having a very loose time in that Mercedes, and it's just gone great for the huge ass car. They've been able to get up, away, and run away from this battle that's going on between 6th and 7th. And they're going to go side by side almost into turn 2 Toyota, and almost grazing the wall there. You see on board with Kurt Verstraeten in the 384 Eagle Speed Academy Esports. He is going for it, and I do wonder if that damage has potentially slowed him down.
Credit where credit's due. The first move, I thought it was actually a good move. He sent it down the inside, opportunistic but clean. The problem is there just wasn't quite room for the 2 of them on the exit, and that's where it went wrong. But the thing I was impressed about was the aftermath. Tensions were high. Everyone, I thought, this is going to end badly. The next few corners, there's going to be some frustration going on, as we see a very close call with the LMP coming through. But yeah, I was kind of expecting there to be a little bit of afters there. It just had the feeling that the tension was going to be there, and they didn't. They obviously lost the back end a couple of times, but they kept it nice and clean, avoided any further contact, and move on. It's just good racing, unfortunate contact, but it looks like the 2 of them are gonna respectfully move on to the next battle, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. But it did, of course, massively advantage the car behind, which was able to come through.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? You just got to try and keep it going. As we see here, I'd say that was a split account almost of Stephen Jones in the back marker racing Razzle Dazzle FTR car. And you can see here, he's still managing to keep that car clean. I'm hoping that didn't, influence his driving. But, I've got to say that keeping it clean seems to be the recipe for success here. As you can see, the huge ass white, they were, I say keeping it clean, they lost the front nose. But it's one of those things where, if you get damage, it just accumulates throughout the race. And like some of these cars we've been seeing, missing nose cones, missing, dented rear fenders and stuff like that, missing wings. And, oh, so close there as he go out the exit, the hairpin. But again, it had a little bit of a faster entry, a little bit of a slower on the exit. But it appears to be that the straight isn't quite, not quite enough for these guys to be able to draft and get a good run going into turn 2 here. You see Stephen Jones holding back a little bit, turn 2 Toyota. And, I do wonder if they're potentially running a lower downforce setup.
Potentially, yep. and obviously the damage, the subtle differences can really take effect on the big straights. That was a lovely camera shot, by the way. Superb work from our director, showing just how much movement there is going on behind the wheel, and the cars just sliding around. Some great shots of the aero on the 296 as well. Just wanted to flag Gorio Autosport in the lead. Have just set the fastest lap of the race. So that is Akram Zunun. Apologies if I've got the pronunciation wrong there, Akram, but it's fastest lap with a 15.784. So really stretching out the lead to 27 seconds ahead of Hugh Jas White. And the Stage 1 Racing 83 car, as we were saying, to keep an eye on it, closing right in on the 37 now, only 1.7 seconds. So that battle for P2 in LMP3 is definitely hotting up. But this battle is superb that we're still watching now, and that's a move. It actually went for it there, and I didn't quite see how it ended up, but they're going to be side by side on the exit. I don't think that's for position though, is it? That's our P2 car, the 110. It's the RPM Racing one, but yeah, definitely a bold move down the inside of the hairpin, and I don't think the 124 backmarker was very happy about being the backmarker.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, he kind of came out of nowhere. It was definitely a little bit ambitious, a bit of a send, and you know, it certainly taught us all unawares. And here's we got it looks like a freeway fight for position, if I'm not mistaken. GT4 and GT4, I believe, yeah. Not all for position, certainly there's two of them there. As you see, this is the huge ass black car chasing the DX Drudes car ahead of them. Yeah, so that's right. Yep, a little bit of contact there on the wall, on the corner exit. That DX Drudes car, definitely the rear end on that is wider than necessarily they realise that anytime you see a little bit of camera wobble there, that's not the guy holding it, that's the sheer velocity of the vehicles going by, pushing a hole in the air and just creating almost like turbulence behind it. See here, Justin Michaela. Now, we've seen him getting this Mercedes a little bit looser over the last couple of laps, so I do wonder just how much life of those tyres got left in them, because it's not necessarily just the level of grip remaining, it's the temperature as well. If you get those tyres too hot, all of a sudden they go from being really grippy to not so much. It's like you put a couple of McDonald's trays under the rear wheels, and you know, they don't quite grip as well. But we've got Isaac Barkley here. Now, he was caught up in that absolutely massive incident earlier that I think triggered the yellow flag. It was that incident there. He's back in the car, and currently 7 tenths behind the Eagle Speed Academy Esports AMG.
Yeah, another car that was in the wars earlier, and it's good to see that these two are still running and the cars don't look too badly damaged. There's a few scrapes, which is inevitable, but nice to see Isaac back out in the running. They were having a really good race as well. It's a real shame for the 392 because they were sitting comfortably in the top 6, battling away, and yeah, just went wrong. It wasn't really much Isaac could do about it, to be honest. Maybe he could have backed out before the corner, but I mean, it's easy to say that in hindsight. As we now jump to our race leader in GT3 Pro. Now, of course, as you were saying earlier, this was a 37-second lead that James had built up in the Brabham Esports car. Now, the 110 is obviously making its way through traffic, as we saw before as well, and that's why that gap has been able to, you know, stick around 9.5 seconds for the time being. But I mean, for the race as a whole, Brabham still have it all fully under control. I'm just not quite sure if they're, you know, I guess the main thing is they've just not got to lose their heads at the fact that they lost that big lead, you know, because I think James has the pace. I'm not quite sure Charlie is there. Now, when we see a driver change, if we see a driver change in these two cars, things could change, of course, but at the moment, I just think that Brabham are just taking off the laps and kind of have this one in control.
Well, that's one of the things as well. He's not really under any great pressure at this point. You know, he's running his own race. He's in his own world. And at that point, you know, if you enjoy and you know you can consistently do quick, clean laps, you know, then it's a good place to be in. And you can see there, you know, he's getting near the wall, but he's not grazing it. But let's get back. We've got a battle here again. It's the 392 of Isaac Barkley back on our screens now. We saw him battling with the Eagle Speed Academy Esports AMG. You can see him right ahead there. 392 versus the 384, that gap about 3 tenths of a second. They're in the second half of the circuit. You can see here 400, 300, 200 on the brakes.
Oh, he's gone wide.
Eagle Speed's gone wide. He bounces off the wall, and the Sapphire SimSport Alpha just able to avoid it. And you can see behind as well, there's another Eagle Speed Academy car, but it is the LMP3. So I do wonder if that Mercedes took damage. It looked like he pushed really wide at the final hairpin as well.
Yeah, that 384 is in trouble. I mean, that was a big hit off the wall. Just went in a little bit too hot. off into the marbles, and the Merc's not coming back from there. Big contact, and definitely struggled to get it stopped and turned in for the hairpin. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, this gap is closing for P2, and it's the 83 continuing the charge, catching up with that damaged huge-ass white car in front that we've been seeing throughout this race. Obviously came into the pits a few times under yellow just to keep on getting as much of that car repaired as possible. The way it works in iRacing, of course, is you have a certain amount of time you need to repair the car for. So if you can keep on, going into the pits, coming back out without losing a lap, and then going back in again, you obviously don't lose as much time or position as you would otherwise. So some good tactics there, but they are under pressure for P2 as the third place in GT3 Pro Car 122 FTR Esports into the pit lane for, I guess, an unscheduled stop, unless they stayed out during the caution period. Obviously they were able to get onto that lead lap, so maybe they did stay out to get the lap back, and this is a genuine on-strategy fuel stop.
Certainly it is a potential, but we're going to put that on the back burner for the minute. The Stage 1 racing is right on the rear end of the huge-ass white car. You can see the two LMP3s trying to get past the GT4 right now. You see them just tucked behind the GT4, trying to get a little bit more draft. It's definitely not going to be enough for him to make a move going into turn 2. Well, I say that doesn't mean it's going to stop him from trying anyway. We'll see. I'd say he's definitely too far back. 2 cars, 3 cars. You see the GT4, one of the huge-ass GT4 there. Now he's going to back right out of it, and I can't say that I blame him. Almost grazing the wall as they go into the fountain. You can see, look at the rear view camera. You can see the GT4 right on the tail of the LMP3 just for a brief moment there, and absolutely sending it through the field. You see, quite aggressive on the curb, would have really unsettled the car as he slides out, almost grazing the wall there. Managing to stay with the car ahead of him, but really pushing that LMP3.
This is such a physical stint for these drivers, constantly wrestling with the bumps, with the downforce, the traffic. You're just, you're doing a proper workout dying to build these things, especially if you've got a direct drive wheel. But it's looking very ominous right now. The 83 tucks in behind the 37, pulls out, not quite alongside, but will he go for a late move? No, he's going to pull back in for the moment. Makes the apex though. Both cars nice and neat and tidy. And it does feel a little bit like a matter of time at the moment as we cut to a 2 box. We've got Stephen Jones in the 124, so we'll try and keep our eyes across both of these battles. But I do think there's a sense of inevitability about this second position battle right now, Daniel. I think that the 83 is going to get it done. It's just a case of when and if they can do it cleanly. Look at the front though, 35 seconds now, the gap between Gorio out in front and Huge Ass White in second. So if 83 want a chance of winning this race, they're going to have to make this move soon.
I don't think they're going to have a chance to put it on the top step. I'd say that Gorio's probably got that in his bag, but I am inclined to agree with you. I think the 83 does have the pace on the 37 of Huge Ass White, and understandably so. I mean, the Huge Ass White still doesn't have that front clip on. I'm impressed it's running as well as it is, but we have an announcement there from Race Control. It is a 30-second time penalty to the 122 car, the FTR Esports Gold. Failure to leave room for competitor, resulting in collisions between multiple drivers. So that was previously third place, now back down into 5th. That's why I think they were heading towards the pits. It was to serve a penalty. Now, definitely not something that you want to end up doing, but it does occasionally happen, and it sounds like they were under a little bit of fire there. But we're on board with Stephen Jones at 124, back after racing razzle dazzle. We've seen quite a little bit of him today, and for good reason. He is currently chasing that 3rd position.
That's so close.
You see the GT4 car getting in the mix as well, trying to sneak by him, but he is only about 4 tenths back with FTR Esports Gold. We're just mentioning them for the penalty as well. They're right behind him and all. So yeah, 3-way battle going on for GT3 Pro.
Always love a 3-way battle 2.5 hours into a race, because as bit of a kiss there from the 122 before it. Either, as you say, it might have already taken its penalty if that was the case, but if not, then yeah, it's getting stuck right in. But yeah, I do love it when you get into depths of endurance race. Sometimes the grid begins to separate and you get the odd battle and you just enjoy it. But when there's a 3-car scrap for position, it just makes it that bit more exciting. The more racing that happens around it, the more excited you are for the good battles. And to be fair, this race, I don't think there's been a single moment where there's not been a battle for position going on circuit. So it's been thoroughly entertaining so far. As we now take a look at the car, of course, what could have been the 23 that led for the opening hour of the race, had it all in the bag, under control, and unfortunately a mistake has cost them. And now it's David Johansson behind the wheel of that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car. Championship leaders, of course, in LMP3, but I do wonder if they're going to hang on to that lead with Gorio having such a good run out in front.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. I mean, unless, you know, Akram Zanoon currently driving the Goyo Autosport car, unless he has an incident, I'd say that, you know, it's pretty much in the bag, but there's still an hour and 20 minutes to go. And, you know, it doesn't take long for things to very sharply change direction. And certainly that's happened to a few of the people here. But Stefan Jones is still in pursuit of the Art Sim Racing 1 car with the FTR Esports goal behind him. You can see all three of them there. And those front splitters currently being used as a little bit of a front bumper in occasion. See there, the GT4, GT3 having a little bit of movement there, but lots of action going on, and beautiful shot of flame from the Ferrari. Good place to hang some marshmallows there. You know, I could definitely eat some of them at the minute. But as they're going down into turn 2, Ferrari, and yet again Ferrari. But there is another car that they are closing up on, I believe, is AMG GT4. But we got another notice from race control. It is a 5-second penalty to the 122. For minor unnecessary contact. So that's not good, because the thing is with the penalty, you know, I mean, I do believe that you can serve it after your pits. They have a special penalty zone, but you certainly don't want to have to pit just for that. And you see here, Stefan Jones trying to get past that AMG while still not sacrificing the position as well. See the AMG, I think, is just trying to get out of the way at this point. He doesn't want to be in the middle of that, and understandably so, but it did open up the field a little bit. Stefan Jones now has a bit of breathing room on the FTR Esports Gold behind him, and putting a little bit of a nose in there. I thought he was going to go for it.
He fooled me. I thought he was going for it as well. But well done to the 144 for keeping calm and keeping under control. This hairpin, the concertina effect is incredible. Every time I see the cars going in there, I think there's probably one of 3 hairpins I can think of in the world that is that intense for concertina. The other ones that come to mind are obviously Monaco and Macau. I think they're the only places where you could genuinely get a faster lap time with a handbrake, which is something I have done before, and a few of my colleagues have done before. And I think Loeb did it in the World Touring Cars once. But yeah, Long Beach is such a crunch point. You know, it's amazing we haven't seen any pile-ups there yet. We've seen a few small incidents, but no major pile-ups or traffic jams. And I'm definitely not saying that to try and curse anyone. I just thought I'd mention it.
As we see here, we got David Vansenbroek in the 83 car for Stage 1 Racing number 83, and you can see he's closed that gap down again on the huge ass white car. Now these guys appear to have a little bit of clean air to kind of duke it out amongst themselves, and I do almost wonder, you know, is he actually looking for the pass, or is he trying to save fuel behind him? Because where we've had that yellow flag, that's obviously any planned pit strategy you had has now changed. As you see, the LMP3 Racing has just gone in the pits as well. They're doing very well in GT3 Amateur, but we're going to stick with David here for Stage 1 Racing 83. Now, I kind of want to keep an eye on his throttle movements as well. We'll see it more. I want to have a shot there where we see it going down the straight. I want to see if he's lifting and coasting behind the huge ass white car. You know, obviously not having that front clamshell on the front of that number 37. You know, I imagine he's probably going to be burning a bit more fuel, and as you were mentioning earlier, the tyres will take an effect. You see a little bit of a lock up there, and very tight line there from the 83. But at this point here, I mean, he keeps catching up. He's got a car in better condition. Is it a case of, does he not have the pace past the huge ass white? I mean, Giovanni Romano in the 37 car, he's like 6,500 IR, which I'll be honest, that's pretty up there with the 3365 of David in the 83. You know, perhaps it's just enough for David to be able to try and stay on the rear bumper, but I'm not so sure. I think there may be some tactics in play.
It's difficult because for me, I mean, Van Slanbroek's fastest lap is the team's fastest lap, I guess, 8/10ths quicker than the 37. I do think that it looks like the 83 is losing a bit of time. I don't know, because I can't see there being any fuel saving going on unless they were running it that tightly with when the safety car came out, or when the full course yellow was called. So for me, I just think it must be pace, because why would he deliberately slow himself up and hold himself up if he couldn't make that move? I don't think there's any reason for it, as I say, unless the very specific scenario where he's maybe 1 lap short on fuel or something, and with the way this race is panning out, I can't see that being the case. So yeah, I don't know if he just doesn't have the pace, if he just, you know, can't find the gap. who knows? But I would suspect that the pace should be, should be up there based on the team's pace anyway. So it's interesting. But I mean, at the end of the day, as you say, Giovanni, massive I rating, hugely talented. If you've got an I rating that good, you're not going to be someone who makes mistakes too often. Let's be honest. So it's a tricky place to pass, and maybe he's just driving that car, hitting his marks and nailing his apexes every lap.
Definitely a potential, is it a pace thing now? I'm starting to wonder, because I'd have to double check when we went onto the green flag again, but I do think that it's probably pretty close. If memory serves me right, it'd be pretty close, that because remember we got them reduced fuel tanks as well. I do wonder if it's going to come down to laps. We're going to see nearer the end. We'll have to keep an eye on how the race pans out, but certainly, the 83 and the 37, they keep getting close, but they've not seen any action yet. As we've got Akram Zanoun. This is your race leader right now. He's managed to keep that gap up at over 30 seconds for a little while now, so he's in a pretty comfortable position there. The biggest rivals for them being the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, the 23 car that has moved up to 5th. Now, I could have sworn they were in 6th earlier.
They were. That's the leader in the pits, though. 39 into the pit lane. So now I guess the question is, well, that confirms that 39 has to make one more stop after this one. So I guess the key point is, do we see the 37 and the 83 pull into the pits in the next, I guess, 20 to 25 minutes? I think it's likely. That was just Brabham doing Brabham things, The gap's now up to 12.5 seconds. It was 8 or 9, and I think it's class personified behind the wheel of that 162 at the moment. And obviously James is enjoying himself, getting it nice and sideways. But yeah, I think now's the point. I guess we have to pay attention to the pits. And yeah, there you go. 83 also in the pit lane. So that kind of gets rid of the fuel saving question, because 83 wasn't fuel saving, because why would they have fuel saved to, clearly there's no big pit stop strategy at this stage. It's only an hour and 13 minutes to go, so they'll have to make another stop, and it's not close. But I guess we'll see what happens with 37, how far they go, because they definitely pitted more often and later than the other two cars.
For sure. I mean, it's all up in the air at the minute, and it's one of those things where how do you want to play it? Myself, I always try and pit as late as possible, but if you end up with that yellow flag and have to do the emergency pit, and it could get very expensive all of a sudden. That's GT4.
No, that's Torque Freak, is it not? Second place? No, it can't be. It is second place. Yeah, it's the Torque Freak car. The P2, and they've now just dropped down to P3. That's the same corner, and it's the same driver as well. George Gruber, who spun out of the hairpin earlier in the race, has done it again, and it's such a shame, because that car has been so fast. It's been working his way back up through the order, and yet again there's a bit of a reversal of fortunes, and he's now going to drop to P3, and he's 21 seconds off the lead. So pain from Gruber yet again.
Yeah, but the good thing for us in the box is it now opens up another battle. But let's have a quick look at the replay here. You can see that is a GT3 behind him. No contact. He's a little bit too hard on the gas. And round he goes. The GT3 quick on the brakes as well. Thankfully, no carnage from that one. You see the 11 Thames Racing 911 going past him. Stefan Jones in the back marker racing Razzle Dazzle as well. Everybody able to get by cleanly. But right now we have got Justin Michaela in the FTR.
Oh, spin in the background, the Lamborghini.
Oh, that's an Eagle Speed Academy Lamborghini as well.
And it was very close to impacting the 37, our race leader as well. I don't know if there was any contact, but I think they might have got away with it. I was just trying to see in the corner of my eye. We haven't seen the Lamborghini much on the broadcast, to be honest. It's been fairly innocuous, it's not been involved in any incidents, which I think is a credit to the 184 team. But they're not in the best position in GT3 Pro in this race, and unfortunately that incident won't help them too much either, as we're going to see a replay. So now let's see if they were close to the leader, as it's Steve Clays as he heads into the right-hander, loses the back end of the bumps, just misses the tyre barrier, and well done to the Porsche, the 246 I believe that might have been, and of course our race leader for avoiding that one. And it was a bit of an aggressive rejoin, hopefully didn't hit the wall there, but yeah, well done to all of our drivers, because that could have been worse.
Yeah, I'm just remembering, I do recall where we saw that Lamborghini earlier, and that was getting into the incident with the Rosado Motorsports GT3 car, the 156, that's currently sat 21 laps behind 10th place. So it's fair to say that their race is over at this point. One of the few BMW GT3s in the field. I think it's actually the only GT3 BMW in the field today. I know we saw some at Fuji, I believe it was. or maybe even Donington. Yeah, Donington. I'm thinking I saw another BMW GT3 there, but Stephen Jones, he's having an absolutely fantastic drive today. One of the few cars we're seeing that is intact and pretty much scratch-free. I say that now as he's still trying to make a move on the Art Sim Racing 1, who gets definitely a little bit loose on the corner exit there as they're going to head down that front straight. Again, risk versus reward, right? You know, how hard do you want to push? And it could be one of those things where the guy ahead of you is perhaps giving you the extra bit of pace. You know, I mean, I've had that happen before where, you know, I can't keep up with the guys around me, but all of a sudden, if I've got a draft, it could just hang on. And I'm hoping we can catch up with some people who are driving the car a little bit later, because I want to know more about the setup, you know, and the tactics and stuff like that. Mainly the setup, like, did these guys go for a lower downforce? Because I'm thinking, honestly, probably not. The straight is quite long, but I think I'd want more grip for the infield section.
There's just so many variables, you know, in terms of is there a championship at stake? Is the person I'm fighting with, you know, crucial to my race? Do I have lots of pace in advance, or is this me at my limit? There are so many different things to consider when you think about whether or not to make a bold move or just kind of sit behind another driver. And yeah, as you know, when you're racing in these things, you can make one plan, and then when it actually comes to it, you end up doing something completely different. Whether that's, you know, oh, I'm going to be safe and not make any risky moves, and then 5 seconds later you're sending it down the inside of 3 other cars, and the racing mist can take over. So yeah, there's so many variables at play. But they've had a good race, nice and calm, nice and solid. And as we talked about earlier, it's never a bad thing to just be following another driver through the traffic, especially if their pace isn't bad. You can definitely benefit from a little bit of that tow, and also just a little bit of a mental break, really. You just do what they do, just make sure you don't crash into them. That's the main thing.
I do find sometimes if you are a little bit too close, you can't see your brake markers, and that can definitely bite you pretty hard. I remember Laguna Seca, the fast left-hander before you head up the hill towards the corkscrew. I definitely got caught there being too close, but I got to say, Stephen Jones, he seems to know the track rather well. He's doing well. He's chasing Elias De Vries in the 144, the Art Sim Racing 1, and he's been chasing him for a while. He's not really giving him a break, and certainly at this kind of level as well, you know, like De Vries is rocking almost 3,000 I rate, and Stephen Jones is pretty similar with 3,200-ish I rate as well. You know, they're pretty evenly matched on paper. I mean, again, I rating is not necessarily the like a flat top trumps battle kind of deal, because different cars, different tracks, you know, different strengths, you know, stuff like that. You put me in a high downforce car, I'm not particularly strong. You put me in something like a Spec Ford, and I'm punching above my weight class. And you know, even the GT1 cars I've been enjoying quite a lot. You see that beautiful line as they come through, but that is the 11 Temps Racing ahead of him, who's the GT3 amateur third place car. Now the question is, are they going to is that 11 Temps race car, he's going to just dive out of the way? Is he going to, you know, end up involved in the battle? We will have to wait and see.
You would think you would try and hold position, simply because if there's another full course caution, they could be brought right back into the mix. So I would have thought that they'll be doing whatever they can to try and, you know, keep the pace and not give up too much yet, because they're on for a very strong P3, but it could still get better, and they've got pressure from behind as well, to a degree, from Squadra Veloce. Only 30 seconds in it, which sounds like a lot, but in a race like this, that can disappear in an instant. We now watch the other close battle, which I was keeping one eye on, the GT4's battle for P2 between DX droids, who've been up and down and are about to hit the wall. They're in the wall, and massive credit to George with the Torque Freak for seeing that happening and just getting right out of the throttle, right onto the brakes. That could have been a lot worse, but it is going to be a bit of damage, I think, from DX droids. And just as I was saying, the race was going up and down, they pop it in a wall as well for good measure. But yeah, that was a close call, wasn't it?
Yeah, as you said, George Gruber was spot on it. You know, you could see that was going to go sideways, and yeah, he backed out of it pretty quick. I mean, we all saw it as well. We're thinking, he looks a little deep in there, and that wall got a bit closer. And power to the driver, you know, like he could have used the opportunity to try and send it up the inside, but he went for the lower risk option, and I can't say that I blame him. You know, could have been an awkward tangle all of a sudden you're trying to go too wide around that fountain. Definitely not a scenario that could end generally in a favourable outcome, as we see here. Giovanni Romano in the huge ass white car, he's currently in the lead and doing well. Got about a 28-second gap over the Goyo Autosport, but these guys are a little bit out of sync to each other within the pit strategy. So, oh no, De Vries! He's
That's our
missing the ring now.
144. Yeah, that was our P3 driver, and that's the biggest damage we've seen all day. I think he's going to need to tow back because that's a lot of damage. The rear wing's missing. Not the first Ferrari rear wing, and now the rear clip's missing. So finally someone can build it into a full car. Just lots of spare front clips. But I think they're going to have to tow back or just really crawl that car back. I wonder if we'll see a full course yellow as well. No, they've pulled it back in. So that's responsible driving from the 144, which was Eilis de Vries. But heartbreaking for those guys. Absolutely heartbreaking because it's so late in the race, and they were on for a podium, and it's all gone away from them.
Yeah, definitely not what they had in mind, but this is a 220 car of Nick DeBoo. Now, Arctic Racing, they were a little bit under the steward's eye earlier, I believe. But let's have a quick look at the replay. I'm wondering if we're going to see what happened to De Vries here. As we, yep, that's De Vries, the 144 car, and that's going around the fountain. You see Stephen Jones behind him, and then there's
yep, contact.
Oh, that's a nudge. Oh, they both contact. LMP3 and the AMG, Brabham doing a good job to get out of that. But look at the crabbing on that. The back axle appears to have been shunted over to the right. As a guy who does alignments, it's fair to say that that one is not in manufacturer specifications.
I don't think so. We'll definitely have to see another angle of that to really pass our sort of, I guess, eye over the incident from the 124's perspective. Clearly damaging the 124 as well, or it's a big coincidence because they're in the pits now too. And yeah, it looked like the move was probably on from that angle of what I could see. It just depends on what happened at the apex. You know, did the 124 just send it in aggressively? And we're going to see another angle of it now. So thank you very much for this, director. We're going to head now through the right-hander at the fountain. You're going to see a great exit, I think. Well, it's a bad exit for the 144, so completely legitimate move, but then, yeah, just not far enough alongside, and I just think that as they reached the corner entry, the problem was the back marker had already committed, and the 144 had also committed, and that, honestly, as soon as they hit the brakes, it was already done. Because they needed one person to back out, and both thought they were the one that wasn't going to, they were the one that weren't going to back out. And that's what happens. So really unfortunate. Be interesting to see what the stewards make of it. But yeah, just a rough situation for both teams.
Yeah, that's definitely going to put a rough outcome for the 144, the Art Sim Racing one. They did not get away with that at all. Certainly the other car involved, I think, did a little bit better out of it. They managed to survive and limp on for a bit longer, but definitely not the way that you want to do it. The backmarker racing Razzle Dazzle is in the pits as well. They're actually, both cars are in the pits right now, but the Razzle Dazzle car able to keep going. But we're approaching 3 hours now, so let's have a quick look at the standings as they are right now. So LMP3, we've got Huge Ass White, the 37 car, in the lead as it stands, with Goyo Autosport 39 about 28 seconds behind him. Stage 1 Racing 83, another 35 seconds behind them, and then the Stage 1 Racing 72 in 4th, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix 5th, and then Luke Lamall, he is currently in 6th in the Eagle Sim Racing car. I believe he's still running, and you know, he's not really having, they were doing so well earlier. They managed to go from the back of the grid all the way up to the 3rd, even 2nd at one point, and sadly that luck has run out. As we then take a look at the GT3 Pro, Brabham Esports on the top, showing complete dominance today in the GT3 cars in that beautiful, slightly biased opinion in British Racing Green and Gold AMG Mercedes. With Charlie Lund-Nielsen, he's had a really strong day today as well, in 2nd for RPM Racing. Over in 3rd, the FTR Esports Black 121 car. They've had an interesting race today. That's the car that Richard Crawford was driving as well. I believe they had a network or hardware issue earlier and had to go to the pits. I believe it was that one and not the 4th place car of the 122. Ryan Chevalier currently driving the FTR Esports Gold.
Just before you move on with that, sorry to interrupt, but the battle for P2, I think, judging by my timing screen, is less than a second between RPM and FTR Esports. So I don't know if we can maybe have a look at that to see the 110 versus the 121, because I thought there was I didn't think they were on the same lap and that close, but obviously, according to my timing screen, it looks like they are. And they're... Okay, so we're just hearing that's actually the AM leader that's that's on screen there. So that's not what we're. Yeah, that, of course that's not the RPM car. So I'm not sure what's going on with my timing screen anyway, unfortunately. But yeah, sorry to interrupt there. It looked like they were really close for P2. It's definitely not a 2-second gap like you might be seeing on your screen right now. But we'll just have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at a timing screen as well, and I was seeing it like, oh yeah, no, he's right. A little bit of a glitch there, but as we look at 5th place for the GT3 Pro, we got RPM Racing Blue in 5th. Then we got in 6th, and then in 7th we got Bankmarker Racing Razzle, and then Artsim Racing Ron. Now that's the 2 cars we saw have that pretty hard collision just a moment ago. De Vries in the 144, and Stefan Jones, he is now out of the 124, and Justin Clerk has got in. Not yet moving at this point. In 8th, we've got Artsim Racing 2. That's Raf Reinders behind the wheel right now. And that's the car, the Ferrari we saw earlier missing the front clip. He is still out on track, I believe. Tom Chisetto in the RPM Racing Black in 9th, with Steve Clays in 10th at Eagle Speed Academy Esports. That is the only Lamborghini we've seen on the field. And then Rosado Motorsports, Miguel Torres, I believe he's driven the whole race so far. He is there at the back of the pack. Have a quick look at the GT3 Amateur as well. We've got Digitrack Sim Racing team in first with Nick DeBoo, currently driving the Arctic Sim Racing 220 car. Now, I believe they were under heat for the stewards earlier on. Pretty harsh penalty. Well, I say harsh, a pretty, not harsh, it was a pretty large penalty. We'll say it like that. You know, the stewards very fair here. We've not seen yet any calls that we would seem as hot as, you know, over the top, but they're still managing to recover quite well with the 2nd place. 11 Temps Racing as well. They're there in 3rd. They've had a very clean, you know, series so far. We've seen them with minor damage, but generally a very good finisher. They're in 3rd. As we're going to 4th, the GT3 Amateurs as well. Have a quick look back here. See my timing screen update. And I've lost it. Anyway, we'll get to the GT4 there as well. So as we look at the GT4, we got Huge Ass Gold in 1st at the minute, Sven Devil driving there. DX Droid Sim Racing behind them in 2nd with George Gruber, Talk Freak Racing. We've seen them having a little bit of action. Steven was shot right now. The final corner, not his best friend, but he's still managing to be in 3rd, and he's currently actually tracing the DX Droids car right ahead of him. You can see there, both in the walls as well. Just trying to finish these off quickly. In 4th, we have Huge Ass Black with 5th of FTR Esports GT4 as well.
Spinner.
6th. Oh, Spinner.
One of the LMP3s with big damage as well. Is that the 72? And they've just missed the pits as well. I think they were about to try and pull into the pits and then maybe missed the turn.
Evo van den Linden. Yeah, we'll get to that. I'm determined to get through these standings very quickly. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. We will get there. The Eagle Speed Academy Esports in 6th. Huge Ass Blue in 7th. WBM Racing currently in 8th. Sapphire Simsport Alpha. You can see them just ahead of the Rosado Motorsports car there. They are in 9th. Rosado Motorsports Apex, that's who your eyes on right now. Jonathan Olsner in the wheel right now in 10th. And then Samsung GT4, they were in 11th. It's fair to say that they appear to have retired at this point. So, yeah, a little bit of catching up to do, a little bit of action as we went through the standings. Just a way to spice it up a little bit. I'm sure we'll have a couple of replays soon. Let's have a quick look. Long replay. John, take it over, sir.
Okay, so it's Van der Linden in the 72. It's going around outside of a GT4, so I think he's going to loop it or make contact. Yeah, and he's gonna, just clips the tyre wall with the back of the car as he slid backwards there. He's going to now reverse, try and get manoeuvred, but that's it. No. Yeah, just trying to get things done too quickly, not taking the time over it. And yeah, unfortunately, it's a mess, isn't it? We can all see what's happened there. For Van der Linden, and then to top it all off, loses the back end on the exit. Now I think he was going to pit, and he then misses the pits and forgets, and he's already committed, so he's going to have to keep going. So I mean, basically that was 25 seconds of that's about a season's worth of disasters for the 72 within the space of 2 corners and about 25 seconds. So they're real shame, but hopefully they'll get that car fixed. They've got a couple of laps on the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, but they obviously have a lot of pace, so they could definitely be under threat for P4 before the end of this race. But more importantly, they're out of them running for the win because they've just clawed themselves, you know, well, they were still a little bit off, but they were still kind of in the mix in the top 4. You know, maybe a lap behind the 83, and they've definitely just thrown themselves towards the back.
Yeah, definitely it was a little bit of a whoops there. I mean, it happens, but certainly, obviously, you're driving on the limit for like, well, 3 hours at this point. You can see the DXtrude's car getting a little bit loose on exit, and now George Gruber, he's going to be familiar with that corner being a little bit twitchy, having taken the scenic line through there a couple of times. But at the minute, he's hot on the heels of the DXtrude's car, and you can see there one of the 911 GT3s going past him as well. I'm not too sure why he's putting the nose in. He's not going to go for it. He is going for it. That was a little bit braver than I would have done. It was clean, I'll give him that. Very brave move there as he goes, almost takes it in turn 2. We got a notice from race control as well, a 30-second time penalty for the 124 car. That's backmarker racing. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle for the late move in turn 4. That was basically round the fountain. That was the incident we saw earlier with De Vries and Stephen Jones. That's the outcome of that. So the backmarker racing Razzle Dazzle car, 30-second time penalty.
Yeah, it's a big penalty, and I can understand exactly why the stewards have come to that conclusion. They went for it. They tried something bold. They maybe thought that was the one opportunity, and unfortunately they just weren't quite far enough alongside, and if you're the car behind, it's your responsibility to not have that collision. So I have to say, unfortunate for those guys, but they'll live and learn. And that move there into T1, to be honest, I'm not convinced that that was a genuine attempt at an overtake from George. I think he might have just missed his braking point slightly, because he didn't look to send it down the inside once he was committed. He just wanted to stop the car. So I genuinely don't believe that was an attempted move. I might be totally wrong. But either way, well done to them all for avoiding the incident. It was properly close.
Well, you speak of incidents, we were just discussing the penalty. Penalty for the backmarker racing Razzle Dazzle. Now, the car that they had that collision with, the 144 Elias De Vries driving, they have actually had to retire the car at this point. They tell me they have around 20 minutes of repairs after that heavy crash, and to be fair, I'm inclined to agree with them. That looked like it hurt. Personally, if you can fix that in 20 minutes, I know any workshop in my local area would hire you in a heartbeat. So, yeah, absolute carnage there. As we see, Roy Mars has now taken the wheel of the 72 Stage 1 racing car. Ivo van den Linden relinquishing the driver's seat, and it looks like Roy Mars is going to come out into a bit of traffic. Another LMP3 alongside, and that is one of the Evo Speed Racing, Evo Speed Academy cars, I believe.
And this is still important for a number of reasons. The 72's come out 1 minute and 8 seconds ahead of the 23, and the 23 has been the fastest car today overall. And that could be really important for the championship in the long run. If the 23 can pick up one more position, doesn't sound like much, but those points when they're chasing Gorio, who's probably going to be taking the lead of the championship, into the finale, that could make all the difference. So, let's not let that one slide under. We need to see if Sim Racing Grid Phoenix can find the courage now to really go for it and try and take that P4 away from the 72, as we're now seeing potentially the final round of stops, and it's going to be Arctic Racing that blink first and GT3 AM up into P2, obviously served that big penalty before, so they're going to get repassed by 11th Racing, but everyone now should have to pit just this one more time. This could be the first of the last stops for Arctic Racing.
Certainly, it's we're about 52-ish minutes, 51 minutes left to go. If I could try and stay out a bit longer, I certainly would. Keep a little bit of extra fuel in the tank. It's going to be cutting it close. It may be last pit, but I'm not sure if they're going to make it. Excuse me, at this point, it's cutting it a bit close. Remember, they do have the 75% fuel tank capacity reserve cut off. You see here, the Rosado Motorsports car has made a move on the 392 of the Sapphire Sim Sports Alpha. That came in now being passed. Absolutely fantastic move into turn 2 through Toyota, and he's already pulling away a little bit. He's got 4 temps up the track, and we'll just have to see if the Isaac Barkley of the 392 can answer back.
It's also interesting because they've got obviously 75% fuel tanks, but they also have that 95% BOP adjustment, and I do wonder if the car's being slightly less powerful or a bit heavier, that could also just change the fuel tank, or the amount of mileage they can get out of the fuel tank as well. But I think you're right. I think it's going to be very, very tight indeed. So it'll be interesting to see if they can make it without another stop. Meanwhile, back to this incredible battle in GT4. I have to say, for me, Gruber's been one of the drivers of the day. Every time we see him, clearly he's made a couple of mistakes, but has been really respectful in the way he's dealt with those mistakes, and he's just been charging through, always racing cleanly and fairly, but keeping us on the edge of our seats. So I have to say, for me, one of the drivers of the day for sure, and still right in the mix for P2, and it could obviously still turn into P1 in GT4, although huge ass gold. Since that full course yellow, they have been spectacular in the 337, and they've now got a 30-second lead.
Yeah, it's definitely a good position to be in here, as you know, there's a couple of people having a few penalties that are getting served as well. I think that was the 122 had one earlier. And I know some of the teams actually let us know when they've served the penalties and let the stewards know, which is all really good. But somebody who has not been having penalties is James Armstrong in the Brabham Esports car. Now, what I thought I'm glad he was going in the pits then. For a second there, I thought it was going to all be over for him. But no, just a little bit of an aggressive pit entry there. And I got to say, he's having an absolutely fantastic race. And again, I absolutely adore the paint job on that. Like that, the British racing green with the gold. It's just, it gets me every time. Richard Corfor back in the car for the 121. Hopefully not having any more connection issues there. It's good to see him, even despite that and having that issue. They are currently up in 3rd place in the GT3 Pro, which is an absolutely fantastic recovery. You can see here, GT4's coming in the pits as well. Huge ass black, I believe, just there. Yeah, Tyler Agostino in the 338 car. More and more people in and out of the pits. Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsports, the 246 car. They are on the way out of the pits. Now, you got to remember as well, even though it's a nice long pit straight, you do not want to be releasing that limiter before the green cone. iRacing will be very quick to remind you if you have with a pit lane speeding penalty often around 40 seconds. I say that not because I know the rule book, but because I've done it.
Haven't we all? No, I think this is obviously, you know, the drivers taking the decision to pit as early as they possibly can for it to be guaranteed to be their last stop, simply because if there's another full course yellow at any point, as we now see our race leader into the pits, and that means that, you know, they do have the same amount of stops to make as everyone else, so they definitely have a legitimate 30-second lead here to huge ass white. But yeah, I think it's, for me, it's, you know, the drivers take fuel now. It means that if there's a full course yellow, they don't have to pit, they'll always gain track position, and they don't have to kind of wait before they can do a splash and dash or anything. So it makes sense from a tactical point of view, and obviously the amount of drivers that we're now seeing pit tells me that there's a lot of confidence they can make it all the way to the end on one tank of fuel without having to do any saving. So yeah, this is clearly time for everyone to go.
Yeah, no, it looks like they're going to be, it seems to be a consistent pattern forming around us again, and these guys will be a lot more in tune with the fuel capacities and, you know, just how far they can go, and certainly I will be in the commentary box. You see here, really busy going into turn 2, you know. I've always been a little bit nervous leaving the pit lane, especially with other traffic coming there. You see here the 339 of huge ass blew the GT4 car. Not quite in the top spot as the 337 is, but still, you know, they're having an all right race so far. I guess, you know, not quite got the result that they're after. And the GT4 field, I'd say probably out of all of them would be the closest field. Would that be right in that?
I think so. No, I think they've definitely, in terms of strength and depth, the number of drivers we've had fighting for the win, GT4 has been the one, I think, for this race.
Yeah, as I look at the GT4. So there's obviously the Samsung GT4, the 399 car is out, but the rest of them, they are all on the same lap. So you know what, that is the closest battles we've got going on, is the GT4 field. We've got a few others elsewhere where you've got cars that we've, you know, obviously there has been some that retired, but there's cars that are like lap differentiated down and stuff like that. So, you know, GT4 is definitely the one to watch at the minute. And as I say that, it looks like Jonathan Olsner in a Rosado Motorsports car. He is having to go the Eagle Speed Academy AMG GT4 ahead of him. BMW versus Mercedes, the clash of the titans at this point. Now, myself, having driven the BMW GT4 a few times in the sim, I always had a really hard time getting the brakes to work for me in that car. I can't say I've driven the AMG though. John, have you experienced either of these cars in the sim?
I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've ever driven a GT4 on iRacing. I really don't. I've driven them on various other sims, and in terms of the driving experience, I tend to prefer the Mercedes, and the BMW's always, as a GT4 car for me, the Beamer has always felt just a little bit lazy. It feels like stiffer than the Mercedes, but equally as lazy, and it's almost, I'm not a big fan, I have to say. I like watching it, not a big fan of driving it. I much prefer the GT3 version of the M4. But I can't say I've driven it on iRacing, as we are seeing a move that is for position, and there goes the BMW. It didn't seem very lazy with that move down the inside of the Eagle Speed 384, and that's it's a great move altogether for Jonathan, who moves up into P7, and yeah, textbook. You can see the power and the grunt on the straight there, and yeah, just made it stick.
It did remind me of a certain video clip I watched from, I think it was the V8 Supercars. There's a Volvo bodied one where they're going into this tight chicane and he just locks up and absolutely manages to just squeeze it in. Like the gap as he passed the car, it reminded me of that. Like it looked incredibly close. So, you know, it is very tight action there, but definitely some good racing going on. He's making his way back through the field. That's the second time we've seen him pass in the not so distant part of the race anyway, but we're down to the last 45 minutes of this, so definitely some good action going on so far, and more battles happening as we look in the LMP3 field. That's where I want to head next. Stage 1 Racing 83 is back on the huge ass white car, and that huge ass white car actually has a front end on it now.
It does, and I'm shocked because I'm just so used to seeing it without one. It looks lovely, really, really nice. I almost didn't have it again through there, but I'm sure that's not the first time. So, in terms of the pit stops then with these guys, has everyone made their last stop? We haven't seen Goyo come in again, or stage 1 in the last seconds, and if it all depends, I guess, if the 37 came in late enough to actually make it to the end on fuel. Because we haven't seen the rivals in. I don't know how long these cars go for fuel, but I don't think it's as long as the GTs, is it? So maybe everyone now has to make one more stop.
Potentially, you know, there might be the odd splash and dash, and if you could fuel save to avoid it, I certainly would. But where that tank is only like a 75% capacity, you know, you're not going to be able to get like the same return of investment by doing so. As you see here, the 83 made it past. No, yeah, no, he did. He made it past. No problem. And he's got a 911 there to contend with as well. But the question is, you know, that battle was brewing for quite a long time now. You see all the traffic there. Now, this is where the LMP3 is really going to want to try and get ahead of that traffic. Just put a little bit of space between him and the 37 car, and it looks like he has done that and successfully managed to create that little buffer of cars. Because going through this infield section, you know, it's one of those things where you just don't get the same kind of passing opportunities. You know, you've just got to keep going and try and, you know, get past when you can, use the straights, because the speed differential not being quite as much. You see there he's looking for a pass and he's just trying to find the real estate to get it done, and you see that going very tight on the inside. Huge ass car versus huge ass car, like different worlds apart, I guess. But Rosado Motorsports, again, they are in another battle. This is great action here from Jonathan Olsen. He's really, you know, bringing us some good action here, as he looks like he's battling with the Eagle Speed Academy cars, who we saw him pass earlier. Yeah, fighting with them again a second time round. Once was not enough.
Yeah, so clearly Lorenz de Vlieger's kind of gone, right, well, let's bring it back and let's keep this battle going and just hang on to the back of them. So, yeah, all credit to those guys there. We've got more pit stops coming in. This is the RPM Racing black car. Again, another car we haven't seen too much of, because RPM, generally in this race, we've been focused on the 110, who's been up in the top 2, but nice to see the 112 running well as well. Now looking back to the battle in GT4, so yes, Lorenz hanging on to the back of the BMW, got very close there to Jonathan heading into turn 1, but wasn't quite able to make the brave, bold move that Jonathan made just a few laps ago. But yeah, those guys have been close throughout the race, which has been great to see. And again, all of these guys within a pretty close distance of the race leader. We don't have in GT4 many big gaps whatsoever.
Well, that's what I do love about endurance racing. And like when I was just finishing Daytona 24, like we're literally seeing a battle happening in the last lap of a 24-hour race. That was absolutely phenomenal. But Goyo Autosport, you can see there now that the pits have all kind of sorted themselves out, they are back in the lead. They've still got that 30-second gap, 32-second gap, and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, definitely not the race for them today. But where we got the drop weeks involved, it'd be interesting to see, you know, at the end of the season where everything works out. Certainly, as you said, they've had phenomenal racing to see. I was a little bit worried they were going to understeer there, the Goyo Autosport car, the 39, but I've got to say so far, you know what, we've had one yellow flag and it's been really good racing. You know, I've not seen too many incidents where things have really you know, escalated heavily. You know, I've seen a couple, but it's the nature of the beast. I mean, it's like, almost like the cost of doing business. So say you do like 1,000 oil changes, occasionally, yeah, you might get one where, you know, a drain plug leaks or something like that. You know, statistically, something's going to happen. And, you know, we've got a lot of corners happening here, a lot of cars, a lot of different drivers. And, you know, obviously we've got over 30 cars on the grid, but we've got more than 30 drivers, you know, and there's a lot of variables involved. But one that really hasn't varied too much is James Armstrong. He's been, I think he's driven the whole race, actually, the whole... Have you seen anybody else in this car? Like, he's absolutely been dominating.
It's been James all the way in the Bradley Sports car. So a nice minor 4-hour stint. Not the easiest thing. It makes it look easy, but trust me, 4 hours around here wrestling that car at that pace, that takes a lot of skill and a lot of experience. And clearly James has both. He's been smashing it so far. But let's just hope he can keep it clean for the rest of the race. Or Brabham will certainly be hoping that, because I really do think. With the drop scores taken into account, this will put Brabham in the driving seat for the championship, because, you know, they had one shocking race, the first race where they didn't finish, scored very low points. So for them, since then, it's been near perfection. I think they've had 2 wins and a 2nd place. So if they pick up another win now, they'll be in a really good spot compared to the RPM car. I'm just looking actually, what's happened to the main RPM racing car, because it's no longer in the top 3, and I'm wondering, even with pit stops taken into account, it's down to 6th position as the RPM car. I was looking for it earlier, and I was assuming it was just pit stops and stuff, and it might be a little bit, but okay. So we're hearing that the 110 has had a 9-minute pit stop, so that is massive for the championship, because that RPM car back to 6th position is gonna finally have a bad race. And it's going to just put Brabham in such a good spot. You've got to remember as well with the drop scores that after this round you cannot drop the last round. So it'll be very clear for you guys watching at home when it comes to the finale of this championship, what's actually happening in terms of the championship, because all of the score dropping will have had to have happened in these first 5 rounds. But that's why we're still talking about it, because, you know, for the championship standings may look like something right now, they'll look very different after this round.
Well, I've got to say as well, I do love the fact that they organised it so that the last week isn't a drop round, because that just adds, you know, you'll be able to see on the fly, you know, who's going to be doing well. But that RPM racing car, that's actually the one that got caught up by Eva van der Linden earlier. That's why I think they had the 9-minute pit. You remember as they went into the final hairpin, van der Linden had a little bit of a moment, and that was one of the cars as he tried to recover from that, he ended up having a collision with it. The front clip shot off and stuff like that, and, you know, that's one of the things that happened. You know, it's just unfortunate for him, really. You know, it's just wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, and that's the thing about racing at Long Beach. You don't have to be at fault for things, and you can have an absolutely shocking race where everything goes wrong. It's just one of those brutal places, and it's kind of what we love and hate about racing all at the same time. Never good when you're on the wrong end of it, but, you know, sometimes you need luck to fall your way, and that's what's been happening. Just of note here on screen, you've got the battle for 3rd. So bearing in mind, DX Droids were ahead, of course, of Torque Freak Racing not that long ago, but Torque Freak in the pit stop phases have jumped ahead of them, and they're now gapped them by 7 seconds. So it looks like P1 and P2 are fairly settled now in GT4, assuming nothing crazy happens. But we've got a great battle now going on for 3rd and 4th, because obviously the BMWs that have come on strong late in this race, huge ass black right on the back of the DX Droids car, and looking very racist. Currently, Judge Dredd in the 338 in that BMW, as we're getting a message through from race control. We've got a 30-second stop hold for the 72 for an unsafe rejoin, and that of course was the incident we were talking about before with van der Linden, and it's a big penalty, but I can see why it's happened. It was a very messy 30-second period, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's completely justified by the stewards as well, you know, especially where it had a negative impact on someone else's race. You know, certainly if you're one of the people that ended up, like, you know, suffering from that as a result, you're not going to be happy. You want to see that there's actions dealt, not because it will make your race better, because you want people to learn that, okay, this wasn't a worthwhile expedition for this. I mean, it's like, say, this is metaphorically speaking, say you went and robbed a bank and you got the night in prison. Well, you know what? That's pretty good bang for buck, right? But when the fact you're getting like 8-9 years of, you know, I don't know how long the time is, but certainly not just a night in prison. You know, it's not as appealing, you know, on that aspect. But that's why, you know, actions have consequences. And the Stage 1 racing team there, the 72, that little bit of a spin and the unsafe rejoin having a consequence, giving them that 30-second penalty. And definitely, it's going to shake him up a little bit, and that's actually moved Sim Racing Grid Phoenix up into that 4th position. So, this is looking good for, when I say looking good, it's giving them a little bit more potential. I mean, there's still 35 minutes to go. I don't think it's going to be enough for them, but it's definitely almost like a little bit of a helping hand to just try and get a few more points back and back in the bag.
It's why you shouldn't give up as well, because these guys there's only been 6 entries in LMP3 today anyway, so even just finishing the race you're going to get decent points, but for those guys fighting for the championship they need to be scoring big points every round, and because the 23 hasn't given up, all of a sudden they're back up to P4 and they're going to be scoring okay, and that could be the thing that makes a difference in the end in terms of winning the championship or not. So credit where credit's due, they've kept fighting, kept going, and they've picked up the pieces, and who's to say they won't pick up more pieces, because of course there's been plenty of pieces of Ligier thrown around Long Beach today, and there could still be more with 34 minutes to go.
Definitely, it's not something I'm going to rule out, but I do find as well, as you get nearer the end of the race, things do tend to get a little bit hotter. The pressure cooker applies a little bit more, and if I'm not mistaken, the left rear corner of that AMG carrying a little bit of damage there. You can see just a smidge. This guy is currently in last place and still running for the GT3 Pro, so not the desired day that they've had, but you know what, power to them, they're still out there running. They're 2 laps behind the Eagle Speed Academy Lamborghini there. Can't see him on screen right now, but what you can see is the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, the number 23 behind them. Now, those guys would have definitely dialed it back a little bit, just try and finish the race, but that's one of the things you can't give up. You got to keep going. And David Johansson, a little bit unfortunate there, given a tough spot to recover from. But it's just it's the nature of a street circuit as well. There just isn't that forgiveness. And when you compete in a level like this, you do have to push, and maybe just push. Dan McFarlane, bless me, just pushed it a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I think that's it. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't a disaster for them, and it's not like Dan was driving horrendously. He was driving really well, and he was just pushing the limits that little bit too much. It's a bit like Colin McRae back in the day in WRC, where the pace was there, just going to push the boundaries, push the edges, and at one point it just went over. But let's be honest, I mean, even the leading car, the 39, at one point had a big incident, locked up the rears and hit the wall and had to get repaired. The 83 has been in the wars, the 37 has certainly been in there. Every single car on this grid has been in the wars, and it's just been a case of, who can limit the damage, literally, by, keep it not hitting anything too hard, who can bring it back to the pits safely and get back out there and keep running those consistent lap times. And it's all about the collateral damage. If you can just make one little mistake, maybe lose a lap, and then just keep on going and keep on pounding around, you'll make that back up. The problem is when you make one mistake and then start having to try way harder to try and recover it, or just kind of give up and think, well, the race is gone anyway, because that is when you see a lot more of the mistakes coming through. And you've got to give credit to the 39, because they've made the least amount of big mistakes and they've been really good outside of that.
As you can see here, the GT3 amateur leader right now, the 233 of Distract Sim Racing team, just going into the pits there. And I'd say the second place of the 11 Temps Racing team, I don't think it's going to be enough to put them into that first spot, but it's certainly something that we're not going to rule out. But let's have a quick look here. It looks like there's potentially, we're just watching them in the pits here, so we're going to see just how close that gap is. 11 Temps Racing on the move, 233 currently in the pits. We're seeing here on what the gap is. Now, I reckon that 233 is going to be on the move. Yep, they're on the move. Let's see, where is it? The Brian Crawford, whereabouts is he at? I'm trying to position him on the track. So he's in the later part. And I'm going to say, the gap is going to be a little bit too much. He's definitely would have got a bit closer, as you see there. The 211 coming around that final hairpin. And but it's okay though, because Yves Van Sand, he is out of the pits now and going down the pit exit. We're going to see the 911 of the 11 Temps Racing in the background, not quite, just going around the Bridgestone corner now.
It's been a really good recovery from the 11 Temps car, because they weren't right up at the front early doors. It was kind of a two-way battle really between Dizzy Tracks and Arctic. Obviously Arctic making that mistake under the full course yellow, and I think 11 Temps might still have to make one last pit stop. I don't think that's a legitimate gap. I might be wrong, so I do apologise if that's the case, but Digitrax now, the fact that they've just made their last stop, everything's under control. They've got a 10-second gap, which I think will become bigger, assuming that the 211 needs to pit. So yeah, just it's been a really, really good performance from Digitrax. They were really quick early on, led away, obviously had that drive-through straight after the first pit stop, which put them back into P2. But since that moment, they've just recovered brilliantly, and it's been this man, Van Sande, who's just been phenomenal out in front of GT3 AM, doing a really good job overall in GT3 as well. As we now see Nick debut in the Arctic car, and this car is more of a case of what could have been, because they were just right there the whole time with that 233, and it's just a shame that infringement under the full course yellows cost them so much.
Yeah, definitely, but that's where you really got to understand the rule book. But if I remember rightly, a quick thing about the 11 Temps racing team, they actually race cars in real life as well as a team. So, you know, it's one of the people that I really, really like. You know, I want to cheer for them, because it's great to see that they don't just do it on the sim, but they're doing it in real life as well. And don't get me wrong, they haven't quite got the luxury of a 911 race car, you know, to go out, but they actually rock a Ford KA, which for those of us who you know, are more on the American side of the pool, you know, it's not something we're familiar with. But let's have a quick look at a replay here. What do we got? That's Roy Mars in the 72. That looked like a little bit of a nudge on the 911 now. I wasn't too sure, but oh, that's sideways. He's firm on the brakes. Now remember, his team's already been penalised for an unsafe rejoin. And is he going to get another one? You see there the Goyo Autosport car going past him. Able to just about squeeze it round. I'd say he got away with that, but it was definitely a little bit tense for some a few moments.
I think it always is, isn't it? When you make that mistake at Long Beach and end up facing the wrong way, it's always going to be a little bit close. But thankfully, no harm done. The 211 did need to pit again, so there we go. Final stop. And that is now Digitrax comfortably in the lead with a big gap. Obviously Arctic had to serve their penalty as well, so I don't know if they've still got to make one more stop, so that's something we'll keep an eye on. But yeah, it's been a really solid effort from 11 Tenths. I actually raced in the Enduro Cup, by the way, so I might have actually raced against 11 Tenths once. That was a whole load of fun, racing Ford Ks around Donington National. But yeah, no, it's good to see. There's so much crossover nowadays as well between real racing and sim racing. There's a lot of people that are involved on the engineering side as well as the driving side, that are doing both things. I think sim racing is becoming a much more normal route for a young racing driver into racing, simply because young people that are interested in cars nowadays, it's easier to jump on a PlayStation or a PC and start doing sim racing than it is to go karting. It's cheaper as well. So you'll still get a lot of people doing both, but generally speaking, a lot of racing drivers these days are on the sim anyway, because sims have just become that bit more accessible. So it's absolutely great to see. And yeah, 11 Tenths doing a great job as well, as we've been saying, in the top 3 in GT3 AM. It's not a massive field in that class, but I'm sure they'll be happy if they can hold on to that podium position. The 246 Porsche, the Squadron Veloce car, has been a little bit more inconsistent. We've seen some good pace from them, but they've made a few mistakes and got involved in a few little scraps, and that's probably going to end up costing them that chance at the podium. As we're now looking at Huge Ass Black, half a second off the back of DX Droids still, so they're still chasing that podium. They want to get that second Huge Ass BMW M4 GT4 on the podium. I said M4, it's not an M4, is it? It's an M2? Or is it an M4? It's an M4. It's clearly 3.5 hours into this race. But yeah, they'll be very much hoping they can get 2 cars on the GT4 podium. And they've obviously got 1 at the moment in P2 in the LMP3s as well, being chased down by this car, the 83 Stage 1 racing car that's just pulled out of the pits for what will definitely be its final stop, assuming nothing goes wrong between now and the finish.
Well, I'm definitely hoping that we don't have a scenario like we had at Bathurst, where we had a full course yellow that ended the race. But at the minute, you know what, it's been pretty good, it's been pretty clean, and all things considered, out of all the tracks we've seen, Bathurst is probably the most accident prone of the locations. Going over the mountain can be a little bit haphazard, especially when you start adding in multi-class racing at that as well. But that one's done. I think that was round 2 if I remember rightly, and oh dear. I believe P3, the FTR Esports Black car, has had a hardware issue yet again. Richard Corful being a victim of either a hardware or a connection issue. Definitely not what they wanted to see. Trevor Anderson getting back in the car, but they've already been dropped 1 place from 3rd to 4th. Just not the way you want to have a race go. I mean, don't get wrong, it's not your fault, but it's so unfortunate at the same time. And we have seen it occasionally where we've seen hardware failures of drivers in the sim, but sometimes you can somewhat manage that. Say you have a wheel disconnect or something, you can just apply the brake, stop and reset as quickly as you can. But you know, when you lose connection, you know, it's absolute carnage. You can see there's an incident.
Good save. I think he kept it out of the wall. Not sure who that was, but yeah, credit where credit's due. It was a good save. I think it was one of the Ferraris.
Yeah, I think it was one of the FTR esports cars.
Yeah.
I wonder if it was Trevor Anderson, where he's just come out cold tyres. I do wonder.
Yeah, I think he's still in the pits though, Trevor Anderson. I might be wrong.
He's
in the pits, but I mean, gutting for those guys because they honestly had such a good race coming back through the field. We're going to see a replay. It's the 122, so it is of course the teammate car, the FTR Esports Gold, Ryan Chevalier, and he comes out of the corner, lights him up a little bit off the curb, does well to keep it out of the wall, or does he? We'll give him a pass. Maybe just grazed the right hand side of the bodywork, but no harm there. But yeah, as I was saying, absolutely gutting because to have a disconnect early on and then fight your way all the way back through to be on for a podium and in such a competitive class as well as GT3 Pro, to then get another disconnect is just brutal. Having said that, looks like they may well retain position, Dan. So, I mean, this could be okay. They're still sitting there P3. Okay, it's close with RPM Racing Blue, but maybe they'll actually get away with it again.
Yeah, I'm just reading here. Richard Corford, the sim crashed on him again, second time in this race. He is not thrilled about it. We're not quite sure how he managed to make it back to P3. Maybe a little bit of stroke of luck. I'm wondering if something happened to one of the other cars. But
lots of pace. I was watching them. I think Richard was phenomenally quick. The whole team has been quick. So they've just been working their way up through the leaderboard. And I think the full course yellow helped them as well.
Yeah, but it does look like we've got a bit of a battle going on, and it is these two are back at it. It's Martin Pearson and the SimSport Alpha car 392 with Rosado Motorsports Apex of 310. These guys have been having a bit of a battle throughout the later stage of the race here, and you can see, the Beamers had to go hard on the brakes for some reason. I think potentially the 911 didn't quite get the exit, and the 392 looked like it was right back into the Beamer there. A little bit of contact going on. Wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that, see what happened there for sure. As you see, David Johansson, he's now coming in the pits.
Yep, David Johansson, obviously P4 in that 23 car. They should hang on to that though. And we see the leader into the pits as well. So this is going to be our final stop then for Goryeo Autosport. Interesting to see who's going to come in when. And this is our P2 car, Huge Ass White, in the 37, closing down that gap, and of course it's going to be very close, I think, by the time the Goryeo car comes out the pit lane. So we just need to keep our eyes across all of this and make sure we're on point with the strategy and who's pitting when. It's obviously not over in GT4 as well, because there could be some cars that are short on fuel. We're hearing some murmurs that some of the huge ass cars might not quite make it on fuel, so let's just keep our eyes closely peeled to that one. You can see the Goryeo car should retain the lead here, but it's going to be pretty close. But it should come out the lead, and that of course means that having made their final stop, Goryeo should have this one in the bag, assuming there's no misdemeanors towards the end of this race.
Yeah, we can see here we've got a battle going on again. It is Judge Dredd in the 338 huge ass black car. He appears to be fighting the DX Droid Sim Racing. Now these guys have been in the spotlight quite a little bit today, and you can see here they are now under attack from the huge ass black 338 car. BMW versus Mercedes yet again, and you can see there behind them that is the Cayman GT4 as well that we saw a short moment ago. But again, BMW versus Mercedes has been a popular battle today. Actually, more I think about it, all of the GT4s are in fact German cars.
That's a good point. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. Just missing some Audi, and then we'd have the full classic DTM battle going on. Just one Porsche as well. We've got, we have one Lamborghini in GT3 Pro. We've got one Porsche Cayman in the GT4 class as well. I always like it when there's only one of a certain car, because it's always nice to see someone going for a different route to everyone else.
That's kind of like, we've got a quick replay. Let's see what's going on here. Here we go. We got Brad Crouch in the RPM Racing Blue. That is a GT3 car. You see the Bradman Racing behind him, and oh dear, I'm wondering if they had a little bit of help there.
It was close, wasn't it? There was definitely help after the fact. It's more a case of, was it the help in the first place that unsettled the car, or was the Brabham just following very closely when the car in front lost the rear end? And I couldn't quite tell from that angle. Let's not panic for Brabham's sake, because Brabham have a 2-minute 32 lead, if that's accurate. So, and I think it is. I mean, they've been comfortably ahead, obviously, since we saw the issue for the RPM Racing 110 car. So, even if there is something going on there, I think they shouldn't worry too much, but it was certainly a close call.
It definitely was. I mean, that's the thing as well. When you start getting really close to other cars, it certainly does happen to go. You know, it would have been like completely unintentional. Like, where are you going to go at that point? You are along for the ride. You just hope that it doesn't kill your race in the progress. But in the in the process. But you see here, Judge Dredd still trying to catch up to their DX Droid Sim Racing, the 326 car, and you know, really pushing that Beamer. We've got a different view here. Let's have a look of that incident here between Brad Crouch and the Brabham Esports car. So gone behind the building and slows it right down.
Oh, he did? Yeah.
I think he was given a nudge, to be honest. I don't think the back end of the car started quite to go. I'd say that the Brabham Esports got a lot more corner entry and got maybe a little bit surprised, but I'd say, yeah, no, sorry, Brabham. I think that one was on you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think that obviously we'll wait and see what the stewards say. They'll be able to look at it a bit more closely, but from that angle, it definitely looked as if that was a nudge from the Brabham car. Again, just as you say, good entry speed, and once they'd committed to the corner, they just couldn't quite back out enough. So a slight misjudgment from James Armstrong. You need to take those things into account. If you're 2.5 minutes in the lead, you need to leave a little bit more space for the back markers to avoid these things happening. As we're going to see it now on board with Brad Crouch, and we're going to see the steering inputs, and he's turning the corner, and boom, pretty confident that there was a little nudge there. So we could see a penalty coming the way of Brabham Esports in the lead, but as I say, if you're a Brabham fan, don't panic too much, because your car still has a big lead at the top of GT3 Pro, and it's going to be looking really good still for the championship, but not what you want on your CV with 20 minutes to go in the race, especially if you have a full course yellow, because they'll still have to serve the penalty.
Yeah, that could definitely throw a little bit into the mix there, but as we see here, we've still got this battle here. Judge Dredd chasing the DX Droids car, and you see there the one of the Stage 1 racing cars, I believe that was the 83, going past as well. You know, another GT3 there who's going to want to get past. I think that's Digitrack Sim Racing team in the background trying to sneak by. Can't quite get a good read on it, but again, you know, Judge Dredd deciding, you know, I don't want to fight the GT3, I don't want them in the way and choosing to let them pass, kind of, you know, when it suited them, you know, just don't want to get involved and have that little bit of a, you know, potentially dangerous scenario. And, you know, they've still got another 18 or so minutes to try and get up into that third podium spot. You know, gap spread out a little bit at this point, but you gotta, if you're gonna do it, you gotta do it safely. You know, how are these guys doing for fuel? Are they gonna have enough to make it to the end? You know, it's all risk versus reward. You know, all of a sudden you go, okay, this is gonna be a little bit shy, then maybe you do have to back off to make it to the end.
It's gonna be interesting. I mean, obviously, you know, we can keep across as many things as possible here in the commentary booth, but there's 4 classes going on with lots of different teams, cars, and it's difficult to sometimes keep a track of who's pitted when and what's happening with the strategy. But obviously, you know, these guys, if they've got their team managers out there, they've got their spotters out there, they can be doing that work, just looking where their rivals are. They'll know the pit stop strategies and things like that. So, you know, the drivers will be less in the dark than we are in terms of who's still to pit and take some fuel as well. So at least it'll be entertaining for us if we've got to see some late splash and dashes. As I say, I did hear murmurs about Hugh Jazz in GT4, so keep an eye out on that one. We've got them currently running 1st and 4th with the 2 BMWs.
Yeah, it's definitely going good so far, and this is the penultimate round as well, round 5 of 6 of the Sim 3D Sports Car Series. 6 races, 4 classes of car, and hours and hours of entertainment for you guys here at home and for everybody involved. I got to say, it's been a very, 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 you know, really top level series so far. I've personally enjoyed it, and you know, it's not been short to deliver on action, and you know, I'm looking forward to that finale. Certainly we're going to see you know, a couple of battles going on for the championship standings, but right now we've still got a huge ass black of 338 Judge Dredd driving, and he's caught back up to the DX Droid Sim Racing, the 326 car of Antonio Salada. He's currently driving that motor there. And, you know, again, Mercedes versus BMW, I'm wondering if there's parts of the track where one car is stronger than the other. I mean, you can get that just not only with the cars, but with the setups as well. But you see Brabham Esports is just closing up behind as well. So that, again, all of a sudden, you know, you're just trying to get a battle, you're just trying to get close, and all of a sudden, you know, you got faster traffic coming through, which can really spread you out again. But certainly not a problem right now for Goyo Autosport, the 39. Matthias Kunze, he's having an absolutely stonking race so far, you know, generally keeping it clean. That gap though, that was a 12-13 second gap earlier to Huge Ass White. That's actually dropped to about 9.8 seconds. So don't get me wrong, it's still big enough where I'm not really worried about it. But you know, potentially if an incident were to occur, that top spot could be made a new home by the Huge Ass White car. As you see here, James Armstrong still going strong. Personally myself, I don't think I could drive 4 hours in the sim. You can see a little bit of trail break going on there, but even better still, I want to watch this battle for the GT4. Huge ass Black still trying to go at it, and just that gap getting down as low as 4/10, but just not quite close enough to make a move. Not quite. So Brabham Esports still going strong. You know, clean race so far, other than that incident we saw where he gave the RPM racing nudge. I say that looked a little bit close. That looked like he almost grazed it just then, that right rear corner. I do wonder if that picked up a little scuff there. But, you know, generally really clean racing from him so far. Again, just getting so close to the side. Digitrack Sim Racing team as well, they've had a really good race so far. Sat pretty right now with 55-second gap ahead of Arctic Racing. You know, it's a good spot to be in. Really good spot.
Yeah, I think they've got this one absolutely sewn up, don't they? And we're now getting to that point where even if there is a full course yellow, it's going to get very close to the end of the race. And we'll have some cars in between, you know, cars. If there were to be a restart, a hypothetical restart, you would have some gaps there as well. So if you're leading the class right now by a comfortable chunk, I think you're looking really, really good. I mean, let's be honest, anything can happen at Long Beach, but I think Digitrax would be deserving victors if they could hang on to this one. Speaking of deserving victors, Sven Demel in the Huge Ass Gold BMW. These guys have kind of snuck up, really, because in the GT4 it gets so close to the wall. In GT4 it was a lot of Mercedes at the start, and they were really dominant, and these BMWs were kind of in the middle of the pack, really. So they've just slipped their way through the field all the way up to the top. And now, with not long to go, it looks like we're going to have two BMWs potentially in the top four. You've obviously got the other huge ass black car still on the back of the DX Droids car, as they have been for the past what feels like 6 hours, half a second off the back, and threatening for a podium. So it could be a double podium in GT4 for BMW and huge ass, as we see one of the other BMWs peeling into the pit lane.
Yeah, that was the Rosado Motorsports car there, the GT4. Not something I'd expect to see in the pits, actually. They were having a really good battle earlier. Yeah, that seems a little bit out of schedule for me, because they were fighting the Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha earlier, and now they're over a lap behind it. Something's obviously happened at some point, but again, the biggest battle, actually, you know what? If I'm not mistaken, Huge Ass Blue, the 339, is potentially having a battle as well. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're right behind the Eagles car.
It looks like it on my screen as well. Less than a second between them. So yeah, all of them have had an enjoyable battle out there today, and it's continuing to the flag. We go on board with the BMW. Are they going to have a look? No, but they're getting sideways. These GT4 cars are so playful, you know, you can really throw them around, get them sliding, you can see the movement in the rear end. They're a lot less kind of pointy and stable than the likes of the GT3s, and you just see the drivers really playing with the back end of the car, using the throttle to steer them, under braking, transferring the weight. They're a joy to watch, even if they're a bit less aggressive and mean looking than those GT3s. They're definitely a good place to learn your racing.
Yeah, I do find as well they definitely have a little bit less aero, and as you said, you do get to slide the car a little bit more. Myself, when I've driven the GT4s, the Cayman was the one that I always got along with, but it was so hard to find like the right setup there. I thought he was going to be nudging the wall then, but with the right setup, the Cayman was the one that I always got along with myself, and you know, I love the noise as well. And here we have the RPM Racing. They've actually managed to move back up a little bit there with the incident of the 124 earlier that will help them move back up. But this is the car that they got a little bit of the nudge from the Stage 1 Racing 83, I believe, and ended up losing a couple of pieces. They spent 9 minutes in the pit at one point. You know, that's a big chunk of change to lose. Sat the other side of the pit wall, but they're having a good race at the minute, and they're right behind the Art Sim Racing 2 car, I believe, the 198. So definitely another battle going on in the closing stages of the race as we enter about 10 minutes left to go.
It's all going to be down to if anyone has to make those final splashes and dashes. But yeah, this is another good battle, as you were saying. It's been a good race from all of these guys, just on the verge of a top 5, trying to hang on. Obviously, Brabham looking untouchable at the front, continuing to dominate, but lots of good performances in there. Quick shout out as well to the 2 FTR esports cars, 2nd and 3rd. You know, obviously we've been saying the issues that the 121s face with the disconnects a couple of times. The 122 has been in the wars as well at certain moments, but those 2 cars have overall had a really, really solid run and have kind of just worked their way up from the middle of the pack to the front throughout the race. So it's been impressive showing from these 2. And then obviously this is the 3rd Ferrari in the order right now that we're watching, the Art Sim Racing 198. Currently, Kevin Tierns behind the wheel. Kevin, not one of the drivers with the highest IR ratings in the field. He's around about 2,200, and of course that can be a number of factors, as we've talked about, different specialities, different experience levels, but really is holding his own at the moment, and he's going to have his work out hanging on from Chris Tapio, who's almost double the IR rating, the driver behind in the RPM car, so it's definitely going to be a tough battle for the 198.
Yeah, that's one of the things as well. And when you start getting to league racing, and don't get me wrong, iRating is a pretty good hint, but some people they just don't do official racing, and I understand why. So every now and again, you'll get somebody who has like a lesser IR than yourself, for example, and you'll think, okay, this guy I'm going to eat for breakfast, and oh boy, that's an easy mistake to make. I've seen people that are like in theory 1.4k and been like, nah, that's like the ultimate sandbag. But you see here, Chris Tapio is absolutely hot on the bumper of that Ferrari. Well, I say the bumper, the rear diffuser of that Ferrari. That gap closed down to under 4 tenths of a second. But we're going to give a little bit of a quick shout out to some of the sponsors of this series. We've got Race Director, that's who's been dealing with the software side and it helps organize the full course yellow. We've got them. We have Go for the Gap and also Sim3D themselves. So thank you very much as well for supporting this series. But we're going to stay with the action here with Chris Tapio in the 110 RPM racing car, still trying to get past the Art Sim Racing 2 at the 198.
Yeah, it's going to be a good battle to the end here. I think it looks like the RPM car has the pace advantage, which isn't a surprise. Of course, this was the car that was, well, first of all, is leading the championship as it currently stands, although unlikely to be still in the lead heading into the final round if things stay the way they are. But this is the car that spent 9 minutes in the pits after running very strongly in P2 all day and then getting caught up in someone else's incident. So a real shame for them. They'll be making up the lost ground. I do think that it's likely that the RPM car is going to get the 198 here, but let's just see how they go about doing that, because it's not an easy thing. And Chris Tapio is obviously an experienced driver, and we'll see where he goes for the move. Will he bide his time? I mean, it's only 7.5 minutes to go, and as we say, it's not easy to pass here, so it's, it's not a complete done deal. It needs to be thought through, and there needs to be some care taken. So yeah, I'm just intrigued to see how it ends up happening, as we also keep an eye on the bottom right on the GT4 battles. Brian LeBlanc gets sideways, the Canadian, trying to make the most of it. We've got 3 Mercedes all going into the corner side by side, but making it through okay, and the action just continues.
Yeah, the GT3 is trying to get through the field there, but that incident we saw earlier with the Brabham esports car giving the 911 a little bit of a shunt, that is a 5-second time penalty for them at the next stop. Now, I say next stop, I'm not sure when that's going to happen. I don't know if they'll have to be forced to pit, but even at that point, they've got a 2-minute 43 lead, they can pit pretty comfortably. You see there, full-on power slide from Lorenzo de Vliga in the 384 Eagle Speed Academy. He's obviously keen to get back on that position for the huge ass blue. He may have had to surrender it for a moment, but I don't think he's particularly keen on such a motion. Keen to get that 6th place back. Mercedes versus Mercedes, and you can see there is a little bit of damage on that Eagle Speed Academy car. It's had a little bit of a character added in as the race has gone on, and I do wonder if it's going to be enough to slow them down. Generally though, we've seen damage on these cars today, and we've not really seen it be completely detrimental to pace. It's been influential, but not enough that it's ruined the race. You see here, RPM Racing, they had heavy damage earlier. They're hot on the heels of the DX Droid sim racing car. Antonio Salada driving that. You see there, David Johansson just squeezes the LMP3 Racing Grid Phoenix in the middle of that, and RPM Racing nearly on the back of the LMP3 car as I headbutt my microphone in infinite wisdom there. So much excitement, a little bit of tension there, and I'm getting told as well that unserved time penalties become post-race time additions, which actually, the more I think about it, that would actually be advantageous to not serve the penalty at that point, because, you know, then you're not losing the time going in the pit lane. So another food for thought there, you know, it was really close. But you see there, RPM Racing still keen to try and get that position. Not quite managed to do it yet, and so much traffic ahead of them. That is GT4 cars ahead.
Yeah, I think with no more scheduled stops, obviously the 5-second penalty is intended only to punish by 5 seconds. So if you've got no more scheduled stops to make, scheduled stops to make, then it makes sense to just add it onto the race time. As we were saying though, it won't affect Brabham whatsoever. They've got this one in the bag. The only thing it'll affect is Pride. That is a little bit of a worm through the last corner, nice and close to each other as the sun begins to set over Seaside. Seaside? Don't know where I've got that. Shoreline. Don't know where I've got Seaside from. Clearly seeing the end of the race coming up here. Beautiful setting at Long Beach. I have to say as well that the track layout's obviously changed over the years, and I really like the circuit. As we see, that was so close. That's, you know what, that's going to cost the 110 a lot of time, because they're now going to have to wait until the next corner. That's really going to hamper them in their pursuit of P5 here, because they went side by side into turn 1, just got away with it, and then again had to back out. So the 338 not helping the 110's cause, but didn't do anything wrong. It was just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. If you're Chris Tapeo in the RPM Racing car, you are not going to be a big fan of that move. And don't get me wrong, as you said, they don't have to cave and get out of the way. They've got their own battle going on. They're trying to catch back up to the car ahead of them full position, you know. But I think realistically, they probably both lost out as a result. And as you see here, you know, Eagle Speed Academy, they're still keen to get back in that position from the 339 huge ass blue, but the gap's just not coming down enough to make a move. I mean, there's about 3.5 minutes left to go. You know, like, he's running out of time to get this job done. He needs to get that position back. That 6th place is not just going to be gifted.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And it's now getting towards crunch time. I mean, these last few laps are going to disappear. Drivers need to remain fully focused on getting round safely as we continue to watch these GT4 AMGs go hammer and tong, as they have done all race. I have to say, I've really enjoyed my first experience here of the Sim 3D Sports Car series. It's been thoroughly enjoyable. The racing's been great, the racecraft's been really good, and obviously multi-class endurance racing at Long Beach is always going to be a bit of chaos, but I have to say it's been mighty impressive. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out in the finale as well. It's been thoroughly enjoyable, and big credit to all the organisers, but of course the drivers as well, because they've just put on a fantastic show.
For me, it'd have to be race control. You know, that to me makes the difference of, you know, of having like a really professional league to like another level, to this level of league. I mean, this to me is above and beyond. I think the race control does an absolutely fantastic job, and it just takes the racing experience, certainly as well the experience for us here in the commentary booth, and for those watching at home, it just takes it up to another level. You know, like this is full on, you know, season sanctioned racing, and I've really enjoyed it. But we've actually got down to about 3 laps to go now, probably even a smidge less at this point, as we see Trevor Anderson in the 121 car. Now, this car's not been so lucky, poor Richard Crawford having the sim crash on him twice, but thankfully they managed to make it all the way up to 3rd position, which is pretty remarkable considering such unfortunate luck. But I'm keen to see if we can get back to the battle between the 339 of Huge Ass Blue, Brian LeBlanc, and Lorenz, the Liga in the Eagle Speed Academy car. That seems to be the closest battle on track right now. There's 2 laps to go as, you know, Goyo Autosport still ahead. We pushed that gap up. It was down to about 9.5 seconds earlier. It's now back up to 16. So, yeah, it's fair to say. But, you know, the LMP3 grid seems to be pretty well sorted out at this point. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix able to recover a 4th, but not quite enough. You know, not what they had in mind. Goyo Autosport obviously be very relieved about that. But we're on board here with Brian Crawford, the 11 Temps Racing team. Now, these are the guys that do Enduro car as well. For those that aren't familiar, it's basically a 2-door hatchback. It's a little bit bigger than the Smart car, and I believe they have a little 1.3 litre 4-cylinder. Great great little car, actually. I personally got to drive one once many years ago, but Brian Crawford, he's had a good race. 11 Temps Racing generally do finish quite well. I find they keep it pretty clean, and you see there they got an LMP3 behind him, and not really in a position where they're under any threat right now, but I do wonder if they try to score some professional GT3 Pro points as well. As we see here, this is our race leader, Goyo Autosport, Matthias Kunze. There, he's absolutely blasting past that Rosado Motorsports M4 GT4, and understandably so. He's obviously got the performance, but like what a fantastic race. We're on the last lap here, so he's gone round Toyota and he's going past the fountain. I believe that's turn 4 and 5. You see here, he's going to be quite aggressive on the curbing. Yep, quite aggressive on the curb. Let's the car slide out. Again, another tight right-hander, really aggressive on the curbing. You see the car hop. A little bit of a slide there as the weight is unsettled. And he's coming up. It's going to be a left-hander next, breaking down just before the 100-yard marker. See RPM racing ahead of them. That's the one that had the 9 minutes of repairs. Another tight right-hander here. You're going to see him really close to the wall, very close to the wall there, on both sides, both entrance and on corner exit. Absolutely phenomenal, and top of 4th gear, in the 5th gear now, absolutely sending it. It's going to be a little bit congested for him here now, going into a right followed by a double left. You can see here, I don't think he's going to be too keen. If anything, he's going to back right out of that, absolutely back right out to go into the hairpin where they almost accordion there. That would have been awkward. As the lights are flashing, Matthias Kunze for Goyo Autosport, the 39 car, takes the win here at Long Beach.
Fantastic effort from the 39, thoroughly deserving victors. They didn't have a perfect race, but they were the ones that made the least mistakes, had great pace throughout, and yeah, absolutely delighted as we're going to see the GT3 AM leader Digitrax sim racing team 233 coming through as well. One more thing before I forget, quick shout out to the 23 sim racing grid. David Johansson actually set the fastest lap of the race with about 3 laps to go, so fantastic effort from them, but not good for their championship. Meanwhile, the winner in GT3 AM is going to be Digitrax Sim Racing, and another superb performance from those guys with Arctic Racing in second. You've got Brabham Esports going to take the win convincingly in GT3 Pro to put one hand on the championship trophy, arguably, in that class. And then, of course, Huge Ass Gold coming through for victory in GT4. It's not a Mercedes that wins in the end, it's a BMW. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely been a good result for quite a few teams, and where you got like FTR Esports where they have multiple vehicles, in the race, and then not only that, you got Huge Ass as well. A lot of points scored today for, for a lot of people. Don't get me wrong, like a lot of people scored points anyway, but you get what I'm saying. There's going to be a lot of differential here. As you see, there's almost a little bit of an accordion going on. Is this the last battle? Yeah, I mean, it's about 6 temps. I don't think they're going to quite do it in that gap, and if they do, I want to know which button to press to do it. But close racing at the end. I mean, it's always good if you get that, but what a race. I got to say, one full course yellow. I was surprised we didn't see more of them, but that's not like a detriment, to the track, but I say that's a sheer respect to the drivers for how well they navigated this circuit and each other. Like, absolutely phenomenal racing.
Yeah, no major pile-ups. We had a couple of instances where a few cars got involved, which is inevitable, but genuinely it was just superb, clean stuff throughout, and yeah, the drivers are very impressive. And here are the results for you.
Well, we got LMP3, we got Goyo Autosport in first, and understandably so, absolutely fantastic race for them. They are your LMP3 winner. Huge Ass White, the 37 car, they are there in second. About 19 second gap in the end. Stage 1 Racing, the 83 car, definitely another, well, I'd say a car that had a little bit of heat, but let's be real, a lot of cars had a little bit of heat today. It was very, very expensive race if you were paying for the parts there. They're in third. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, sadly not on the top step for actually for a bit of a change today. They're in fourth, of Eagle Speed Academy Esports in fifth, and Stage 1 Racing 72 there in sixth. As we take a look now at the GT3 Pro result coming next. There we go. We've got the Brabham Esports with the 162 in first, FTR Esports in second and third, Gold and Black, the 122 and the 121. RPM Racing Blue in fourth, with Art Sim Racing 2 in fifth, RPM Racing sixth, Backmarker Racing and Razzle Dazzle. Obviously, you saw the big incident earlier in seventh. Eagle Speed Academy Esports in eighth, RPM Racing Black, Art Sim Racing 1, and then Rosado Motorsports having that really big collision in 11th there. John, please carry on with the GT3 Amateur.
So a smaller class in GT3 AM, but a deserving winner in the end was Digitrack's sim racing team in the 233, holding off from Arctic Racing in the 220. Then it was 11 tenths in third position ahead of Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport, and then an early retirement, FTR Esports White in the 223 after a disastrous moment out of the last corner. And that rounds off your GT3 AM field. And we're going to head towards our slowest class, but definitely provided lots of entertainment. Deserving victors in the end, Huge Ass Gold taking the win ahead of Torque Freak Racing with a great comeback in second. It was Huge Ass Black that did manage to take third in the end in the second BMW to make it a double Huge Ass podium ahead of DX Droids Sim Racing by Let Room. Then you've got FTR Esports, Huge Ass Blue, Eagle Speed Academy Esports, and Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha rounding out your top 8, with WBM Racing, Rosado Motorsports Apex, and then 76 laps down early retirement for Sampsoid in 11th place. And that's going to round off your field for today's action.
Absolutely fantastic racing, and we got a couple of drivers standing in the wings waiting for interviews. So let's have a look. We got Akram Zanoon in here. He is from Goyo Autosport. Now, it was definitely a colourful race for you guys, but also for your competition as well. So tell us a little bit how it went from your perspective.
Well, hi guys, good to be here at last. We've been doing a lot of races here in FTR, and finally we got the win after nearly like 10. And it's funny we got it at Long Beach, because Long Beach is like, it's pretty wild. Like, it's been really, really wild because traffic and all. It's been hard. I think everyone on the LMP3 field had to change the front, like the nose at some point. And I think we just got lucky. Like, we had good pace, but we got lucky that our repairs were not as bad as others. And in the end, we just came out on top. Yeah, I think mostly luck, but you gotta be there.
Well, it was definitely a fantastic race by you guys. Certainly, you know, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix being your biggest rivals, and today they're not going to be joining us in the interview room. You have taken that spot from them, so that is a pretty good feeling, certainly going into the final round. But Akram, I want to ask you a little bit about the setup here. You know, did you guys tend to go for something quite light on aero, or were you looking more for the higher downforce for the corners? Tell us a little bit about your preparation for Long Beach.
In all honesty, we just went for a setup that felt good, because we knew this track was very, very dangerous, very easy to be in the car. So we just went for something that was well planted. And we didn't even care that we didn't have the speed or not to overtake on the straight. Yeah, but like big thank you to our friend that made the setup, because did a fantastic job at it, and it's been awesome to lap on it.
Well, honestly, you guys have drove an absolutely fantastic race, and not just today. We've seen you throughout the other races in the season, and generally always given, you know, a really strong, solid performance. But Akram, just before you go, is there anybody else you'd like to thank, and any thoughts on as well the final round, Mugello?
Yeah, well, I'm really happy of the team we have. We brought in Matthias not long ago, like for the last couple of races, and he's been like super consistent and fast. Me and Dan have been at it for a long time, and finally paid off. And yeah, now just looking forward to Mugello. I think we've made a bit of math, and for Mugello we really need to get the win to get the championship. I think SRG can still get the championship being P2, but anyways, we are really happy to bring the fight there, and we'll be aiming for the top spot.
Well, I'm going to wish you the very best of luck there, Akram. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Akram Zanoon for Goyo Autosport, one of the drivers there, him and Matthias as well. Absolutely fantastic result. But I understand, John, you've been able to catch up with James Armstrong from Brabham Esports. Take it away, John.
Yeah, absolutely. So, James, phenomenal effort from you doing the whole race solo as well. Led from start to finish. A couple of tricky moments, obviously, with the full course yellow, bringing everyone together and the RPM guys on your back. But just talk us through that race from your perspective.
It was an interesting one. The traffic certainly made it quite challenging. I feel like it was quite hard with the LMP3s coming through and then trying to get past the GT4s. But I think on pole position, it's really hard to overtake around here, so I just went from there, really.
And tell me a little bit about doing the whole race solo, because obviously 4 hours around Long Beach is bumpy, you know, you've got direct drive steering wheel, you've got a very technical, tricky circuit. Talk us through what it's like physically doing 4 hours, and what are the kind of problems that you run into, or for you was it just straightforward, easy thing?
I mean, it was fine until the safety car, really. And then once you're like relaxing in the safety car, you start to realize, oh, my foot is hurting quite a bit. And like my arm is quite sore, actually, when I'm not like, concentrating on driving as quick as I can. But now it's all right. I think I got a new direct drive actually last week. So shoulder from just the hairpin, a little bit sore. But apart from that, it's fine. Had the fan on and didn't get too warm.
Well, it definitely didn't look like you were struggling out there at all. It looked composed from start to finish. Obviously, had a little bit of a sketchy moment towards the end with a bit of contact, but other than that, it seemed flawless from our point of view. And obviously, this result is massive for you guys in the championship. You had a bad first round, but since then, it's been 3 victories in 4 races. Obviously, with the drop score coming into play, you guys should be sitting pretty good in the championship right now. So how are you feeling heading into the finale up against your rivals, RPM?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really been keeping up too much with how the team's been doing here, but I mean, yeah, winning the past 3 races out of 4 or something. And yeah, coming into the last round, I think a good chance to take the win.
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much for joining us, and well done on your victory, and best of luck for the season finale as well.
Yeah, thank you.
So I believe we're going to have maybe one more interview. Hopefully, Daniel can catch up with Yannick Willems from the winning team from the GT3 AM category Digitrax. So I'll hand over to Daniel.
Well, Yannick, that was definitely a result you were in favour for. Tell us a little bit about it. How did the yellow flag specifically, how did you find that affected your race?
It was quite stressful because we saw that we had quite a gap to Arctic behind us. And then they came closer, but then we saw that they pitted, and it relieved some stress at that moment because we made the same mistake in the previous race. And then we knew, okay, if we just play our cards right and stay calm and keep our heads down, we might just win this one. So really, really pleased with how it turned out.
Well, you guys drove absolutely fantastic today. And yeah, the 220 car of Arctic Racing, I believe they pit when the pit window was closed, and I think it was like a 74-second penalty, which obviously, if you got them as your competition, that is nothing but welcome news at that point. But we did notice the Ferrari seemed to be particularly loose going out of that last hairpin. Can you tell us a little bit, as you drive the track, what was like the best passing positions that you guys found? And, like we found some that were particularly good, but I want your point of view. What did you find worked for you?
I'd have to ask Yves because he's the quickest one of us both. Well, in my honest opinion, I'm actually more of a Porsche driver, but I thought at Long Beach the Ferrari was not inclined to steer a lot, and when it tried to steer, the rear end, like you said, got loose pretty easily. I think the easiest corner to pass was basically if you play your cards right and got a good exit coming out of the last corner. Maybe into turn 1, and then it started getting difficult. I didn't get the honor of having a lot of close battles, but I overtook Squadra Veloce, and that was on the first straight. So traffic management was basically, I think, corner 4 or 5, but to us the main focus was take the last corner right, make sure we get that slipstream going, and then just floor it. And that was basically our strategy.
Well, obviously it's a strategy that paid off, and the people that we did see go into that corner, that Toyota corner, we would see side by side there, and I'll be honest, like, even though it sounded like a good spot, like I'd say you were pretty lucky, pretty skilled to actually come out of that in one piece. It didn't always end as favorably, you could say, but I do want to ask you a little bit about the setup as well. Like, obviously we're having such a long straight. I'm thinking, trim the car out, but where there's so much infield as well, like, what did you guys find worked for you?
It was a delicate balance because the car, in my opinion, we tested several setups and we ended going for the slightly more understeery one because we were afraid that if we wanted too much agility in the infield that we would lose basically lose our advantage track position on the last corner. So we played it safe. I had the feeling we were a bit slower on the straights, but that it came in handy because we had some more security and peace of mind, and that we didn't. Our main goal was actually not to make mistakes, and that's basically what we revolved the setup of the car around: a safe setup, predictable, stable, and not being too nervous. And that's something I like, having nervous cars, but I'm glad we made that trade-off.
Yeah, I definitely, whenever I've done an endurance race, if the car is unstable, even if it's a quicker setup, it isn't for me just because you've got to trust the car. But as we get to the end of this season, Yannick, how do you feel about Mugello? Like, is this going to be a track that's going to be pretty strong for you, or is this more of a I just want to survive moment?
I think for us, I think we're going to try and survive because we're pretty inexperienced as a team on Mugello. I think Eve, my teammate, has driven that a lot, but on other simulators because it's quite new. I think we will try and do our best, but we have a lot of people who are not available for that last race, so we'll already have to get by with the drivers we have and make the best of it and try and clinch. I think we're going to be able to clinch a third position. I think winning the AMs is going to be impossible right now. So if we're going to be glad if we survive Mugello and get that third position in the standings. I think that will be the main goal.
Well, I gotta say, I'm gonna wish you guys the best of luck. But before we end this one, is there anybody that you'd like to specifically thank?
Absolutely. I'd like to thank my teammates because we came in second in the GTs if you mix the pros and the AM. So Eve for all the prep, Nick also our team manager for getting everything done, and basically Manu and Greg from Digitrax and Simware.eu for making all of this possible and happen and making sure that we have an environment where we can grow as a team, and that's exactly what happened today. So thank all of those guys, and thanks to you guys for an awesome league and a great stream to watch.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Yannick Williams in the Digitrax Sim Racing team. Absolutely phenomenal result for him, but we weren't able to catch up with the GT4 winner today, but it's been an absolutely fantastic race here at Long Beach. Round 5 of 6 of the FTR Sim 3D FTR Esports Sim 3D Sportscar Series. My apologies there, but I'm really looking forward to Mugello. It's been an absolutely stonking season, and that last race, all the gloves are going to be off. It's not going to be the low risk, high reward. I think everybody is going to be absolutely pushing, squeezing, fighting, trying to get them last points.
It's a massively different challenge, Mugello, a different type of circuit, a lot more flowing, a lot more space in terms of, the edges of the circuit are not lined with barriers, but you've got huge gravel traps, and it's a track that is quite new to the service. So, as Yannick was saying, a lot of inexperienced drivers trying to get used to Mugello for the first time. I'm sure they'll come across their own new issues, but what a place to have a season finale. I think it's a really dramatic looking venue, and it's great for multi-class racing. So, I think it's going to be a fun one to watch. And I've certainly enjoyed my time in for this round, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the final round goes. But I believe you'll have David back in for that one, so hopefully you guys enjoy it as much as I enjoyed this one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've been Daniel Zippy Salmon, and alongside me has been John Monroe here in the booth. We'll give a little shout out to David Christie as well, who couldn't be here today, but we can't forget our director, Mr. Daniel Costello, as well. All the cameras and stuff like that, and putting the stream together, you see, that is all on him. So power to him for doing that. You definitely wouldn't want me doing it. You'd have basically a face cam of the floor if I was setting that up. We want to give a shout out as well to FTR Events. Absolutely phenomenal organization as well. The Sim 3D Sports Car Series. Absolutely phenomenal. And also our sponsors as well. You got Go for the Gap and Race Director as well. Race Director, that's the one we've seen that actually triggers those yellow flags. Phenomenal bit of kit. I definitely would like to see more of it, see more series using that. Absolutely phenomenal. I love the yellow flags. And also as well, our race stewards, Jeffrey Belk there in the race control. Phenomenal job. Absolutely phenomenal. And also all the other race control. Not only that, can't forget our drivers, our competitors, the team managers. Without you guys, we wouldn't have this. And it really is phenomenal. And then obviously anybody else at home who's been watching, thank you very much for tuning in. But we're going to leave you to it for now. This has been the FTR Events Sim 3D Sports Car Series, and we will see you next time at Mugello.